Nice.
What a race we had yesterday in every single category. And if you thought Saturday at the JK National Motorsport Championship was good, well, today it's going to get one better. And why don't we begin with some tremendous bike racing? But before we go to all of that, I'd like for us to have a word with the man behind the operations at the JK Motorsport National Racing Championship, the man who's also the race director for this weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, I've got the Gypsy King, multiple-time national champion Hari Singh. Firstly, good morning. Sir, it's a hot day today. How are you doing, firstly?
That's what it's supposed to be. You need some hot races, and the weather needs to be hot as well.
And what's the weekend for you been like? Because yesterday we saw some many chaotic races. As a race director for you, that must have been mental, no?
No, it's fantastic. Races need to be like that. They need some action in there. That's where, you guys enjoy even commentating on that. And yeah, we've had some really good races. The kids have been fantastic. They're planning their strategies and stuff like that. You saw Rohan, get onto the podium on the last lap. He made his move. He kept his place there throughout the race, and right just before the last corner, he made his move and he made it onto the podium. So yeah, in all the categories, in the novice category as well, there have been some fantastic races and some great clean racing as well.
Yeah. And what I find amazing is that over the last 26 years, you guys have focused so much on unearthing new talents. What's the journey been like for you personally? And are there any particular talents you have in mind for this year that you are keeping your eye on?
Certainly, there's Rohan, there's Amir, Syed. They're all youngsters who are coming up. And again, now in the novice category, we have a few that are showing some promise. So that's the whole idea of JK Tyres. They'd like to nurture talent right from the young age, from go-karting onwards and on to the single-seater racing here. And then from here, they can move on to, better stuff.
Do some of the drivers actually reach out to you? Because you've done so much of racing. I'm sure they must be coming in the night and asking for some tips, no?
Not racing, as more on the rallying front for me.
But at least in terms of the psychology of going motorsport.
Yeah, I mean, so they do. We have a few chats informally and stuff like that. The whole idea is to stay calm and just be calm, and you have the ability, and let the driving do the talking.
And one last question. It's a hot day. If you guys can't quite see, I'm already sweating. This man right here, totally chill, totally relaxed. No sweat for you. So how do you manage the heat? And what advice would you have for the competitors here today in the soaring heat of the Coimbatore day?
Well, I mean, these are youngsters. They need to go through this because they're going to get things a lot worse in the future if they're going to continue in this sport. It's not sitting in a drawing room and playing your video games and stuff like that. So they need to be trained in this atmosphere. The tougher they are, they will show up there. It's a combination of stamina, strength, driving ability, and how you can hold out. I always say the best comes out in adverse circumstances. So here is a chance for them to prove themselves in an all-round kind of mix. Yeah.
But great to speak to you, sir. Many congratulations on yet another successful year of the JK Tyre National Racing Championship. Folks, Mr. Hari Singh, the head of operations and also the race director. But now let's actually focus more on the bikes, because guys, the bikes that you're seeing right here, it's the United CRA 250cc Cup. Now, all of these riders, mostly trainees, getting up to speed in the world of motorsport, but some of them are really incredible. Like our pole sitter right here, Sarvesh Balappa. Let's see if we can have a word. Sarvesh, good time for a chat? Firstly, many congratulations on a great start to the year. What's the feeling like heading into this race? Yet another pole position now.
I think I'll give my best, and no one knows what happens in the race. Just I'll try to give my best. Podium, we'll see.
Hopefully we get to see the full story on your vlogs, because on YouTube they're really fun to watch.
Yeah, thank you. It will be uploading. Already videos are ready. It will be coming soon. Like, it will come within.
And hopefully one with a trophy as well today.
Yes, yeah, we'll see that.
Fingers crossed. Have a safe race, mate.
Yeah, thank you.
That was Sarvesh Balappa at pole position. This man right here has also raced in the Philippines, Asia Road Racing Cup. He has all the experience and talent in the world, but you've got so many other competitors to keep in mind as well. Now, let's talk to the man in P2. Mate, firstly, good qualifying. You were what, 1/10 away? I thought from pole position, or was it 2/10? What was the gap?
It was like a 0.7 something cap. Yeah.
And what I really find amazing is that now, I think in the first round you didn't quite have the best one, wasn't it, Aldrin? That this one...
I joined for the second round only. First round I didn't ride. So I'm like just getting adapted to the bike now. So yeah, like in the qualifying also I saw Sarvesh riding. So then only I came to know the bike limit is like much more than what I'm doing. So I pushed more and I got like I was in practice and all I was in P3. So like one more position I could improve some 2 seconds or something. So in race means like there will be more this thing and the adrenaline pump and also I think I can do better.
Fingers crossed for that, mate. Have a really, really good one. Hopefully the first round of the season really goes very well for you personally. And great to see you in P2 as well. But mate, that was Aldrin Babu in P2. Let's actually chat with the man in P3. Hey, that's more like it. Buddy, how are you doing? P3 for you this time. What's the feeling like getting into the race, mate?
It was a not good feeling, but I thought it would be like the last round. But something we can expect in this race.
Hopefully another podium like last time?
Yeah, for sure it will be a win or podium.
And what is the heat feeling like? It's a very, very hot day. In the suit it must be boiling, right?
Yeah, currently it's very sunny, but we can manage it with the podium now.
Hopefully, fingers crossed for that. All the very best, mate. Now, folks, it's time for the 250cc Cup. Let's head back to the comms box because the race is almost about to begin.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to day 2 of round 2 of the 26th edition of the JK Tyre-FMSCI National Racing Championship. We're at the Curry Motor Speedway in Coimbatore. It's a hot day, bright and sunny, but as always, wind blowing across the racetrack, trying keeping a little bit lower on the temperature side. We're off to the start of day 2 with the JK Tyre Presents 250 Cup powered by United CRA. All these bikes, the Suzuki bikes, equally powered by 250cc, and we will have a grid of 17 racers lining up. Rohit Lad, who finished second, in fact finished third in round 1, is not present as the bikers go off for the formation lap. It'll be a 10-lap race of this 2.1 kilometer long speedway here in Coimbatore. Sarvesh Balappa, the man who leads the Drivers' Championship, he's got 17 points. He will be starting at pole position. The lad from Hubli, Sarvesh Balappa, starts at P1, while we've got Aldrin Babu, who will be starting at P2. No Rohit Lad this round, and Abhinav Ji, who finished second in round 1, will be starting at P3. So that's the confirmation of the grid. Sarvesh Balappa at P1, then you got Aldrin Babu at P2, Abhinav Ji at P3, Ashish Patel at P4, Govindaraj at P5, Chetan at P6, Sachin Jyotish at P7, Dilip at P8, Aishwarya, one of the 2 women riders in this category, was also in the mix of things. Then you've got Ujjwal Chhetri, Kiran, Amal Thomas, Ashwin Rai as well in the mix. Ashwin will be starting at P12. Then you've got Praveen Kumar Devraj at P13, Sai Krishna at P14, Akash Sunil at P15, and Logopriyas at the back of the grid will be at P17. Logopriyas and Aishwarya, 2 females in this event, both from Coimbatore, 2 local ladies, will be participating in this category. 10 laps, as I said earlier, and this will be race 1 of day 2 of round 2 in the JK Tyre National Racing Championship. We're moments away from the start of the first race. It's an action-packed day. We have 6 races lined up for you, starting with the JK Tyre Presents 250 Cup powered by United CRA, followed by the Novice Cup, then the LGB Formula 4, then we'll have the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup, then the Novice Cup, and to end the day, we'll have the LGB Formula 4 race again. So the bikers are done with the formation lap. And now we're ready for the start of the race. Sarvesh Balappa, who won the race in the previous round, starts at pole position, and he would be hoping to continue the same as this round starts as well. Now the bikers are back in their position. Everything seems to be okay. 5 reds. Once the 5 reds go off, that's when the racing action begins. Off the go. It's a very, very good start there for Sarvesh Balappa and Abhinav Ji. Not so good for Aldrin Babu, who started at P2. Very quickly, you can see bike number 7 and 6 fighting it out straight away. And in fact, it is Sarvesh Balappa who has started positively from P1, and he continues to lead the race. And you've got Abhinav, who's moved up to second, with Aldrin Babu dropping down a place. It is hot, it is humid, and it is going to be very testing and challenging conditions for these racers. Sarvesh Balappa, the leader as far as the championship is concerned, he's got 30 points, 6 ahead of Abhinavji. Rohit Lad, who came in third the previous round, he's got 21 points, although Rohit Lad is not present in this weekend, so he'll be missing out on some valuable points. So far, it's been an incident-free first lap, thankfully so, as the racers continue to come through that back hairpin and go on towards the final few corners to complete the first lap. It's a 10-lap race, and Sarvesh Balappa, the winner of the previous round, and also the championship leader, has started very, very well. You got Ashish Patel as well in the mix of things, bike number 22. He's coming in fourth at the moment, and you got Aldrin Babu, who started at P2, has dropped down to third as they come through the final corner at the end of lap 1. Quickly looking behind is Sarvesh Balappa to see how big a gap has he created so far at the end of lap 1. Seems very, very comfortable. So that's the confirmation. Sarvesh Balappa leading, Abhinavji second, Aldrin Babu's dropped down to third, Ashish Patel fourth, Govind Raj is at fifth, while Sachin Jyotis has moved up to sixth. Now, done with his track duties for the moment. Joining me back in the commentary box now is Somil Arora. Welcome back, Somil.
Thank you so much, Karthikeya. And what you're seeing right here, folks, is an exhibition of riding from Sarvesh Balappa at this moment in time. He dominated the last round as well. And even though he's one of the very few riders you will ever see coming out of Hubballi, he is still one of the best in this category. He's got a lot more experience in comparison to all the others. So you might be wondering, what are they racing for if this guy is so much more experienced? Well, the idea here is to learn. All these riders, most of them, are trainees of the United CRA Motorsport Academy. And you can see by the way they ride, they still have many different riding styles. Some preferring to lean more than the others, some preferring to attack the corner more than the others. They're still trainees, and this is a valuable series in their broader progression to become better riders. Take a look at the styles. Sarvesh Balappa not leaning as much, the others going a bit deeper. What's happening here though?
Seems to be a bit of a problem from Dilip T, the lad who comes from Chennai. He's off the track, although he'll try and get his bike running and get back on the track. We'll get you confirmation if he does rejoin the race. But at the moment, he is not on the track, is Dilip T, bike number 18, as you saw just moments ago. So far now, it is Sarvesh Balappa who continues to lead. He started off where he left off, but he's under a bit of pressure from Abhinavji, who's just clocked in the fastest lap of 1 minute 26.285. So he's closing that gap. It's just 0.443 seconds, the gap between the two, the front two, and these two have peeled away from the rest, with Aldrin Babu about a second behind the front two, and he's followed by Ashish Patel along with Govind Raj. Govind Raj, remember, started at P5. He remains in 5th position, while the same for Ashish as well, who started at P4, is in 4th position, and same goes for Sachin Jyotis as well. Bike number 12 started at P6, and he continues to remain there. The only change has been that Aldrin Babu from P2 has dropped down to 3rd position, while Abhinavji from 3rd has moved up to 2nd. Sarvesh started at P1. He continues there. Oh my word! That's a bit of an incident. It looks okay. He's up on his feet, and that's good news. Checks his wrist out. But looks like he's fine, is the rider. We'll get a quick confirmation who that is. That could have been horrible. But thankfully, obviously you say these are trainees, but they also are given training on when things goes down south, when you're in a crash, how do you land on the floor, how do you land on the racetrack, how do you roll out of the racetrack, all these kind of things to make sure that they keep their safety and security intact.
Seemed like it was Dilip T who had that accident at the back part of the circuit. No idea how. Could have been a loss of the front end, which is the most likely accident that happens over here. But good to see that the rider is okay. I'd like to talk a little bit about the battle between Sarvesh Balappa and Abhinavji. At this moment in time, it might not seem like much of a battle considering the gaps. But that's for good reason. Sarvesh Balappa, again, a CRA Academy student for the last 3-4 years. Incredible that he's raced abroad as well a little bit, and also in the last year's 165cc stock national championship too. So he's one who's raced a lot in the last 3-4 years, and his progression has been amazing to see. But the same can also be said about Abhinavji as well, racing in Malaysia with the CRA Academy and getting a decent result last month. So it's a matter of progression for him at the CRA Motorsport Academy. There's a lot that you can do just by chatting with the trainers, riding the bikes, and so this competition is where everyone gets to learn a lot about how the bike feels. 250cc machines, a starter entry level for bigger things to come. If you can polish your technique here, accidents like that can be avoided in the future. That is a big one for Govindraj, one of the top riders in this championship, losing the front end in the middle of the corner. And that is something so likely to happen as well so many times.
Well, that's the second time we've seen this in the space of about 5 minutes. Earlier, we saw that was, and now it is Govindraj, the lad from Tirupur. Once again, let's see what happened. He's coming down on that corner, just skidding the front tire, losing the grip. And he just stumbles over, rolls over very quickly on his feet, and very quickly focuses back, tries to pick his bike up and rejoin the race. At the moment, he's still struggling to get his bike up and running, is Govindraj. But no such problem there for the front three. In fact, Sarvesh Balappa is now getting the hang of things. He's put in the fastest lap now, 1 minute 25.976 seconds. He continues to lead the race. In fact, he's taken the gap between himself and Abhinavji to over 1.5 seconds. And that tells you how comfortable he is, the kind of form that he's in. And Abhinavji's got a lot to do as far as catching up with Sarvesh Balappa is concerned.
A word on Govindraj. The reason why he's so desperately trying to get his bike back on the track is because he's currently P4 in the championship. And when you consider the prize on offer, the winner getting a free ride in the Malaysian Superbike Championship, that is where things start to come into context about why they're so desperate to have a good result over here. And why Sarvesh Balappa, in all his domination, must be feeling so proud about himself. In fact, I don't think it's P1 that's going to make him super proud. It's the change in lap times. In yesterday's official practice, Sarvesh Balappa, at this same time of the day, had a much faster lap time. A word on that very quickly later, because we seem to have another major crash. Rider okay, which is great to see. But remember, they're still all trainees, so get into grips with the challenges of motorsport. But no, very quickly, a word on Sarvesh Balappa and Abhinavji. Yesterday, both of them in official practice at the same time of day were clocking in lap times of 1 minute 27.5, 1 minute 27.8, which is a lot, which is quite a lap time. But today, even though it is hotter than yesterday, both Sarvesh Balappa and Abhinavji have dropped a couple of seconds on their lap time. That is the progression I am talking about with these young riders, which is why all the track time they get in this series is so valuable for them.
Moments ago, we saw bike number, if I'm correct, it was bike number 4, and that was Ashwin Rai, the lad from Gangtok, who took that tumble. We'll get that confirmation in a bit as the bikers come through towards the end of lap number 6.
And watching Sarvesh Balappa cruise his way past, you can notice a difference in style. Sarvesh doesn't quite take the corner very long. He'll kind of cut it in the middle, try to get as much momentum as he can so that he can power out as early on the corner as possible. And with these 250cc bikes, that's quite a technique and skill that you need to master. But I find it amazing because whenever we think of fast riding, Karthik, we think of leaning, going as low as possible, getting your knee down. Clearly, that's not the fastest way out all the time, as Sarvesh is proving. More stability is what really tends to work out, and he's proving it very well over here.
I think he's quite fast. I think he's one of the fastest on the racetrack at the moment, Sarvesh Balappa, because last lap we were talking about the difference of about 1.5 seconds between him and Abhinavji. Now it's more than 4.5 seconds. So that tells you he's just peeled away about 3 seconds ahead of Abhinavji, and in that regards, certainly it's very comfortable. Now, you've got a battle between 3rd and 4th. That's Aldrin Babu and Ashish Patel, bike number 24 and bike number 22. These are the two fighting for the final place of the podium, while Abhinavji is slightly ahead, about 1.5 seconds ahead of the 3rd and 4th position. So very comfortable. Sarvesh Balappa, you see on your screens, he's built up a massive gap between himself and the rest of the crew, the rest of the pack that is following. Ujjwal Chhetri has now moved into 6th position. Ujjwal, bike number 25, remember, started at P11 and he's up till 6. So that tells you he's moved up and done a very, very decent job. And now, from the bird's eye view of the Curry Motor Speedway, you can see there's one solitary bike that comes through that final corner onto the start-finish front straight. And then you got 3. And I see there's a maneuver coming in on the inside, and it seems Aldrin Babu has now moved up ahead of Abhinav G. Just waited for that moment of the final corner, and then he made his move. And let's see, will he be able to hang on? Will Aldrin Babu, as it is Abhinav G on the inside, and he retakes that second position. Bike number 6, there you see, that's Abhinav G. He's moved ahead back into second, while Aldrin Babu is dropped down to third, and Ashish Patel remains fourth. Sachin Jyotis is fifth, and Ujjwal Chetri has just crossed in for the 7th lap, and he is 6th at the moment. So we're done with 7 laps. Into lap number 8. Remember, this is a 10-lap race. So far, so good and very comfortable for Sarvesh Balappa. They say it gets lonely at the top. It is fairly lonely for Sarvesh at the moment because he's way, way ahead, more than 5.5 seconds. And now, coming on the inside, Aldrin Babu on that Mickey Mouse. Once again, moves ahead of Abhinav G, but Abhinav will be holding that inside line. Can he go on and reclaim that second spot in this race? And it seems he will be able to do so. Well, this is terrific for second, third, and fourth. The second and third, Aldrin Babu and Abhinav G, have continuously swapped position, and this is only entertainment guaranteed.
Abhinav G was just looking for a sparring partner like Aldrin Babu. In the last round, he was riding alone on his own. Now that he's got Aldrin Babu with him, things are getting really fun. Ashish Patel, though, 2 birds, 1 stone, getting 2 bikes in 1 corner. That is a fantastic move from Ashish Patel, and I hope that he's got it contained at the moment as well, because it seems like he hasn't quite clocked in that lap time very, very well. So Ashish Patel, even though he got a good run, he's back down to P4. Now then, Abhinav G getting the run once again on Aldrin Babu. They make contact. Aldrin Babu and Ashish Patel getting into each other, missing out on the line for the corner, and Abhinav G might be looking back and saying, you can fight, my friends. All I want is P2 all for myself.
Well, I think Abhinav G will be saying, thank you guys. That little contact between the two has given him about a second's advantage, and he's now raced away from the duo of Aldrin Babu and Ashish Patel. And Abhinav G will be saying, thank God. For a moment, I thought I might just finish fourth, but now he's well and truly in second position. We're into the penultimate lap, lap number 9. All he needs to do is focus as Sarvesh Balappa in bike number 7 on your screen now just passes one of the back markers and moves ahead. Now this is also a very tricky situation every now and then when you have those running into the back markers. You have to avoid that as well, but he's done that very, very effectively as Sarvesh Balappa. That's the man, your race leader on your screen, bike number 7. Sarvesh Balappa coming in through that final corner of the penultimate lap, going on to that start-finish line straight, and then now into the final lap. 9 laps done for Sarvesh Balappa. Terrific from him as he now is just 1 lap and 14 corners away from clocking that race win. Once again, you look at the way he rides. Very, very comfortable on that bike is Sarvesh Balappa, and Abhinav G there. But it seems that's Abhinav G once again crossing another back marker, bike number 21. That's Praveen Kumar Devaraj. He's one of these back markers, and he's been easily passed by Abhinav G. Aldrin Babu remains in third, and you got Ashwin Patel in the fourth, who for a moment had thought he's got the second position. Although now he's made his move. He's moved ahead now. Aldrin Babu is in third. There's this battle going on. And that one moment of contact between Aldrin Babu and Ashwin Patel has allowed Abhinav G to move well ahead and cement that second position. Although they say it's not over till the fat lady sings. He's still got to cross the checkered flag. But that's allowed Abhinav G to be a little comfortable because of that gap that he's created, thanks to that little contact between the two.
And that's what the best of competitors need. Just one window of opportunity to make sure that they can capitalize on it. And that is precisely what Sarvesh Balappa has done. As he rounds across the final corner, he's almost lapping a back marker. Oh yes, now he can celebrate. 2 in a row for Sarvesh Balappa. He wins yet again in the United CRA 250cc Cup. Double whammy it is, and watch the man go. Flying? Oh yes, he was in this race. Sarvesh Balappa, the winner of this race 1 at the United CRA Motorsport Academy 250cc Cup. double whammy. He's got 60 points and he is on the way to the Malaysian Superbike Championship if this continues. What a ride.
Well, we were saying he's comfortable on that bike. He doesn't even need to hold the handle to turn around corner 1 and 2. He's been brilliant as Sarvesh Balappa. Takes the checkered flag. A second win in 2 races in the last 2 rounds. And we've got just 1 more left. So I think he sealed that ticket to Malaysia you were talking about, because even if he doesn't participate, he's still quite a few points ahead. He's got 60 points with a second place finish, 48 for Abhinavji. So he will obviously, mathematically, he can still not make it, and mathematically Abhinavji can still make it. But the way he's been riding that bike, he's been tremendous, has been Sarvesh Balappa, the lad from Hubballi. And you can see once the race is over, the camaraderie comes in, and whoa, you can get the wheelies on to celebrate, that's for sure. Aldrin Babu coming in 3rd, Abhinavji settling for 2nd. Brilliant from Sarvesh Balappa, led from the front, started at P1, was the race leader at corner 1 of the first lap, and from there on, there was no looking back for Sarvesh Balappa. There was a battle going on for 2nd and 3rd and 4th, in fact, between Aldrin Babu, Abhinavji, and also Ashish Patel, but eventually it was Abhinavji who prevailed, finishing 2nd. Aldrin Babu taking the final spot on the podium, while Ashish Patel, he'll have to stay content with a 4th place finish. He will get a few points, that's for sure, but I think he would have been happier had he been on the podium during the race. He made one of those moves that he straight away moved ahead and moved into 2nd, but then Abhinavji and Aldrin Babu showing their skill as well, and in the very next corner got those positions back. So that's the confirmation on the bottom left of your screen. Sarvesh Balappa, your race winner, waving his hands and enjoying bike number 7. Abhinavji coming in 2nd in his bike number 6. And then you've got Aldrin Babu, bike number 24, coming in 3rd.
It's time to break free. Break away from the routine. To the greens. And get lost in the world within. To steer through, to stop. Start again. Go forth. Shed your inhibitions and just let it all go. With JK Tyre's Ranger 80, made of tough, made for adventure. For the ones who are wild at heart. JK Tyre, total control.
Kingfisher, the king of good times.
Back with live visuals from the Kari Motor Speedway, and these are your winners of the opening race of day 2, and that's the JK Tyre Presents 250 Cup, powered by United CRA. Sarvesh Balappa in bike number 7 takes the checkered flag, and you got Abhinavji in 2nd, and Aldrin Babu from Chalakudi coming in 3rd. Right then, before the prize distribution ceremony starts, so let's very quickly take you through the highlights. And it was a very good start for Abhinavji straight away. Started from P3, moved up ahead of Aldrin Babu, and I think that's how it remained throughout the race. It was Sarvesh Balappa from P1, got the race lead, you can see, bike number 7, through to corner 1, 2, 3, and that's where he's just settled in that position. That was a bit of a mishap. That was Govindaraj's race coming to an end very quickly, also back on his feet, so that's good news that the rider wasn't hurt. They're very comfortably leading the pack was Sarvesh Balappa. Very, very easily maneuvering through this racetrack. For a moment, there was a bit of a challenge from Abhinavji, while there was a battle going on between Aldrin Babu and Ashish Patel for that third and fourth position. This is what that battle I was talking about for third and fourth. At the moment, it was Aldrin Babu was leading Ashish Patel. Bike number 22 was in fourth, as Abhinavji had made the second spot his own during that time period. And as we speak, he had peeled away. The race leader, Sarvesh Balappa, had peeled way ahead. Just before this corner, we'd seen Ashish Patel make a move and move into second. But by the end of that straight and onto corner one, it was Abhinav again. This time, Aldrin Babu had made that move in that Mickey Mouse corner to take the lead, in fact, move into second. But Abhinavji coming in on the inside line on that back curve and moving ahead. There you see, on the inside and regaining his second position was Abhinavji. He was put under immense pressure by Aldrin Babu. Remember, Aldrin Babu started in P2. And again, Ashish Patel made that move on the final corner, but lost it. And this is that incident, that little contact between the two in Aldrin Babu and Ashish Patel that allowed Abhinavji to just peel away from these two and have a comfortable gap of about a second and a half, making it to 2 seconds as they pass the back markers and continue towards the end of the race. But that little incident allowed Abhinavji to be a little more comfortable. No such problem for Sarvesh Balappa, as very quickly through that final corner, you can see him resting already. He knows he's won it by a mile, and just the moment he crosses the checkered flag, the start-finish line, you can see the celebrations beginning. And he's so comfortable on that bike. You can see very quickly now. So those were the highlights. A terrific race for Sarvesh Balappa. He's continuing the form that he showed in round one. Once again, going on to take the checkered flag. Abhinavji, who finished second in round one, finishes second again here. So he's with 48 points, 12 points behind the championship leader in Sarvesh Balappa, who's got 30 points now. And Aldrin Babu, little disappointed, having started at P2 to end up third in the race. But those are your winners, and those are the trophies that await the winners. Sarvesh Balappa, Abhinavji and Aldrin Babu will very soon, very shortly, make their way to the podium as we get ready for the prize distribution ceremony. It is hot, it is warm, it is humid, but as always, it is windy here in Coimbatore. That's Mr. Hari Singh, the Gypsy King, there to hand out the prizes. Waiting for the racers to join us at the podium.
It is by Abhinavji. Congratulations.
Mr. Hari Singh, the race director there, as we have Aldrin Babu now coming in on the stage, finishing second runners-up, third. That's Abhinavji coming in second. And once again, the winner of the JK Tyre Presents 250 Cup powered by United CRA, it's none other than Sarvesh Balappa. Race director Hari Singh handing out the trophies to the winners. Third prize for Aldrin Babu. Second prize for Abhinavji. Abhinavji, a local lad, comes from Coimbatore. It's a proud moment for him and the city as well. And you've got Sarvesh Balappa, your race winner. 2 and 2 for Sarvesh, and he's 12 points ahead now of Abhinavji as far as the Riders' Championship is concerned. He's got a huge smile on his face, and as the winner of this category, you get a chance to participate in the Superbike Series in Malaysia, and that's another add-on as far as apart from being the national champion is concerned. He's got a huge smile on his face, and why not? He's done ever so well as Sarvesh Balapa to go on and take the checkered flag and win that race rather comfortably. Striking a pose, one for the photographers as well. Mind you, these are hot conditions, challenging conditions. And inside that suit is certainly, it does feel like it's boiling. Temperature around the track is approximately around 34 degrees. And inside that suit, it feels a lot more than that. Humidity is in the mid 47%, although there's no chance of precipitation, but you can see there's a strong wind of about 3 kilometers per hour going across the racetrack. As far as the women's category is concerned, we have two women participants in this category. Been awarded for their finishes respectively. Logopriya and Aishwarya, the two women participants in this category, handed their trophies by none other than Mr. Hari Singh.
They've come from the future to change the way we drive.
JK Smart Tire, buddy.
JK Smart Tire, the tire with a brain. The future of driving is here. JK Smart Tire.
डर की बैंड बजाओ, तुम अपने रंग दिखाओ। डर की बैंड बजाओ, तुम अपने रंग दिखाओ। Just don't hold back, keep dancing down the track. Ooh la 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 la, pump up the volume. Ooh la 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 la, pump up the cheer.
डर की बैंड बजा, तू अपने रंग दिखा। Just don't hold back, keep dancing down the track.
Ooh la 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 la, pump up the volume. Ooh la 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 la, pump up the cheer. Ooh la 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 la, pump up the volume. Ooh la 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 la, spread the cheer.
Kingfisher, the king of good times.
I like that you're back watching the JK Tyre National Racing Championship. Because as I mentioned yesterday, the Novice Cup is one race to watch for. And that race is finally going to happen in the hot baking sun. It's going to be super challenging for all these youngsters. And take a quick look. The man in P1 isn't quite here. Arjun Shamnair is going to come in a little while. It doesn't seem like he has to though, because he's been dominating the series so far. Even if he doesn't show up, we all know he's been having like the most phenomenal year possible, winning so many races. He's chilling up in P1. He knows that he's the man to beat. But who can really beat him is the major question. Because for all the novices, getting a lot of track time and understanding these cars is their primary challenge. And it seems like one of his teammates, Navneet Burani, is getting closer. Finally qualifying in P2. Was also there on the grid yesterday. Let's see if we can have a very, very quick word. But Navneet, good time to have a chat about the race? Or what's it been like for you? What was yesterday like, and what's the mood heading into today's race?
I had some bad luck yesterday. We'll see what we can do today. I'll put my head down and give it my best.
I like that you're super short with the answers, super to the point. Is that also how you like your driving? Super crisp to the point?
Yeah, I mean, like, let's just go for it, right?
And what's the trickiest part about racing someone like Arjun? He's obviously been the man to beat so far in the year. What's the hack? Do you think there's one way you can edge him out?
I mean, I was pretty close in qualifying, so again, let's just see how it goes. I'll give it my best.
Fingers crossed, man. Have a really good one. Short, to the point and precise, which is what it should be like as well. Let's see if Navneet has enough to beat Arjun Shamnair, the man who has been the dominant force in this series so far. But this man is also pretty good, by the way. Joel Joseph for DTS Racing. He's also been on quite a move forward. Joel, firstly, congratulations on P2 yesterday. Quite a drive, that one. You start again on third, again at the back of Arjun Shamnair. Are you bored of watching the back of him now?
Yes, I would like to get in front of him. It's a little bit hard because he is pretty fast for me. So, but this time I'll try my maximum to get in front of him and steal that first from him.
Joel, I noticed in the race yesterday, when you had a couple of chances when you were close, you got really aggressive, almost as if you knew that this is one chance to get in. Are you normally like that in your driving as well? Because that was so much fun to watch.
I mean, I'm not that aggressive most of the time, but yesterday I knew I was close and I thought I was there. I thought I will get that first this time. But I messed up in the last moments and lost the car, and there was a gap between us. Then I couldn't catch him. He was fast.
Hopefully there's another chance today. But very, very quick question, mate. Even back home, it's pretty hot for you. But this is another level, man. Are you not sweating in the helmet or something?
Yes, I am sweating, but I don't know what happened yesterday. Maybe because after, on the last few laps I got a bit calm. Maybe because of that. But I am mostly a very bad sweater.
And that must help out, because I'm hearing so many drivers are actually getting sweat in their eyes inside the helmet as well. So that must be a positive.
Yes, in a way maybe, but still, yeah. But sometimes that also happens to me when it's that hot. Yesterday, it was not that hot. No, it was the race was at 3 o'clock, so it was normal.
But hopefully today is a little bit better as well with the heat and everything. Fingers crossed, man. Have a good one, Joel. Joel Joseph for DTS Racing. If you're wondering what DTS stands for, it is Diljit TS. Yes, the man who's always in P1 in the LGB F4 qualifying. It's his team, and Joel, one of his students as well. Great to see the progression with the drivers as things go on. Let's also see if we can have a word with Jamie Shaw heading before the race. He got his first podium in this category yesterday. Amazing photo finish by 1,000th of a second. Jamie, firstly, has yesterday sunk in yet? Because for all of us watching, it clearly hasn't.
So I kind of had my celebration, so it's in the past now. Today we're all just where we're sitting on the grid. None of us are winners yet, so let's see how this race goes. I'm just hoping the team and I can of course benefit the most from today, that's all.
Jamie, people know you for all the amazing motorsport content you make, but from your driving point of view, it's amazing to see the progression. You had karting, you had lots of touring cars. What's the challenge heading into this car? Because it's a totally different beast to anything you've driven so far.
The main challenge with these cars is, I would say there's kind of a lot of things that you can fiddle with on this car, and to get it to, work optimum. One race it works amazing, the other race it's, it might be a little challenging, but of course with the team being momentum, they're able to keep up the consistency. So let's just see how the race goes, yeah.
Fingers crossed. Have a really good one, mate. Jamie Shaw, ladies and gentlemen, for Momentum Motorsport. First podium for him yesterday, and the momentum finally seems to be on his side. But now, I think it's time we go to the comms box, because the race is just about to begin, and let's see what the action is like on the track here.
Right, then we're ready for race 2 of day 2, and that's the JK Tyre Novice Cup. One thing we very quickly saw when Somil was having a chat with Jamie Shaw that what happened has happened yesterday. Today is a new day. Very quickly, we'll talk you through the starting grid. It's Arjun Shamnaya, the championship leader, who starts at P1. Navneet Burani at P2. Joel Joseph at P3. Jamie Shaw at P4. Then you got Sai Shivasankaran at P5. Jigar Mooney at P6. Abhay M at P7. Nathan McPherson at P8. Adit Parashar at P9. Aman Nagdev at P10. Ashi Hanspal at P11. Lead on Jaden Samuels at P12. Sivesh Selvaratnam at P13. Krishnu Datta Bhuyan at P14. That's followed by Surya Narayan at P15. Sitish Kumar at P16. Priyanka Vijay, Aditya Topo, Amanjeet Singh Gillard, and Avni Veeramaneni. That's the final four in the grid. So we're all ready for a 10-lap race. First of all, it will be obviously, as always, it will be a formation lap. Very quickly pointing out one of the things that if you look at the Momentum Motorsport cars, in the front of their cars, it's written Racing for Shreyas. Remember Shreyas Harish, a young biker who passed away in a fatal accident earlier in the year. He was in fact the first Indian to reach the World Championship final in two-wheeler racing that was held in Spain. And as a mark of respect, the Momentum Motorsports team on their hood have got written Racing for Shreyas. And I think that's very, very good, very touching from the Momentum Motorsports team. Off they go for the formation lap. 20 races there. I think one of the 20 is missing. Apart from that, it is a packed grid in the JK Tyre Novice Cup category.
Now, the benchmark for every single one of these drivers, he got a big win yesterday. It was all that he could have asked for. And at this moment in time, he leads the championship comfortably. But I wouldn't say it's 100% representative of the talents on the grid as well. Because there are other drivers like Aman Nagdev who are facing issues with their car. Sai Shivasankaran, the man in P1, who's also incredibly quick in that M Sport machine. And the driver number 95, Nathan McPherson, he is super fast as well, but has just not been able to have the luck with the car. So whatever you have to say, Arjun Shamnaya, when the car is working well, when the body and mind are working well, he's maximizing every single opportunity to get as many points as possible. And that is commendable, honestly, for a driver as young as he is. So in the Novice Cup, incredible to see Arjun Shamnaya dominating, but I must say, Karthikeya, there are other competitors really close hot on his heels. Joel Joseph was pretty good yesterday. And for Navneet Burani, he didn't quite have the best race yesterday, but we've all seen how he's evolved with his pace and lap times. So it could well be a Momentum Motorsport duel for the win. And don't count out Jamie Shaw, right? Clearly.
Well, absolutely. And I think Jamie Shaw was very clear when he spoke to you earlier. And he said that, well, yesterday's done. That's gone. I'm focusing on today, and let's see how the race goes. I think that's a very good way of approaching things. We talk about the championship. Arjun Shamnaya is leading, as we said, with 44 points. And you got Joel Joseph second with 33 points. So that's the gap, 11 points. Will be difficult to catch, but obviously mathematically it's still possible with one race and another round to go after this one in the Novice Cup category. Then you got Nathan McPherson with 27 points in third. Sai Shivasankaran with 22 in fourth, and Aman Nagdev with 17 points. He's in fifth. And you're talking about Navneet Burani, although he's very talented. This season he's just not opened his account yet, but there's still time for him to try and play catch up. Now then, we're ready for the start of the race. Off they go. It's a decent start for both P1, P2. In fact, it's a decent start for P4 as well. And once again, you can see that car number one, Sai Shivasankaran in the background. And Joel Joseph has also had a very good start. He's moved into second very quickly. But it is that same man who continues to lead, and that's Arjun Shamnair.
Sai Shivasankaran has to give that position back. He cut the corner to get an advantage on Joel Joseph. That can't be happening properly. The stewards will be analysing the yellow card in number 1 and the aggression getting a little bit better of Sai Shivasankaran at the very beginning right there. But there are still better things to come for him. He's gained 1 position so far. Joel Joseph might just be gaining the lead. Heading into the Mickey Mouse corner. He was on the outside line. Let's wait to see what has happened in that case. But for the lead right now, Momentum versus DTS versus M Sport. The classic JK Tyre Novice Cup battle that we all love to watch. And Joel Joseph now finally taking the fight to the championship leader Arjun Shamnair. Is he going to dive down the inside? Sai Shivasankaran will for sure. There he goes, getting a move for P2.
Oh, this is tremendous, but once again, Joel Joseph having and holding on to that line to make sure that he remains in second. Well, he's got clear side ahead of him as Arjun Shamnair, so he's got no such problem. But in the meantime, it's Nathan McPherson who's moved into third. He's just moved ahead of Sai Shivasankaran. That's the confirmation. Car number 95 now. He's moved into third. Navneet Burani has dropped further down. Jamie Shaw comes in fourth. Sai Shivasankaran fifth. Jigar Muni in sixth. So it's got a lot of momentum motorsport cars there in the front 5. That's going to be very interesting. Going slightly wide there was Aditya Topo, car number 77. The lad who comes from Bhopal. But now you can see Arjun Shamnair very easily just peeling away. And now the battle for second and third is between Nathan McPherson and Joel Joseph. And they have also got Jamie Shaw right behind them. There's a lot happening, breaking in hard there for a moment. Arjun Shamnair, you can see the smoke in the background, going slightly, taking the wider route. Navneet Burani in car number 21.
Yeah, it's all unraveling for Navneet Burani right there, making an error right there, going to the wide side of the circuit and getting past by a couple of cars. Hardly ideal for the man who started in second place. But Joel Joseph has also got to watch out for what's happening right here. You saw in the last corner, heading wide of the circuit, potentially getting another warning for track limits. Remember, if you get 5 track limit infringements, you get a warning. After that, it's all penalty school for every single one of these drivers. Joel Joseph needs to be cautious of that. Nathan McPherson though, let's have a quick word about him. He started all the way back in P8. He's up to P3. Does he normally do this? Oh yes, he does. He's used to fighting from the back of the grid, and right now as well, slamming hard on the brakes, trying to get some edge over Joel Joseph, but Joel blocking off the lines so well. This is when Nathan made his error yesterday, getting a bit too hard on the corner and losing the back end of the car. Can he compose himself? That's the main game for Nathan McPherson. If he's fast, the entire challenge for him is staying calm, because sometimes it goes overboard. Now then, Nathan McPherson on the outside of Joel Joseph, using the raw pace to his advantage and getting P2. Joel will be looking for the cutback, but Nathan says, I'm sorry, my friend. I'm not going to let you go down in there. Incredible stuff in the background. Jamie Shaw also fighting with Jigar Mooney. It's a battle we've seen before, Karthikeya, because yesterday both of them had a photo finish with 1/100th of a second. That's faster than you can blink your eye as the difference between the two of them. It seems though, the two of them, these guys, Nathan McPherson and Joel Joseph, would also be having a similar sort of gap. Bit of an issue with the Mickey Mouse though.
Well, we've got Arjun Shamnair who's leading the race well ahead of everyone. In fact, look at that. He's got at least a 2.5 second gap between him and Joel Joseph, and he's put in the fastest lap. Let's see if that again happens or not. Well, not this time round, but his fastest lap is 1 minute 17.896 seconds. Whoa. Nathan McPherson in the meantime has moved ahead of Joel Joseph through that first and second corner. That's Nathan McPherson on your screen, car number 95, ahead of Joel Joseph. This is a duel we've got to keep an eye out for, because Arjun Shamnair has just moved well ahead of everyone else. Life is comfortable for him, not so much for the likes of Nathan McPherson and Joel Joseph, that duel, and Jigar Mooney and Jamie Shaw that we saw yesterday as well.
Absolutely. And now, while the race goes on, let's get some expert advice as well from a man who is if I'm not mistaken, Rayo, 13-time national champion. 8-time national. And 5 more, we can add 5 more somewhere. But 8-time national champion Raymond Banaji joins us. A man who's coached so many drivers, including the man currently in Formula 2, who's now going to be driving for Maserati next year in Formula E, Jeham Daruwala. Rayo, you've driven so much. You know how the driver's psychology works. How do you stay calm in a situation like this if you're someone like Nathan, when you know you've got the raw pace, but you just can't get past someone? Finally, he has, but that must be quite a position to be in, right? The patience needs to be there.
Absolutely, and I think that's what the Novice Cup is all about. This is where you hone your skills. This is where you get the opportunity to learn how to manage your nerves, because obviously he's in a situation where there are a lot of he's under a lot of pressure. It's very important for him not to make a mistake, and this is how you learn. It's only experience and track time that is going to help you learn.
And a quick word on that as well. We saw Sai Shivasankaran make a couple of errors. He is so fast in that M Sport car. I mean, blisteringly quick. One of the youngest, fastest talents out here. But sometimes those errors come in happening. How do these young drivers learn? How do they evolve? Because for them, right, it's a matter of getting to used to the racecraft element. What would you tell drivers like this one?
So it's not simple. There's no simple, straightforward solution, because if it was as simple as that, then everybody would be right up there.
Fair.
So it's a question of a driver later after the race analyzing his or her mistakes, realizing where they could have done something a lot better, and figuring out for themselves what they need to do next time. And I think the way you control your mind, the way you approach a weekend, is really important. And here, the Novice Cup is where you're competing against everyone else who is of a similar experience.
Exactly.
And that is something that teaches you a lot.
Everyone barring Jigar Mooney, actually, because he's been racing for the last 20
Yes,
years.
except for Jigar Mooney, but I think a lot of credit to him. He's coming back after years and years, and he is slowly improving.
And now watching at the moment in time, Nathan McPherson currently in P2. But Arjun Shamnair, I have to talk to you about him. Even in this small race, even though we've had only 6 odd laps, he's pulled out a gap of roughly 3 seconds, which in this category, considering how fast everyone is, it's an achievement. What do you think is the best part about him? Is his patience or the consistency, or what really stands out about him?
I'd say here, really, what is working in his favor is that the 2 drivers in second and third, they are fighting. That is playing into his hands, and he is able to just focus on his race. And that's giving him that little bit of an edge, enabling him to pull out that gap. The moment the guys behind him stop fighting, that's when you'll see that gap close in maybe.
Right. I'll put you in this hot seat. Is there anyone who can catch Arjun Shamnair?
If they stop fighting, then yes, I think it looks like they
pick
can.
A name. One who
the
can.
Safety car.
Safety car, certainly. And I think someone like an Arya Singh hits that word, safety car, because every time he's in the lead, you certainly have that safety car, and that takes the lead away. But this is one of those breeding grounds for those young, fast racers to come up and show their talent. We saw the young Amir Saeed from Ahura Racing, who won at 12 on 12 earlier. And now, as we speak, it is Joel Joseph who's moved ahead of Nathan McPherson. He's moved into second. Nathan McPherson has dropped down to third. And Joel Joseph, talking about him, he's that one of those kind of talents who can try and catch up with Arjun Shamnair.
Absolutely. Let's see if he can manage to stay ahead. If you have a situation where Nathan is immediately going to attack him again, once again they're going to slow each other down, and that's going to be a problem for both of them. The lead is just going to keep increasing in front of them, and this is exactly what is happening right now.
There we go. Nathan McPherson going on the outside. Joel Joseph having to battle on the inside. He got a good run from the exit of that corner. And what we're going to be seeing after this shot pans out is absolute pandemonium, because Joel Joseph now has to keep hold of a charging Nathan McPherson, who goes down the inside. That is a bold send. Yesterday we saw George Russell making a move on Oscar Piastri. He said that is a big move. That Nathan McPherson is also a big move down the inside. Someone like Joel Joseph, though, won't let it go so easily. Side by side they come onto the main stretch. This could have been a photo finish if it was the final lap. Luckily for us, we've got 3 more laps of this action coming all the way through. Heading to the first corner, battle for P2. Joel Joseph has had the inside line. Can he keep it for long though? The answer is no. Nathan McPherson, a big bold move heading into turn 1. Finally, Rio getting the momentum in his favour.
Absolutely, and I think this fighting has even allowed the 4th place driver to catch up. Jigar Mooney has really caught up to them over here. They are not doing any favours to themselves by fighting so much. And I think now Jigar is going to put the pressure on, and that's going to allow Nathan to build up a little bit of a gap.
It's always great to see young motorsports fans at the racetrack. We just saw moments ago, but as Rio, you very rightly said, that's allowed Jigar Mooney to catch up as well. Nathan McPherson, Jigar Mooney, and along with Joel Joseph, they're all having a right crack at things, and that's allowing Arjun Shamnair to move ahead. And we were talking about safety car. Speak of the devil, and the devil arrives. It is lead on Jaden Samuel's car that you saw. That's on your screen. It's just stalled. It's, okay, it's running, and he's back on the track racing. Let's see if the safety car will still be deployed or will it be withdrawn. But that could mean that, well, you see at the bottom of your screen, there is still a car that the recovery crew is working on. Has to be moved out of harm's way before the race can commence. It's talking about these young sports enthusiasts, motorsports enthusiasts, and always great to see young fans at the racetrack. And this possibly could take all the lead that Arjun Shamnair had built up away. And now, if these two can stop fighting with each other, that's Nathan McPherson and Joel Joseph, they could combine and put some pressure on Arjun Shamnair, and for a change, we might have a different winner in this category. Because we've seen Arjun Shamnair dominate so much. Now with the safety car out, we still have another lap after this one remaining. If the safety car goes out at the end of this lap, then we have one lap remaining, and it's going to be a straight dash for the finish line.
Absolutely, and I think all hell is going to break loose on that one last lap. He's going to be under a lot of pressure, but I think he's done well for himself. If he manages the pace well at the restart, he should be able to be safe. But second, third, fourth, that's where all the action is going to be.
And watch for Nathan McPherson. On a restart, he's always super aggressive. He'll be warming up his tires, even though they don't need warming up, to be very honest. But that just shows you how excited he is to get going. And at those restarts, if you can expect someone to make a kamikaze move, it has to be someone like Nathan McPherson. Because the man knows he has all the raw pace in the world. Can he capitalize on this golden opportunity where he's been given a chance to attack Arjun Shamnair? Remember, Nathan McPherson started this race from P8. He's only still a college student currently preparing for his grade 12 exams, but now he's here doing the cool stuff that is going racing. Safety car should ideally be pulling in to the pit lane at the end of this lap, which would mean we have one more lap of absolute madness. Rayo, if you had to pick one driver to win this, who's your money going to be on?
That's a very difficult question, but I would say Arjun Nair.
Let's wait and watch. Green flag is in the air. Final lap gets going. It's a brilliant start from Arjun Shamnair. He's actually been able to pull away half a second already from someone like Nathan McPherson, which means that he's able to cover off that big move at turn number 1. Important if he wants to win this race. This battle, though, that is where all the fun truly is. Joel Joseph, the young student from Kerala for DTS Racing, who got only his first ever race win in car racing last time out, is itching for more. He wants to desperately get P2 because he knows there is no one more consistent in that DTS Racing team than him. But now he's got to prove it up against someone like Nathan McPherson, who is, as I mentioned, an absolute kamikaze fighter on a racetrack. Down he goes on the inside line, Joel Joseph. One opportunity, tries to get the best of it. Rayo, that was a bold move, but Nathan has covered off so well.
Absolutely. He did make a good move, but it wasn't going to work out. He has one more opportunity, I would say, before this race comes to an end. And it's make it or break it.
It's fairly comfortable for Arjun Shamnair, but that's the battle for second, third and fourth that we'd keep an eye out for. And you said, you know, he got the race win earlier in the season. Now coming through that final corner, it is Nathan McPherson. In fact, it is Jigar Muni who's made the move. Will it again be a photo finish? It will certainly be. Well, it is Jigar Muni, it seems, who's notched it away. He's coming third. It's Momentum Motorsports 1, 2, 3 with Arjun Shamnair taking the race win. Nathan McPherson settling for second, and Jigar Muni coming in third, just stealing it at the very end away from Joel Joseph. My word, how close was that? That was about gap 0.013 seconds. That's how close this was, and in the end, they say it doesn't matter for how long you lead the race or where you are. It matters when you cross the checkered flag, and that's what matters. Jigar Muni, at the very right time, makes it a podium finish for himself. Terrific.
Absolutely. I think Jigar took advantage of the two fighting in front. The move didn't work out for Joel, and Jigar seized the opportunity.
This is wonderful. I think Jigar did very well yesterday as well, although he was pipped by Jamie Shaw yesterday by 100th of a second. So he's just dished out the same medicine that he got yesterday to young Joel Joseph. This is tremendous. And Momentum Motorsport get a 1, 2, 3. Arjun Shamnair, the usual suspect, at the top of the podium. And then you have Nathan McPherson and Jigar Muni completing the podium. What a race we've had, tremendous. And despite the fact that the safety car was out, we had one last lap of which was literally a drag race, and in the end it was Arjun Shamnair who went on to take the checkered flag. Well, Rio, concluding comments for you before I thank you for your presence in the comm box.
I think fantastic racing. The safety car always spices things up for everyone. And I think this is the first time I'm seeing how the entire live feed and everything is done on this side of the fence. And it's a fantastic job that everybody does. Hats off to you guys. I don't know how you guys do this non-stop. And the entire production team, they do a fantastic job. This is world-class production that I'm seeing over here. So it's good to see this as well. Thank you.
Well, the pleasure is all ours to have such a legend with us in the comm box. And I must say, our job is easy. At least we've got the aircon working. You guys are out there on the track. You guys are, facing the heat. So it's a pleasure. And thank you so much for joining us in the comm box, Rio. Well, what a race we've just witnessed, and what a finish we've just witnessed. It's Jigar Muni who pips Joel Joseph for third. Arjun Shamnair takes the checker flag. As always, we've seen in the last couple of rounds, Nathan McPherson coming in second. It's time for a quick, short commercial break.
मैडम जी वो सारे पैसे लेके भाग गए और मेरा वड़ा पाव भी ले गए
दिखाते हैं इनको
मोटे वड़ा पाव
डीलर निकाल दे इसके बाद
पंक्चर के बाद भी इससे हवा नहीं निकलेगी, क्योंकि ये है जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर, जो कील लगने के बाद भी होता है ही।
क्यों निकल गई हवा?
जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर, अब हवा नहीं निकलेगी।
Novice Cup, wonderful performance once again from Arjun Shamnair. Very quickly we'll take you through the highlights of what's just happened in this race. It was a tremendous start as always for Arjun Shamnair. Joel Joseph, in fact, also had a very good start, moving into second. Couple of Ahura Racing cars there as well. And this is, initially when this track was relayed and the design, the layout was changed, initially a lot of novice drivers struggled on that first corner. But as season passed, another season has gone by, they're starting to settle into this design, and we're seeing some tremendous racing. This battle was phenomenal between Nathan McPherson and Joel Joseph. Arjun Shamnair had peeled away, so he was under no threat by this time. And this battle was certainly that we would have been following. You see, car number 18, Arjun Shamnair, well ahead. That's Aditya Topo. Car number 77, battling it out. Once again, that battle, Nathan McPherson was on that occasion leading ahead of Joel Joseph. Then you had Jigar Muni and Sai Sivasankaran as well involved in the mix of things. That's the battle for second, third and fourth that commenced and continued till the very end. Despite the fact that the safety car was also out, there was no problem there, as Joel Joseph then made his move on the inside at corner 1 to take that second place away from Nathan McPherson. This was tremendous from Joel Joseph, again coming in on the inside, but Nathan McPherson almost got through. Joel Joseph just slammed that door shut and made sure Nathan McPherson wasn't passing him by. But then again coming in on the inside, these two were at it right till the very end of this race. Now I'm cutting across live pictures from the presentation ceremony. That's once again Mr. Hari Singh, the race director, handing out trophies. It's Jigar Muni, who's been racing for 20 years, gets on the podium now and celebrates a third place finish. Jigar Muni, the lad who comes from Mumbai, Not sure if you could call him a lad though. Nathan McPherson, the boy from Pune, gets the second position and the biggest trophy once again. And we'll see that same pose with one finger pointing out. It's Arjun Sham Nair. That's the pose I was talking about. One finger pointing out, telling the world, I am number one. Tuner's Trophy obviously also going to Momentum Motorsports. It's a Momentum Motorsport 1, 2, 3. That's a great result for the team. That's the team principal, delighted with the performance. This is brilliant from Arjun Sham Nair, the kind of respect that he's shown for the tuner, because there's a lot of hard work that goes behind the curtains to get the car ready, to get the car in impeccable shape so that they can go out there and do their job on the track. Arjun Sham Nair, your race winner. Nathan McPherson coming in second, and Jigar Muni taking the final spot on the podium. It's a Momentum Motorsports 1, 2, 3. Family members, friends joining and delighted with this performance by these three racers. So we've already had two races today. We started with the JK Tyre Presents 250 Cup powered by United CRA, and we've just concluded the first race of this category. That's the JK Tyre Novice Cup of day 2. Second race in this category of the weekend. We've got another one in this category lined up for you later in the day. Celebrations continuing in the Momentum Motorsports camp. The team principal is there as well, enjoying and giving the youngsters a pat on the back. Quickly, we'll cut across to Somil, who's catching up with the race winners.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the podium celebrations, and I am joined by, can I call you Mr. Photo Finish Jigar now, finally? Jigar Modi finally getting P3 for Momentum Motorsport. I think it's a good nickname, no? Because you've got 2 photo finishes in a row, one that didn't go in your favor, finally this one that went in. What are you feeling like at the end of this race?
Well, I clearly don't want to make it a habit. it's better to win with finish on the podium with a comfortable margin. Every time to have a photo finish is not exciting in the car, trust me.
But Jigar, it's amazing. All the other young drivers, they don't smile as much, they don't celebrate as much. It's good to see emotion on your face because this clearly means a lot for you, right?
Yes, it's been, I think, 10 years that I've been off motorsport. Came back and my family pushed me to come back. I was still not very excited to drive. And now this round my family is here and to get a podium for them was special. So that was majority of the emotion here for my family.
Love it, Jigar. Many congratulations for this one. P3 for Momentum Motorsport. What an incredible result coming back in after so many years. And yes, many people were questioning, why is Jigar Muni in this category? It's a Novice Cup. All the youngsters are here, proving himself today on merit. Great drive by Jigar. Let's chat with the man in P2. We've got Nathan McPherson from Momentum Motorsport as well. Nathan, that was a comeback and a half, no? P8 to P2. I know you've done bigger ones, but what did this one feel like finally?
This was a lot more, let's say there was a lot more competition for us, and I'm very happy that we got a 1, 2, 3. So yeah, it was really good. The mechanics put a lot of work yesterday as well as today for the cars, and that's all that matters. So that's what gave me the P2.
Dude, one thing that everyone watching is so curious about, how are you able to make your moves work so much? Because all the other drivers, they are super stable, calm. You come in with the move and then you just get it done. You steal the position and make it yours. What works out, man? Because that move on Joel was amazing to watch.
It basically just all comes from karting, because definitely karting is way harder than this. But yeah, karting, racecraft, all the years of karting has paid off. So.
Finally, congratulations on this one, man. Another podium for Nathan McPherson from Momentum Motorsport. Things are coming together for his championship as well at last. But it's going to be a bit tricky to beat Arjun Sham Nair. He's coming, eventually he will. And he's finally here, Arjun Sham Nair, a race winner. You tell me what's up, man. Another race win, 3 in a row.
Yeah, 2 in a row, but it's okay. I mean, today this race was way more stressful than it looked, because the first 3 laps first I had the scare with my car not starting on the grid, and they had to push my car in the start. So I was just like, okay, let's just stay calm, And throughout the whole race, I just trusted my team that, we had a few niggles here and there. Like, because of the heat and stuff, the gears were just not slotting. And the first few laps, I was very, very, very under pressure from Joel and stuff. And I was looking in my mirrors and stuff. And I believe into the fast ride, Joel had a small touch with Sai Shiva. And that's what gave me my cushion. And from there, I just tried keeping my head down and pumping in as many consistent laps as possible. And yeah, so other than that, congratulations to Team Momentum, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so really, really happy to see that. Really happy for the team, everyone. They've been working so hard, and I'm super happy to see the team do so well this round. And other than that, man, you know what I'm gonna say, the safety car, man. I saw the second lap board, and I saw the safety car, and I'm like, no. I was like, not like this. And then into Mickey, I was like, just keep the lights on. And then he switched it off, and I'm like, okay. Well, looks like, I got flashbacks from Abu Dhabi 21. Exactly. I was like, one more lap of racing. I'm like, okay. Again, I just trusted my car and trusted myself, kept my head down, and yeah, that's it.
But great drive eventually. What a restart that was after the safety car as well. But guys and girls, your championship leader, Arjun Shamnar, clinching a 1-2-3 for Momentum Motorsports. If you're a Momentum fan, today probably you should grab a good drink and sit down and chillax, because that was perfect. Now though, let's head back to the comms box.
It's time to break free. Break away from the routine. To the greens. And get lost in the world within. To steer through, to stop. Start again. Go forth. Shed your inhibitions and just let it all go. With JK Tyre's Ranger 80, made of tough, made for adventure. For the ones who are wild at heart, JK Tyre, total control.
डर की बैंड बजाओ, तुम अपने रंग दिखाओ। डर की बैंड बजाओ, तुम अपने रंग दिखाओ। Just don't hold back, keep dancing down the track. Ooh la 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 la, pump up the volume. Ooh la 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 la, pump up the cheer.
डर की बैंड बजा, तू अपने रंग दिखा। Just don't hold back, keep dancing down the track.
Ooh la 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 la, pump up the volume. Ooh la 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 la, pump up the cheer. Ooh la 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 la, pump up the volume. Ooh la 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 la, spread the cheer.
Kingfisher, the king of good times.
They've come from the future to change the way we drive.
JK Smart Tire, buddy.
JK Smart Tire, the tire with a brain. The future of driving is here. JK Smart Tire.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you thought that Novice Cup race was good, wait and watch until you see the end of this one. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the JK Tyre LGB Formula 4 National Championship. And the Dark Dawns have been incredible so far. Always 1, 2, 3, 4. But there's a change in order. Instead of Diljit TS on pole, this time we've got Arya Singh. Let's have a word with the man leading the championship and very quickly understand what's on his mind before the race. But Arya, you can hear me well, right? Good morning. How's it going so far? P1, this feels like a good position to be in.
Yeah, I mean, I would usually prefer to start second or third, but yeah, it's just because I don't quite leading for so long because the safety car and all. But yeah, you know, either ways, I think we can maximize the most from this position. And I have Diljit with me, so let's see. Hopefully, we give you a nice show.
And Arya, what dance have you done? Have you done any prayer in the morning to take away the safety cars? Because that's always been something that's come around. But still, you've been able to manage yourself and be composed very well. How do you do that? What do you say to yourself in that moment?
Well, nothing. It's just that, you know, last round I was quite upset with the safety cars coming in and in, so I've just gotten used to it at this point. And, you know, if the safety cars are gonna come, you just have to be good on your restarts. That's all.
And does the sound of championship leader sound very good to you? It sounds nice to me, right?
It does, but as I said yesterday, thinking about any of that right now is quite meaningless until, you know, we reach the end of the season. So, yeah, let's focus on the race and hopefully give you a good one.
All the very best, mate. Arya Singh, ladies and gentlemen, from Dark Dawn Racing. I love how clear he is. No point thinking about the championship at this moment in time. His teammate Diljit TS is in second place. Quite the competitor he is. But let's see. I think it's the first time this year we'll be able to chat to Ruhan Alva because best qualifying position for him so far right now in P3 for the M Sport team. Best qualifying position doesn't mean best finishing position. He's always been around the podium so many times. Ruhan, is it a good time to chat about the race? Suppose it is, right? This must feel new in this championship for you this year. P3, I think, best position for you so far. But I think the best part is you'll be able to challenge these two even closer in the start now. So that should be exciting.
Yeah, it should be. If it's again the straight line, because to the first braking zone is basically a drag race, and we're down on power, but I'm still going to do whatever I can possibly do to take the fight to these two right now.
And Ruhan, the world knows that you've driven so many other faster cars. The Ferrari Driver Academy 1, World Motorsport Games, Indian Racing League. How does it feel coming back to this, the bare basics of motorsport? Is it tricky to adapt back in?
Not really tricky to adapt back because I guess it's muscle memory now. But these cars move around a lot more, and you have to make the most out of the less grip you have. So it's a bit different with the driving style.
And it's been an uphill climb for you so far this year. Clearly, the car doesn't feel 100% thereabouts. What's the strategy to beat the Dark Dawns? Because you've proven time and again, you can beat a couple of them on the track. So what's the way out here for today?
Just send it probably. But yeah, we don't have much we can do. But going to be as aggressive and smart as I can. And yeah, we'll see what happens.
Fingers crossed, mate. Have a really good one. Ruhan Alva, folks, for Team M Sport in P3. So watching his race is going to be interesting because he's always put a really, really tough competition to all the Dark Dawns out here. Can he go for the big one is my main question. But let's go back to the man I love chatting to the most. I am personally biased because we have Saran Vikram currently in P1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's have a quick word with him. And normally, Saran Vikram doesn't qualify anywhere up to P5. But now that you have, can I call you a genuine contender for the race, Saran, finally?
Yeah, when yesterday 2 races started from 15th, finished 5th, and so that puts me here in 5th. Let's see how it goes. I mean, as usual, the car is not as fast as them, but let's see. I'm scared. Someone help me. No, that's okay.
But the amazing part is, Saran, right? You normally tend to fight back against so many cars. If you're not fighting against 6 cars in one moment in time, it gets a little boring. So for you today, it's only what 4 cars up ahead, 4 really good ones. I personally am so excited to see how you go ahead. What do you think is going to be the most exciting part for today?
I think let's see. I don't know. I'm a bit confused at the moment. I don't know how the pace is in the car because we have made some setup changes. I'm not sure how the car is going to behave. So let's see. If it's good, then probably I'll be with these guys. If it's not, then I'll be with those guys.
We'll wait and watch. It'll be fun in any way whatsoever. Saran Vikram, ladies and gentlemen, for the Mars Racing team. Now I think it's time to go to the commentary box because you've heard all the drivers. Let's see what they can do on the grid right now.
Ready for race number 3 of day 2 of round 2, and that is the LGB Formula 4 race. We'll have 15 laps of high-octane racing, and after that we have another race in this category along with the GT Continental, Enfield Continental GT Cup and another Novice Cup. Very quickly, we'll talk you through the starting grid. It's R Racing, the championship leader, starting at P1, Diljit TS at P2, Ruhan Alwa at P3, Tijal Rao at P4, Saran Vikram at P5, Sarosh Ataria at P6, Mehul Agarwal at P7, Bala Prasad at P8, Anushriya Gulati at P9, then you got Dhruv Goswami at P10, Monit Kumaran at P11, Abhinav Reddy at P12, Meera Erda at P13, Chetan Suruneni at P14. That's followed by Vishwas Vijayaraj at P15, Mohit Aran at P16, Neev Datta, the rookie lad from Delhi, at P18, P19 for him, followed by the likes of Yokeshwar and Krishna Velu in the mix of things. Couple of Ahuras right there at the back as well, you can see. And not far away from the start of the race. First we'll have the formation lap, and that will be followed by 15 laps of LGB Formula 4 racing. Arya Singh starts at P1, and that certainly doesn't sound very well for other competitors because he has been so good as Arya Singh throughout this round, throughout this season. In fact, Arya Singh continues to lead the race. We're talking about the championship. We've got Arya Singh, who's leading with 46 points. Then the next behind him is Tijal Rao with 35. Diljit TS with 32 is third. So it's at the moment a dark dawn 1, 2, 3 as far as the Drivers' Championship is concerned. And that is followed by Ruhan Alwa, Vishwas Vijayaraj, Saran Vikram as well. But Ruhan Alwa is tied for third, in fact, with 32 points with Diljit TS. It was one of the Ahuras that didn't start at the formation lap. That could be its car number 28, and that's Neev Datta, the rookie, the lad who comes from Delhi. He did not have a great day yesterday as well with Neev, while the other cars are on their way towards the formation lap. We were talking about how Dark Dawn has dominated this round this weekend, this season in fact, and last season as well. And if I'm correct, we've had a Dark Dawn champion in the last 3 years continuously in the LGB Formula 4 category. And one of those champions, thankfully, is with us in the commentary box. Sandeep, a former champion in the LGB Formula 4 category, joins us. It's a pleasure, it's an honor, champ, to have you here.
Yeah, thanks a lot, man. It's always fun to watch. I've always wanted to watch, LGBF4 race from outside, and I guess I've got an opportunity now. But, I'm also thinking to be inside the car. But yeah, you can't have everything at one go. It's really fun to watch the race. It's been like really close throughout the weekend. I mean, that's about this whole series. And
well, Sandeep, I've got to ask you, because you're very close with the lads in the Dark Dawn team. How fast is Arya Singh's car on that straight? He's probably faster than the other Dark Dawns, or in fact any other car on that racetrack.
You really can't tell that, but at least on track it looks fast. I don't know what Arya is doing inside the car, but the thing is, like, as far as I know, we've been through the process, so all cars are like prepped up in the same way, and then there can be a fraction bit of advantage that each car can have, and probably that luck has fallen on Arya this time maybe. And I don't think he's putting that to waste. I mean, he's capitalizing every bit of that.
He's starting at P1, and that's not good news for the others, that's for sure. But he's got Diljit TS in company, and he's got Tijal Rao there in P4 as well. So that's a Dark Dawn, 3 Dark Dawns in the front 4.
There we can see an yellow flag on the right side, so I guess someone stopped.
And M Sport just races away without realizing that there's a yellow flag. You can see the 3 reds blinking at the top of your screen. That's an indicator that, well, it's not going to be a start. That's car number 4, Bala Prasad, the local lad, a bit excited there. we'll have another formation lap coming in your way. Sandeep, talk us through that championship winning season of yours. I think it was a couple of seasons ago when you won the title here.
Two years ago. I guess back then me, Rahul, Vishnu, Amir and Diljit, we were all fighting quite a lot that season. And the fun bit was like we really didn't know that coming into the weekend, we really didn't plan that, it was going to be a fight. I came in without packing any suits and all those things, and then, knowing FO, anything can happen. But the important thing about this series is or this class is it's important to stay in the top, keep collecting those points. And I think that's what helped us. And I've kept that momentum going, I would say that strategy, collect back as many points as possible and then see what the thing is at the end of the season. So,
well, there's one word I picked on when you said throughout this conversation, the fight. The fight. And you mentioned a few names, and it was always such, it was great to see you guys battling it out. The likes of yourself, Diljit, TS, Dark Dawn, you got Ashwin Datta there as well. He's not here this season. Then you got the Yellow Bees, as I call them, the likes of Raghul Rangaswamy, Vishnu Prasad as well. And there was always that intense battle, that fierce battle on the racetrack. But once the race was over, it was all done and dusted, and you guys were pretty good friends.
Yeah, I would say we were really, really thick friends. I mean, we are really, really thick friends. And sometimes it gets we all come together in one car. Maybe the weekend doesn't go well between teams, and we'll be thinking, oh, how are we going to have the drive back to Chennai? So that's going to be an awkward one or a tough one. So, but yeah, jokes apart, I guess we've grown up since we were kids, and the important part about racing is you fight really, really hard, and then once that is done, it teaches you to take the cap off and then chill. So we really, I must say that this is one of the class that I really, really enjoyed racing. Not just me, that you ask any of the drivers. It's about the competition. It's about how close the racing is and how unpredictable the win is going to be. So that's the whole, I would say, the takeaway from this series.
Right, then we're done with an extra formation lap as well. That means the race now will be of 14 laps instead of 15. That takes one lap away. And with Arya Singh starting at P1, I think there's one car that Arya Singh doesn't want to see on that racetrack, and that's the safety car. Every time he's in the lead, he's going for a win, suddenly something happens, the safety car comes out, and all that lead that he's built up is taken away, although he still manages to go on and take the checkered flag. But this is going to be very interesting. Diljit TS, he's a tough nut to crack. We all know that. He has a smile on his face. We call him the smiling assassin. As off they go, it's a decent start for both P1 and P2. That's Diljit and Arya Singh. And now, coming in, Diljit is on the inside, but Arya Singh straight away, peels away. An excellent start for Saran Vikram as well. Saran Vikram has moved up to third, and that's tremendous.
And that's mind-blowing for Saran Vikram. He isn't supposed to be here. He hasn't done half as much testing as all the other guys have done. But somehow, raw, natural racing talent and just the willingness to have fun always comes through. So Saran Vikram in that mass racing team up into P3. A bit of a horror start for Ruhan Alva though. He's nowhere in the top 8. Something's clearly gone wrong, but something's clearly going right for Diljit TS. Around the outside he goes, but the line is blocked off smartly by Arya Singh. He knows it's going to be a long battle. He's just got to strap himself in and fight the fight. Dijal Rao then going up ahead of Saran Vikram in P3.
Right as we speak, Dijal Rao has moved up into third. It's once again a dark down 1, 2, 3. And now is Diljit TS who takes the lead away from Arya Singh. Not sure how long this is going to last with the kind of form Arya Singh is in. But we know Diljit TS. I was talking about that. He's a smiling character. I call him the smiling face assassin, the Diljit TS. He will have that smile on his face, but he is very determined himself to go on and get to the top of the podium. You've had many battles in the same team with Diljit TS. Tell us how it's like with having someone like him in the team.
It's Diljit is a tough driver. We all know that he's been racing for quite some time. So yeah, I think what the top 3 are trying to do is trying to get away from the pack, give each other toe, and keep moving forward and forward and forward. I guess that's the goal. That I guess if I were them or they were my teammates right now, I think that would be the goal. And that's what I can see them doing. But I think there'll be a point in time when giving and helping toe will stop, and you can see that first defense that comes on the first corner, and then it's it's going to be a 3-way fight. But until then, it's going to be like good maneuvers down the straight, and it's going to be easy for all three guys at top.
I think it's got to be about maintaining those good lines and keeping that composure. And we were saying that Diljit TS has taken the lead, not sure how long it's going to last. It hasn't even lasted a complete lap. And Arya Singh is once again leading the race. You can see car number 10 there, your race leader Arya Singh, your championship leader as well, closely followed by Diljit TS and Tijil Rao. So it's Dark Dawn 1, 2, 3. Dark Dawn has been very, very dominant in this category in the last few years. Is there any secret sauce behind that success?
I think we should ask our team boss, Afsar. He spends a lot of time, our chief mechanic and tuner, Mr. Sendil. He's put in a lot of effort. And there you can see Diljit and Arya exchanging places and, trying to help each other with toes and then move forward as much as possible. Classic toe game there. So like I was saying that, these guys put in all the hard work, and I guess we've got like amazing drivers also. And yeah, I guess it's a good combination, and that's, working out there on circuit. I mean, nothing magical.
Well, this has been a theme, in fact, that the lead exchanges hands. Oh, going slightly wide there, Arya Singh, lucky to still be on the track. Well. And you got Tijil Rao also now coming in very close behind Arya Singh. Diljit TS at the moment is leading. And once again, it's been the theme that these two have exchanged the lead every now and then throughout the race. In the end, it's more often than not that Arya Singh has come up trumps. Diljit TS will be thinking, hopefully today is my day. Today is a Super Sunday that I can go on and get a few points. He's in the top 3 as well as Diljit TS in the Drivers' Championship. Way ahead is Arya Singh. Smoke coming off, braking a bit too hard on that Mickey Mouse corner as they come through that final corner of yet another lap. We're into almost halfway through the race. We've got about 4 laps done. We have 11 remaining. As now we see Arya Singh making a move on that straight, and on the inside takes that lead again. Once again, the exchange of lead. And Sandeep, we were talking about this. How fast is Arya on that straight?
I guess like these cars down the straight, if you're following someone, gives you a lot of, we call it the toe. And if you can get a good stream down the straight, and if you keep, swapping places, you can really, peel off from the pack. And that's exactly what these guys are doing.
Watching right now, though, Diljit TS coming up with a move around the outside. Arya Singh once again having to block off his line. It's a brilliant battle, this one, between a student and his teacher. Arya learned how to drive these cars from Diljit, and this is going to be a really great psychological one, because all the tips and tricks and techniques, both of them know each other so well. It's an open book. And in that case, Sandeep, how do you get an advantage over the other person? Because you know every single thing about their driving style. Where do you get the edge?
I think the important thing is to, put the pressure on, keep the pressure on, see who's going to crack first. And then I think about another 5 laps time, we're going to see the leader. I can already see Arya getting a little defensive. I think the fight is on now. And the thing is like, put the pressure, see who cracks first.
Round the outside, tries to go Diljit TS. He has a good opportunity to make a cutback workout. Not so much this time out though, because he didn't quite get the best exit, to the point that Tijil Rao was thinking for half a second, can I make a really dumb move heading into turn number 3? Because if you try over there, 99% of the times, things don't really work out well. Backing off. I think that's the smartness of Tijil, isn't it, Sandeep? He's done this category for so many years. Even though he might still just be a college student, he knows everything about the racecraft and how smart he has to be on the circuit as well.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal driver. He's had some amazing, races. He's won some crazy races as well. So all 3 drivers up there, they know what they're doing. So the important thing now for Tijil is to, keep his cool, wait for the opportunity and just drop the gun. So I think that's what he's doing now. He's just waiting to see the top 2 fight and then find his moment and then drop the car in.
It feels a lot like watching Formula 1 from 2014 all the way up till 2020. Just silver cars at the top, and there is absolute and utter domination. Tijil Rao making a move down the inside line of a final corner. That is an Andrea Dovizioso-like move. A block pass, and he's gotten the line up ahead of Diljit TS. Now we can fight. Now we can see some sort of momentum shift in Tijil Rao's favor. The weekend has not been going in his direction. Finally, Tijil is up into P2. At last, Kartikeya, we're getting to see Diljit and Tijil also fight, which is something that I've been dying to see from race 1. Unfortunately, not so much that we've seen so far this year.
And this is something we discussed with Rio as well in the previous race, that when second and third are fighting, that gives a bit of an advantage to the first person, because then he can peel away, and you can clearly see he's starting to increase that gap as Arya Singh, as second and third are now engaged in that battle. While it might be good for entertainment, well, that's one of the cars of M Sport, Chetan Suruneni, car number 56 there. That should be the end of the race for him. So we're concentrating on the front three here. And the more you battle in that second and third position, that gives the advantage to the first, the race leader. As then, obviously, when you're battling it, you're slightly slower. And that takes the speed away, if I'm correct, Sandeep. And that allows the race leader to, swell that gap that he has.
Yeah, rightly put. I guess it's working fantastically for Arya. You know, the battle at the back is like giving him some room, and then he's breaking the toe with the car in the second, and the more and more that happens, then Arya is just going to run away. I mean, if you're not in his toe, then, you know, we've seen that Arya is really, really quick down the circuit, and he's going to like peel off a couple of tenths every lap, and it's going to be impossible to catch unless there's a safety car or something.
Well, I think that's one word that Arya Singh just does not want to hear this weekend, the safety car. But look at this, we've already had only one lap with this battle going on, and that distance between Arya Singh and Tijal Rao is about good half a second already. At a point of time, all these three were tire to tire, and in fact right next to each other. That's one of the Ahura racing cars. That's Saroj Hataria, the veteran himself. He's Saroj Hataria there. I think that should be the end, could be the end of the race. That's the first corner. That corner has proved tricky for many since the layout of this track was changed. And now, once again, that battle.
Oh, come on.
And we were talking about something, the safety car. And it's right here. Arya Singh will probably, once the weekend is over, will probably go on and burn that safety car. That's for sure.
I've seen it on TV, but I'm seeing a commentator's curse for the first time. So I'm sorry, Arya. But then, yeah, I think it's good for us to watch. A little bit more hard work for him to do. But yeah, I guess like it was on the brink of the whole situation where Tijal was neither here or there. But I guess he's got another opportunity to go for the win. I mean, not just Tijal, Diljit also.
Right, because that's whatever gap there was that Arya had created, that'll be taken away. And now, once again, the restart, once the safety car goes into the pits, that restart is going to be very important. Arya Singh is now accustomed to that, because every time he's in the race lead, the safety car comes out. I think it's a norm now. So he knows how to get that restart going. But how do Tijal and Diljit counter that? That's going to be very interesting as well. Considering, Sandeep, obviously, national former champion, you've been in this team, you've driven these cars. If you're a second or third behind Arya Singh and the safety car goes into the pits, what are you going to do then?
I think the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to stay in the gearbox of the car in front of me, either it is P2 or P3, and see if I can make the move going into C1 or at the end of the back straight. I guess like now it's, the reset button is pressed. And the other thing is also that you've got people at the back also right behind us. So that's a new factor that we have to count in. But yeah, the important thing is everything is reset. Try to be in the toe, try to make the move, because once you let the toe out, I mean, he's gone. So that's the focus going to be on.
And this also gives an opportunity for someone like Saran Vikram, because the front three, they had peeled away from the rest of the crew. The front three in Arya Singh, Tijal and Diljit TS, they were miles ahead of the rest of the crew. But now with the safety car out, the entire pack is now blocked. So somebody like a Saran Vikram, who generally just goes out, enjoys, chills, and has a go, has opportunity for him, opportunity for someone like a youngster like Ruhan Alva as well.
Yeah, I think like Saran he's been in the circuit for a very, very, very long time. And Ruhan, I would never discount him because he comes from a very strong karting background. So I think it evens out. So these guys are extremely good on circuit. I've had like some intense battle with Ruhan for about 6-7 laps. And he's not, an easy guy to let go. So yeah, we can see some amazing battle that's going to like unwind. Oh, the safety car is in, and then the action is back again.
Right, so safety car is back in the pits. The action resumes. It's Arya Singh who continues to lead, followed by Tijal Rao. Diljit, as you can see, taking the outside line. Ruhan Alva at the moment is fifth. Saran Vikram in fourth. Mehul Agarwal is down to sixth, and we have, I think it's Dhruv Goswami, one of the rookies, who's in seventh at the moment. But no problems for Arya Singh as far as the restart is concerned. He looks rather comfortable, but there's only so much pressure you can take. Sandeep, you've been in those shoes, you've been in that seat, and How do you deal with such pressure when you know they are your teammates, but at the end of the day, it's an individual sport. You have to win the race.
Yeah.
Well, that's Vishwas Vijayaraj's race coming to an end. One of the Aura Racing car members. That's done and dusted for Vishwas Vijayaraj. So, how do you take so much pressure? Because you know, as I said, teammates, that's fine. Friends, that's fine. But everybody wants to win the race.
Yeah, I think see, the important thing is how if your teammates or otherwise also, the important thing is what are the kind of risks you're going to take the win. And the championship, the championship being so close, the battle is going to be really going to come down to the wire.
Are you saying so close? That's how close it is. For a moment, Tijil Rao almost took the lead away from Arya Singh, but Arya Singh knowing, well, it's Diljit TS now who's made the move. He's moved into second as Diljit TS. Arya Singh continues to lead. Tijil Rao has dropped down to third. And you can see these three are not going to let go till the very, very end. Well, you can be teammates back in the pits, but on the track, it's every man for himself. Ruhan Alva, it seems, has moved into fourth, with Saran Vikram dropping down to fifth. But Arya Singh is under immense pressure, and now once again you look, once he's on that straight, he just moves away, moves ahead of everyone else.
Watching right now though, Tijil Rao making a move around the outside of Diljit TS. Things are going to get absolutely chaotic and frantic here in these last 5 laps. Watch the line that Tijil Rao is going to be taking. It's not really the most practical one, but it's the most intimidating one. He'll be sending out a message to Diljit TS saying, buddy, I am here, watch for me. And in the meantime, Arya Singh chilling. Normal Sunday afternoon drive in the heat. That's exactly what he does. Brilliant restart for him. But look in the background. Guess who's back? Ruhan Alva started up in P3 in this race. Had a horror show of a start. Dropped back all the way back down to P8. You spoke about fighting him up against him, Sandeep, in the past. This guy, proper karting experience, has raced internationally as well. Knows exactly where and how to put the car. That was smart by him, because I suppose he'll be planning a better move at the Mickey Mouse, won't he be?
Yeah, of course. You can already see Ruhan is right on the tail of Tijil, and he is a very, very smart guy. His moves are measured, and he's not going to drop some move that is going to be 50-50. The important thing for him is to stay in the split stream and then keep and see if he can take advantage of the battle between Diljit and Tijil. Arya is off, so now the fight is for the second position. So Ruhan Ruhan being him, he's going to look for that spot on the, for the second spot.
Well, we were talking about this, weren't we? When the second, third are fighting, it gives a bit of an advantage to the race leader, and that's exactly what Arya Singh has capitalized on. He's moved well ahead of everyone else. I won't call it boring, but there was a time when we had 6 cars, 3 silver arrows, 3 yellows, fighting out together right at the front of the grid till the very end. But now it seems that the Dark Dawns have moved, and I think they're miles ahead of any other team on the racetrack at the moment.
I guess, I guess Arya now has gained quite a lot of lead, and then he's out of all the pressure. And
big move down there by Tijil Rao on the inside line, locking up and moving and missing out on the first corner. This could be Diljit TS's golden opportunity, one that he seizes with both hands. Down he goes into P2. Diljit TS finally getting that move on Tijil Rao, and it seems like normal service has resumed for him. Or has it though? Because in a matter of time, Tijil Rao using the slipstream will also be able to get past. Is he lining up a move on the outside? You bet he is. There he goes, waiting for a cutback. Ruhan Alva says, hi, good morning. Can I also have a try on this one as well? Finally though, Tijil blocking off the line. Ruhan having to stay back. It's kind of evident, Sandeep. Ruhan just can't quite keep up with them. Something clearly is missing between both the cars and the drivers. And you can tell, in the corners he's really got the zing and the X factor to attack. But as soon as the straights begin, the Dark Dawns just fly off. And that's the great amount of teamwork that they've put in to make the car work in that well.
Yeah, again, big kudos to the team for doing a phenomenal job. But you can never, as I said, you can never discount Ruhan. He's been an amazing driver all through the season. And as I said, he's an amazing driver. If you see that he's just waiting for that 1 minute, one mistake for the guys in front to make, and then he's going to pop his nose in. And once he gets in front, it's very, very difficult to pass because he knows how to defend. So you can literally see an amazing race, unfold right before you.
What a fun battle this is going to be. Tijil Rao, Diljit TS, they spend so much of time together outside the racing circuit, bantering with each other, talking to each other about cars and so many other things in the world as well. What their favorite movie might be, what sort of music they listen to. They speak like normal friends. They spend so much time together. They know everything about each other, also on the track as well, which makes this battle so much more dynamic because it's an open book. Diljit knows how Tijil is going to race, which is super aggressive. Tijil knows how Diljit is going to race, super calm and practical. Can they still get an edge over each other? That's the big question that we're looking to answer right now. And then, when you throw into the mix Ruhan Alva, one of India's finest competitors internationally, tested for the Ferrari Driver Academy, competed in the World Motorsport Games, also races in the Indian Racing League. That makes it a phenomenal last couple of laps to watch. So as Arya Singh crosses the line, we've got one more lap to go. Pandemonium Unlimited. That's going to be the name of the game on this final lap. Tijil Rao, he knows he has to attack. Down the inside he goes. That's a late lunge. Diljit will let him go. And Ruhan Alva says, I've got the grip. I've got the position. I am going to try to make it work. Round the outside he goes. That's a bold and brave move to make. One that clearly does not work out well, Sandeep.
It was a bad move for, I would say, Diljit. Tijil made the gutsy move diving into turn 1 and then Ruhan tried to take advantage of it, but then I guess Diljit fended that off quite well.
Well, we've seen this battle before with Diljit TS, Tijil Rao fighting for second and third. But Ruhan Alva is someone you just cannot count out. And I won't be surprised till the very last corner, till the very last inch of this final lap, Ruhan Alva will have a right crack at the two that are ahead of him. And remember, he's been, I think, mentored by some good company who knows how to have a right go. Diljit going slightly wide. Oh, almost an opportunity for Ruhan Alva to move in ahead. And now Diljit putting in some pressure on Tijil Rao. Tijil holding ever so well. It is Arya Singh though who's well ahead. He'll go on and take the checkered flag as 3 wins out of 3 this weekend for Arya Singh. And then it's Tijil Rao and Diljit TS coming in second and third. It's a dark dawn, 1, 2, 3. And well, credit where it's due. Brilliant from Ruhan Alva as well, the youngster coming in fourth. And I think it's Afzal would be very happy with the way things are going as far as dark dawn is concerned. Diljit TS would not be that, he'll be happy to be on the podium, but he would have wanted to be higher up than second. It's his second place finish this weekend for Diljit TS. But with every win, Arya Singh just continues to build that lead as far as the Drivers' Championship is concerned. This is brilliant. He moves into 56 points now, does Arya Singh. Tijil Rao will get 6 for his third place finish. So he moves into 41. And Diljit TS with 8 points will be at 40 points. So it's still a dark dawn, 1, 2, 3. Saran Vikram finishes in an impressive 5th. And you got Dhruv Goswami in 6th. Bala Prasad as well in 7th, along with Mehul Agarwal, another dark dawn in the top 10. He finishes 8th. Wonderful racing action we've just witnessed here in the LGB Formula 4 category. Arya Singh starting at P1, continue to dominate, although there was an exchange of leads between him and Diljit TS. I think we've seen that in the past as well. And we can't have a race where Arya Singh is leading and we do not have the safety car come out. That happened as well. But in the end, it was Arya Singh who kept his composure and went on to take the checkered flag.
A quick word on Dhruv Goswami. Brilliant result for him, P6. I think his best of the year so far. And fun fact, the man wasn't even here on Friday. He literally turned up halfway through Friday because on Friday morning, he gave an English exam for his 10th grade semester exams, drove all the way back down from Bangalore to Coimbatore, and then without any practice, went into qualifying. Brilliant performance from Dhruv Goswami as well, and also big shout out to Saran Vikram. Amazing as always. P5 for the Mars Racing team.
Right, so that's the confirmation of the screen. Arya Singh winning the race. We've got Tijil Rao coming in second and Diljit TS completing a dark dawn 1, 2, 3. Well, it's a tremendous race. Well, and it's been an immense honor and a pleasure, Sandeep, to have you in the com box. Another former Dark Dawn. So we got a Dark Dawn 1, 2, 3 on the racetrack. We got a Dark Dawn in the com box as well. It's Dark Dawn everywhere as far as the LGB Formula 4 is concerned this round, this season. Sandeep, thank you so much for joining us in the com box, and it's as always wonderful to pick your brains and have you here.
Pleasure. It is a pleasure being here and having a fun time with you guys. I look forward to come back here and do more of this. But yeah, it's an interesting perspective to watch from, and then you guys are just keeping this whole thing going, man. So
thank you so much. Thank you for all the words, and thank you for being here. Well, Afzal Riaz, he's a happy man, isn't he? His team has done a 1, 2, 3, and well, we got the national champion here with us, former champion in the com box. That also helps us in getting the best word out to all the viewers. Diljit T is there, a handshake for him. Arya Singh, obviously, as we said, the winner. And you got Tijil Rao as well in the mix of things. Look at that. You look at body language of Afzal Riaz. His shoulders are broadened up. The collars are already erect. He knows his boys have done it. It's a Dark Dawn 1, 2, 3. A hug for Tijil Rao as well. That's Tijil on your screen. Young boy has had so many issues with health, but he's come up and gone on to conquer the world. A hug from Diljit TS there for Tijil Rao. What a battle we've witnessed. But it's a Dark Dawn 1, 2, 3 with Arya Singh taking the checkered flag. Tijil coming in second. Diljit TS coming third.
मैडम जी वो सारे पैसे लेके भाग गए और मेरा वड़ा पाव भी ले गए
दिखाते हैं इनको
मोटे वड़ा पाव हिलर निकाल दे इसके हवा
पंक्चर के बाद भी इससे हवा नहीं निकलेगी क्योंकि ये है जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर जो कील लगने के बाद भी होता है ही
Brilliant for Dark Dawn. Diljit TS always smiling. Tijil Rao smiling as well. And I think Arya Singh can smile a bit as well. His third win over the weekend, and very seldom does he give it a full smile. A wonderful performance by Arya Singh, and his form continues in round 2 with another checkered flag finish, another race win for Arya Singh. Now coming back across to the highlights that we were showing, we'll continue where we left off. This was the battle where Tijil Rao made his move on the inside on that Mickey Mouse, moving ahead of Diljit TS, Ruan Alva there in fourth, putting pressure on these veterans, on these seasoned campaigners. But Tijil Rao, once again, despite being a young bloke, has a lot of experience. And that was Arya Singh, way ahead of everyone else, taking the checkered flag with Tijil Rao coming in second, Diljit TS settling for third.
To everyone who's joining us live, you are at the 26th JK Tyre-FMSCI National Racing Championship. This is one of those places where we've seen a Dark Dawn wash. Gentlemen, you have your trophies. Let's do a Dark Dawn cheers here. Congratulations. I will quickly start with Diljit. He is a stud. If you can actually focus the camera on his wonderful earrings there. Yeah, there you go. Diljit, you're a hard worker. You know how to work this track. You really kept everyone at bay. You're the man when it comes to when some sort of action has to happen on the track.
There's a correction. I think I'm a smart worker instead of a hard worker. So I think it's always fun to drive with these guys and builds up on the tires. So this car started sliding everywhere. So I was just trying to hold it as possible as how I was, and but it was very difficult for me to hold it on track, and it's kept going away. So let's see, but still there's still a lack of power a little bit, so we're just working on it, and probably towards the end of the next race probably we'll be ready for that.
Okay, Diljit, one last word in Malayalam to everyone who's watching you from Kerala. In Malayalam.
എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. കേരളത്തിൽ നിന്ന് ഒരുപാട് പേര് മോട്ടോർ സ്പോർട്ടിലേക്ക് ഇല്ല. എല്ലാവരും നല്ലപോലെ സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യുക. മോട്ടോർ സ്പോർട്ടിലേക്ക് ഒരുപാട് മലയാളികൾ വരട്ടെ.
Thank you. I got to call Tijil. Gentlemen, he's a 20-year-old. He's a sensation. Why? Because racing with a club foot. And if you say that you can't be a champion, you got to beat Tijil. Tijil, you had a hard weekend, but you should be happy with the kind of result that you got right now.
Yeah, I mean, the last two races we had a few challenges with the car, and we had a certain failing component that we had to change. Luckily, that all got fixed today, and yeah, I've been extremely happy with the result. I would like to get first, but looks like Arya is very quick this weekend, and it's tough to compete with him. But yeah, we'll put up a good show next race as well. I'm very glad with the result. But yeah, we had a tough weekend, but yeah, now redemption finally.
It's redemption. All the very best for the next one.
Thank you so much.
Arya Singh, the fastest man on the track. How did you do it? 2 consecutive fastest lap. You seem to be on fire.
I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. This weekend has been going pretty well. Last round also we had the pace to win all the races. But, you know, we had one DNF, some pretty close races. But this race, this weekend has been going pretty well so far for me. Even this race, it was a tough fight with Diljit during the beginning. Came too close. Then Tejal too. But, you know, that's what I enjoy with them. You know, I can trust them to go wheel to wheel and know that we'll both come out the other side.
For the moment, I thought you guys forgot to brake multiple times, but that does happen. You've become a very strong racer. Let's just rewind a little bit, losing the championship with just a point. How do you take that in your stride?
Yeah, I mean, I lost it by a point last year, the year before, coming into the last round again, lost it, finished third. So...
How do you pick yourself?
Yeah, I mean, if Fernando Alonso has done it, so should I. Because
Routine. To the greens and get lost in the world within. To steer through, to stop. Start again. Go forth. Shed your inhibitions and just let it all go. With JK Tyre's Ranger 80, made of tough, made for adventure. For the ones who are wild at heart. JK Tyre, total control.
डर की बैंड बजाओ तुम अपने रंग दिखाओ डर की बैंड बजाओ तुम अपने रंग दिखाओ just don't hold back keep dancing down the track ooh la 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 leo pump up the volume ooh la 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 leo pump up the cheer
hey डर की बैंड बजा तू अपने रंग दिखा just don't hold back keep dancing down the track
ooh la 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 pump up the volume ooh la 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 pump up the cheer ooh la 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 leo pump up the volume ooh la 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 leo spread the cheer
Kingfisher, the king of good times.
Right then, welcome back to the live coverage of the 26th edition of JK Tyre-FMSCI National Racing Championship. Now we're showing you highlights of all the action that unfolded on day one. That was yesterday. We had 4 brilliant races taking place, 2 in the LGB Formula 4 category, 1 in the Novice Cup and 1 in the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. We'll start off with the LGB Formula 4 with Diljit TS started at the pole, and it was Tejal Rao at P2, Arya Singh at P3, young Ruan Alva in P4, Vishwas Vijay also in the mix of things along with the veteran Surosh Chataria. Then you got Meera Erda and Anushriya Gulati as well there in the mix as far as the mid-pack of the grid is confirmed. And Saran Vikram also there. But Diljit TS was looking to go on and have a great start, great weekend, considering how Arya Singh was leading the Drivers' Championship. Diljit TS did not have a very, very good opening round. He did get on the podium, but not the kind of round he would have expected. While Tejal Rao also was in the mix. He was second as far as the Drivers' Championship is concerned. He would want to get a few points here and get ahead of his teammate Arya Singh in the Drivers' Championship. So we're moments away from the start of that race that happened yesterday. That was the first race of round 2 after the formation lap. It was a good start for the... It was a very good start, in fact, for all the Dark Dons. You see Saram Vikram there, the white car in the extreme left, making a few places. And very quickly, the GT has got the race lead. Arya Singh second, and Tejal Rao coming in third, Ruan Alva fourth. So all the front 4, no problem there, off to a good start. It was a hot day yesterday. Not as hot as it is today, but you see in the background one of the Ahura cars. That was Neve Datta, one of the rookies participating in this category. Just going wide on that dust bank. But luckily was able to rejoin the race. Now as the race continued, Diljit TS was under immense pressure from Arya Singh, although Diljit TS himself, a former national champion, has the experience, knows what needs to be done in these situations. But Arya Singh was cut above the rest as far as yesterday and today was concerned. He was just the fastest man on the racetrack. And there you see on the straight, coming in on the inside and taking that lead away from Diljit TS was Arya Singh. And after that, once Arya Singh has the lead, it's very difficult to take it away from him. That was one of the Ahura racing cars that stalled, and because of that, it was the end of the race. I think if I'm correct, that was Ishan Narayanan, the car number 5 that we saw moments ago. Now then, the back of the front race continued, although it was still the Dark Dawns in 1, 2, 3, but the order had changed, and now you can see Ruan Alva also making his move, trying to come in on the inside to try and get a podium finish. Diljit TS got that lead back away from Arya Singh, and that's happened throughout the weekend. At one point of time, Diljit leads, and coming into corner 1, then it's Arya Singh who takes that lead away, and the lead continues to exchange hands as far as these two were concerned. Ruan Alva just put in the fastest lap, 1 minute 17.416 seconds, and he, despite being at such a young, tender age, we spoke to Sandeep earlier. He said he's that kind of a competitor who just doesn't know when to stop. He will keep going to the very end. Vishwas Vijayaraj, who's also had a few points earlier in the first round, was moved up to 5th now, but Diljit TS continues as far as the fastest lap was concerned. Throughout that lap, by the end of this lap, it was Arya Singh who had taken the lead away. Remember, this is lap number 3 done. The battle continues between the Dark Dawns and 1, 2, 3. There are times when Arya Singh is leading, there are times when Diljit TS is leading, and there are times when Tijal Rao has just put the fastest lap of 1 minute 16.873 seconds. Have to give credit to young Ruhan Alva as well. You know, despite being such a young racer, he's not unfazed by the fact that he's got a former national champion ahead of him in the GTS. Well, that was the end of the race for car number 50, Chetan Surneni there. I think coming in a bit too hard. I beg your pardon. That was Karthikeyan Chandrasekhar, car number 55 of Avalanche Racing. You can see parts of the axle also coming out, so that certainly was the end of the race. And once again, the safety car had to be deployed by the time the recovery crew could come out, move the car out of harm's way. And not just for the racer himself, but also for the others who are on the racetrack, because it could easily be another car coming in and crashing into that. So that's Karthikeyan Chandrasekharan's car being towed away by the recovery crew. And as you see, we've got the BMW safety car in this round. And goes into the pits, and now the race restarting. You can see both Diljit TS and Tijal Rao, the second and third position cars, smoke coming out of the front left as they try to come in and brake hard, try to catch up with Arya Singh, but Arya Singh was having none of that. Once again, on the outside was Diljit TS. Diljit tried ever so hard to get that lead back, and it was always going to be difficult because the kind of form Arya Singh is in. He's carrying that form from the opening round. Remember, had 27 points at the end of round 1. Just one ahead of Tijal Rao. While Diljit TS didn't say had a round to forget. Couple of races, his car just blew up. That was Ishan Narayanan's race coming to an end. Car with the number 5, one of the Ahura racing drivers. Coming to the end of lap number 5. Sun belting down in Coimbatore. As always, strong wind blowing across the racetrack, and a strong fight as well for the front two, with Diljit TS clocking yet another fastest lap, 1 minute 16.599 seconds. It seemed like at a point in time that the battle was only between the Dark Dawns, because that's the way it appeared. But then Ruhan Alva, Vishwas Vijayaraj was also there. Although they were trailing, but they were there. A slight mistake from the front three, and that would allow them to sneak into the podium positions as well. The GTS every time on corner one and on the Mickey Mouse, he tried to overtake Arya Singh. Arya Singh making sure that he closes those lines and does not allow Diljit TS to move ahead. Diljit TS, I tell you, is a former national champion. He's done ever so well in this category. He goes on and races in other championships as well. Very experienced campaigner, Diljit TS. Diljit comes from Thrissur, while you've got Arya Singh, the race leader, young lad from Kolkata. So it's a great representation of this JK Tyre National Racing Championship. You've got races from Far East as Kolkata and Gangtok in Sikkim. Into the west, when you got races from Vadodara and Kota in Rajasthan and Gujarat. You got Arya Singh, as I said, from Kolkata, Mehul Agarwal from Kolkata. We're cutting across now to getting you images from the JK Tyre Refreshment Center, where all the racers, all the technicians, all the team members are having lunch. A well-deserved break for all the participants. There you see members from the Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup team sitting there with a few members of the JK Tyre team. Amit Vakchure there in the background, going on for his well-deserved lunch. You've got all the members, all the racers, all the technicians as well, team principals, everyone, say, breaking bread together, eating and having some refreshments in what is a very, very well-deserved break. It's been a hard, long day. We're only halfway through it as we come back to the highlights of race one of day one. And Arya Singh, well, the kind of dominant form he's shown, you can see he's been well ahead of his next competitor. That was Diljit TS. Coming through towards the end of the lap, in the meantime, Ruhan Alva had overtaken Tijil Rao. So it was Arya Singh who took the checkered flag. Diljit TS came in second. And Tijil Rao got that back. In fact, it was Ruhan Alva who went on to finish third. So Arya Singh and Diljit TS, 1-2 for Dark Dawn, and a very important point on the podium for M Sport, with Ruhan Alva coming in third. Hari Singh, race director, handing out the trophies. First was Ruhan Alva, followed by Diljit TS, and now Arya Singh, the winner. Team's trophy as well going to Dark Dawn. You see the media there, the team members, family members, all applauding the
Arya
effort.
Singh from Dark Dawn Racing, yet another win, and that, my friend, I think officially makes you the championship leader.
It does, but...
You can smile, firstly. You can smile, you can puff your chest a little bit. What are you, man? Well, come on.
No, but you've been driving this category for so long, you know that, until the last round of the last two races, it's just meaningless to think about the championship. But overall, I was very happy with the race, starting third. I knew yesterday itself I had the race pace to win it, but I didn't quite expect to, get the lead so fast. And I think for the first few laps, Diljit was right there with me. even after the safety car, I thought I'll get some competition, but towards the end he fell back a little. But yeah, I'm happy it's a team 1-2 to finish with my coach, the guy who taught me how to drive these cars. So yeah, that's a happy feeling.
Arya, one final question. Every single time you're in the lead, there's always a safety car. What do you say to yourself mentally? Because it's so frustrating. You've got momentum and then suddenly stop. Do it all over again, right? What do you say to yourself in these moments?
You can be as sad and as frustrated as you want, but you need to learn how to cope with it. And the best idea is to switch your head, I guess, and just focus on the job at hand. I think that helps a lot.
And you surely did that. Congratulations on the big race win.
It's time to break free. Break away from the routine. To the greens. And get lost in the world within. To steer through, to stop. Start again. Go forth. Shed your inhibitions and just let it all go. With JK Tyre's Ranger 80, made of tough, made for adventure. For the ones who are wild at heart. JK Tyre, total control.
Right then, welcome back to the live coverage. Right now, we're witnessing the highlights of day one of round 2 of the 26th JK Tyre-FMSCI National Racing Championship. These were the races that happened on Saturday, and this is the second race of the day, and that's the Novice Cup category. Arjun Shamnaya starting at pole position, Navneet Bhurani in P2, Joel Joseph in P3, Nathan McPherson in P4, Sai Sivasankaran in P5, Jamie Shaw in P6, Jigar Muni in P7, Abhay in P8, Adit Parashar in P9, Ashi Hanspal, followed by Aman Nagdev in P10, Liron Jaden Samuels, Sivesh Selvaratnam, and Surya Narayanan there as well in the mid-pack. It will be a 10-lap race. As we continue with the grid, Krishanu Datta, followed by Kshitij Kumar, Priyanka Jetli, Aditya Topo, Manjeet Singh Gillard, and Avni Veeramaneni, completing the back of the grid. Off the road, a very, very good start for Arjun Shamnaya. Not so good as far as one of the other M Sport was concerned. Sai Sivasankaran then going on to play catch-up. There you go. Sham Nair. Arjun Sham Nair very comfortably straight away from the word go, taking the lead, and he's been so dominant, Arjun Sham Nair, in this category. In fact, he is the championship leader coming into round 2, and he's been put under pressure by the likes of Joel Joseph, Nathan McPherson, but the likes of Aman Nagdev to do a little better as far as trying to catch up with him is concerned. That's the battle you're seeing there. Car number 74 of Jamie Shaw fighting with car 31. That's Joel Joseph. In the meantime, Nathan McPherson has put in the fastest lap. Nathan, remember, started back in the grid in the mid-pack, and very quickly he had moved up to 4th, and Sai Sivasankar was in 5th. 1 minute 21 was the fastest lap. That's the first lap, and I'm very sure, as you see the race progressing, these lap times will go down as well. What a battle we were witnessing between Jamie Shaw, Joel Joseph, and Nathan McPherson. Well, that allowed Arjun Shamnaya just to peel away from the rest, from everyone else, and he was about good 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds ahead of everyone by the end of lap 2. Immense pressure on Joel Joseph from the likes of Jamie Shaw, Nathan McPherson, and also Jigar Muni, the 3M Sport. And this is where things went wrong for Nathan McPherson, going hard in on that corner, and that allowed Jamie Shaw and Jigar Muni to move ahead of him. Sai Sivasankaran's car there coming to a stall. As always great. You have young racers, young racing enthusiasts, in fact, present at the racetrack. The safety car obviously was deployed with one of the Ahura racing cars on the side. And with the safety car, obviously there are the rules. There's no overtaking allowed. Although whatever gap Arjun Shamnair had built up, that was taken away, and he was under pressure from Joel Joseph straight away, just after the safety car went into the pits. But knowing Arjun Shamnair, the kind of form that he's in, he continued to maintain that lead in the race as we move into lap number 6. Remember, it was a 10-lap race, the Novice Cup category, coming in on the outside. Joel Joseph, but not given an opportunity by Arjun Shamnair as he closed that line and did ever so well. Keeping a keen eye there, Rio Banerjee as well in the control room, the race tower, where they keep an eye around the racetrack, see anything, nothing goes amiss from these guys. You can take a wink and they'll know that you winged on the racetrack. In the meantime, Arjun Shamnair continues to lead, although he's now slightly ahead of Joel Joseph. It wasn't the kind of battle we were witnessing a couple of laps ago, where they were tire to tire and toe to toe, rim to rim. But right now, Arjun Shamnair now pulling away as Joel Joseph tries to chase him. He's in second, Jamie Shaw in third, Jigar Muni coming in fourth, Abhay M in fifth, and that one mistake from Nathan McPherson. He was coming in fourth, and in fact, at a point in time, he was doing so well, he's now dropped down to sixth. That tells you there's no room for error. The margin of error is so less in these races that one error, and from coming in from a podium position, you can drop down to fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth very, very quickly. And in fact, if you're lucky, if you're not lucky, then your race can come to an end as well. So, coming into the start-finish line, it's Arjun Shamnair who takes the checkered flag. Joel Joseph comes in second, and what a photo finish it was between Jamie Shaw and Jigar Muni. Jamie Shaw winning by 1/100th of a second. 1/100th of a second was the difference, with Jamie Shaw nicking the third place on the podium and Jigar Muni coming in fourth. Hari Singh once again doing the honors of distributing the winners' trophies. Jamie Shaw, followed by Joel Joseph, and then the race winner Arjun Shamnair. The Tudors Trophy as well going to Momentum Motorsports.
He'll have to beat this guy, Arjun Shamnair, the man in P1. Arjun, firstly, can you tell the world what's trickier? Is fending off Joel trickier? Is getting away from an illness trickier? Or is fending off your exams trickier? What's the hardest part of these three?
I'd give it a solid I got no comments for that, but I think you've caught me off guard on that one. But yeah, I would place Joel on top because the safety car restart was pretty hairy, and yeah, I was kind of on the back foot there because my brakes weren't up to temperature and he was right there. And I managed to fend him off, but there was a lot of pressure on me into C1 after the safety car restart. So I think I picked a decent spot to pick up speed again, but because of slipstream, he again pulled alongside, and yeah. But other than that, huge thank you to my team because the car was phenomenal, and huge thanks to Arya because without his balaclava, I couldn't drive. Other than that, yeah, I'm just looking to keep my head down and focus on the rest of the races.
But the world needs to know what's happened in the last month. You lost so much of weight, you lost so much of strength with dengue. Coming back in, you're a legend firstly for getting back into the car so quickly. But what was the recovery like? What's the trickiest part? Because as far as I remember, you were in peak fitness in the first round, weren't you?
Yeah, man. I remember because first we had MRF at the start of the season, and I was very, very unfit for that. So I took it on myself. There was a month before the first round of JK, and set myself a few targets, and I was very strict with myself, and I made sure that I was in peak condition, and I was just trying to build on that. And unfortunately, 2 weeks before round 2 of JK, I got hit with dengue, and I was just like, man, that sucks. And so yeah, I'm just happy to regain some amount of stamina and be here. So yeah.
And be here in P1 it is. Congratulations, Arjun.
मैडम जी वो सारे पैसे लेके भाग गए और मेरा वड़ा पाव भी ले गए.
दिखाते हैं इनको.
मोठे वडापाव हिलर निकाल दे इसके हवा
पंक्चर के बाद भी इससे हवा नहीं निकलेगी क्योंकि ये है जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर जो कील लगने के बाद भी होता है ही।
क्यों निकल गई हवा?
जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर, अब हवा नहीं निकलेगी।
Right then, coming on to the highlights of the third race of day one, round two, and that's the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. It's a series where you got professionals and amateurs lining together on the grid. Jagdish Nagarajan starting at P1, Abhishek Vasudev starting at P2, Surya PM at P3, you got Mohammad Sabrul Zubair at P4, Ullas Nanda at P5, Anand R at P6, Rajkumar at P7, Vignesh Gaur at P8, Ashish Rumta at P9, Kayan Zubin Patel at P10, Pradeep at P11, Sriram at P12, Anand at P13, Prabhu V at P14. Uday Prakash P60, 17. Then you got Varun Patil, Bharat Balan, Deepak Kumar as well in the mid pack. And right at the back of the grid, you got Shashadri, Revadhar, Rohan, Kaushik Ganesh, Rajeswaran, Syed Muzammil Ali, and Akhil Krishna at the very back of the track. It will be a 10-lap race as it is. That's a very quick rabbit there right next to the racetrack. Well, right in the middle of nature we are here at the Kariboda Speedway in Coimbatore. As they go off, it was a very good start for Jagdish Nagaraj. You can see bike number 1 and also Surya PM, bike number 2, starting from P3 very quickly, moving on to take the lead. And well, that was the corner where there was an incident, 2 to 3 bikes involved, but very, very luckily nobody was hurt. Let's take a drone's view. You can see that bike was coming in on the inside, coming in straight through, having an impact, and then another bike trailing them. So that's 3 riders taken away. One was a little hurt, that was Anand. And the other one also involved was Anand. It's not a very Anandful day for Anands yesterday. And Surya PM continues to lead. See, the difference, how you can tell if it's an amateur or a pro, the pros will have the number on their car written in black, while the amateurs will have the number written in blue, in red, I beg your pardon. So you can see it's Surya PM leading, followed by Jagdishan Nagaraj. That's bike number 1. And then you got bike number 10 in Ullas Nanda. That also will be in black. But Vignesh Gaur is one of the amateurs. You can see in the background car, bike number 17. That's written in red, and that tells you that's the amateur. Now you can very clearly see the red and the black marking on the numbers as far as the amateur and the pro differentiation is concerned. They all start together. It's 25 grid start, but the winners are awarded based on the professional and the amateurs category. Mohammad Samrul Zubair has been the dominant amateur this season, like Surya PM was last time around. In the meantime, Jagdishan Nagarajan has overtaken Surya PM. Jagdish moves into first position by the end of lap number 3. And Mohammad Sabrul Zubair, remember, he is an amateur and he's moved into the top 3. So that tells you how good he is. Bike number 21. Vignesh Gaur, also an amateur, and so is Kayan Zubin Patel. So in the top 5, there are 3 amateurs and 2 professionals. So that tells you, might be an amateur, but they certainly know how to race. They certainly know how to use this bike around the racetrack. Jagdish Nagarajan, Surya PM. Surya PM taking the lead back away once again as they come through that final corner. And now Mohammad Samrul Zubair putting in some pressure to try and take that second position. And yes, he's done, as we are in lap number 5. Remember, these are the highlights of day 1, the races that have happened yesterday. We're into race number 3, and that's the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup with Surya PM leading.
And then after that, what was really interesting is Jagdish Nagaraj fighting in this battle. His pace was somewhat better in comparison to all the riders behind, but he couldn't quite get that leading edge on this slot. And then when Mohammad Samrul Zubair tried to make a move with Surya PM, even though Surya was fighting with a broken foot, he had all the composure in the world to maintain that position for a very, very long time. But not until too long though, because the raw, hot pace of Mohammad Samrul Zubair really came in handy, and eventually he was able to make a move at turn number 1. Remember, these bikes, folks, 185 kilos, so chucking them around the corner just the way Mohammad Samrul Zubair was able to do, it is quite an achievement. And Surya PM2 broke his foot in an accident just a month ago. He couldn't quite properly downshift, remember. He had to constantly make sure that he downshifted with his heel instead of with his toe. And that is such a tricky thing. If you've ever ridden a bike, you know your natural behavior is to move your ankle a little bit to go down the gears. Surya had to take his leg forward and then smash the heel down, 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 down. So the fact that he's able to maintain positions was quite something. But eventually, we saw a familiar face return to action. The fourth bike in the background, well, that was Abhishek Vasudev, former winner of the Honda 250cc Cup and a rider who's been in the racing business for the last 13 years. A man who clearly knows exactly what he's doing. He fell back down to P8 earlier on in the race, but his lap times were incredibly consistent after that. Quick look at what he's done. A purple sector, 116.853. Nobody was as quick as the man in bike number 3, the Mad Rabbit, Abhishek Vasudev. Mohammad Samrul Zubair, though, at the top was controlling the pace so well. Regardless of whatever you say, you call him an amateur, call him a novice, call him a rookie, say what you want, it does not matter. The man is electrifyingly fast. And the interesting part was, Abhishek Vasudev tried to attack Jagdish Nagaraj, and that battle kept on slowing everyone down. Because when you fight, you are slower in terms of your lap times. Eventually, though, Abhishek Vasudev was able to get past, and then the fight became between Abhishek and Surya. At the top, Mohammad Samrul Zubair was cruising past. As more people battled, he was able to make more positions and more time up ahead. And in the background, you saw Abhishek Vasudev make that critical move on Jagdish Nagaraj. But let's just put it on Surya PM, my apologies. But let's just put it that way. This wasn't the last move that Abhishek Vasudev would have to make in that day. We saw him going down the inside of Mohammad Samrul Zubair at the final corner. His mindset was simple. If a move happens, I'll take it. If it doesn't matter, because he's going to get full points for the professional championship anyway. Zubair, being an amateur, was able to hold off so many fast riders. In this fight for P1 for the overall category, Jagdish Nagaraj was able to make a good move on Abhishek Vasudev. He got into second overall, but P1 in the professionals. That's where the points really count. And they went side by side time and time again until the very final lap, where Abhishek Vasudev had P2. But then, swinging across the final corner, it was Jagdish Nagaraj who got the position at the very end. The checkered flag going to Mohammad Samrul Zubair. But most importantly, in the professional category, Jagdish Nagaraj making that vital move at the final corner, but he's able to get past. And look at the emotions that Abhishek Vasudev was showing. He went back down to P8, coming up to P2. Incredible ride. In the amateur category, Kayan Zubin Patel P3, Vignesh Gaud in P2, and his really good friend, Mohammad Samrul Zubair, the man who didn't just beat the amateurs, but also the pros. Vignesh Gaud celebrating with his trophy, and then Zubair with the big one. P1 for the man from Hyderabad. It's a dream come true for Vignesh Gaud and Mohammad Samrul Zubair to be celebrating together on the podium, and an incredible ride by Kayan Zubin Patel as well, who was P3 in that amateur category. But props and credit should go out to this lot. Jagdish Nagaraj, big move on the final lap. Surya PM returning from a broken foot to go racing. That takes dedication. And Abhishek Vasudev, the calm and composed rider, even though he fell back down to P8, climbing his way back up to finish second. And then the winner, Jagdish Nagaraj in the Continental GT 650 Cup.
बजाओ तुम अपने रंग दिखाओ डर की बैंड बजाओ तुम अपने रंग दिखाओ just don't hold back keep dancing down the track ooh la 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 pump up the volume ooh la 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 pump up the cheer
hey डर की बैंड बजा तू अपने रंग दिखा just don't hold back keep dancing down the track
ooh la 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 pump up the volume ooh la 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 pump up the cheer ooh la 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 pump up the volume ooh la 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 spread the cheer
Kingfisher, the king of good times.
For the LGB Formula 4. And this was a big, big race to close off the day's action. They call it the city of windmills, and for good reason as well. Coimbatore, a place where we've got so many industrial plants, so many windmills, but it was dry on the circuit, no wind at all. And so Diljit TS, Tijil Rao, Arya Singh, the Dark Dawns once top 3 positions. But Ruhan Alva really... At the first corner, we saw quite an interesting battle all the way through between the Dark Dawn racing cars. Arya Singh maintaining position at the start, but all the others, well, they were able to really maintain position and not crash with each other. Tijil Rao, Diljit TS and Arya Singh, they were the top 3. Lots of chaos, but nobody going out on the first lap, which is interesting. At the start, Diljit TS was really able to hold on to the lead. That was an important point for him because his teammates are super quick. He was sliding and slipping around quite a fair bit, mostly down to the track temperatures. The circuit was really, really hot, and you could see that someone like Arya Singh, who was managing his car very well, had a brilliant opportunity of seizing the lead, which he really did with both hands. After that, fights kept on continuing. We saw Diljit TS trying to attack Arya Singh, but Tijil Rao wasn't too far away, which is quite a balance to match for them, because the moment you go to attack, you could be overtaken by the guy behind you too. The Dark Dawns leading 1-2-3. We saw lockups from Diljit TS owing to the high track temperature. Grip was barely only there, so it took a lot of experience from all these drivers to make sure that the cars were not only on the track, but they were also as fast as they could be. Lots of fans of all ages here to watch the action at the JK Tyre National Racing Championship. And Diljit TS, well, even though he might be the most experienced one of the lot, he said, age is just a number. I'm going to attack the youngster. He was locked in a heavy battle with his student, Arya Singh. Well, he was a student back in the day. Nowadays, they are hardcore competitors. Bala Prasad for M Sport having a bit of a tricky issue down at the Mickey Mouse. But with all that sorted, the racing was back on once again. Tijil Rao squirming as he tried to get as much lap time as possible. Eventually, Ruhan Alva also joined the fight. Things were about to get properly interesting. And then Diljit TS had waited for too long. He made his move around the outside, but Arya Singh simply looked back and said, Diljit, how about I say no? It's okay, right? And so Diljit tried again. Arya Singh, smart defender. He's been in this championship for way too many years. He knows exactly what the hacks and the tips and tricks are for this LGB Formula 4 car. And watch what happened in the background. Tijil Rao going wide. This would ultimately prove to be his bane in the race. Diljit TS tried to attack, and then Arya Singh once again shut the door on his face. Very rude of him. And then eventually you could see somewhat of a plateau in performance. Diljit and Tijil were fast, but just not quick enough to get to Arya. They had the fastest lap time, Diljit, yes. But Arya, smart and proficient at blocking off all the potential overtaking opportunities.
Eventually, with a lot of slipstream, Diljit TS wanted and tried hard to attack once again, and the move eventually did come. He went to the inside line, locked up a little bit, and then blocked Dijil Rao and also Arya Singh. Diljit moved up into P1. That's where all the experience came in handy, but Arya Singh is also no slouch. Give him an inch and he will take a mile like he did in this scenario. Went to the outside line, thought better of the move, and eventually waited for the right moment. In the meantime, he also had to fend off a lightning fast Dijil Rao. There's something special about the Dark Dawn racing cars. They just always 1, 2 and 3. And it means it's a long uphill climb for someone like Ruhan Alva to get a big result. Eventually, Arya Singh got bored and frustrated. He made a move down the inside of turn 1, and so he made his point. He thought he was the best, and he proved that as well, making sure that he fended off Diljit TS. And while his teammates had a bit of a tough time, Mr. Hari Singh, the Gypsy King, was enjoying the battles as well. Arya Singh, with all the confidence in the world, knew that there was nobody driving like him on that day at the circuit. Diljit TS was close, but maybe just not on the same level as Arya, the man from Kolkata who's lost out on the championship previously by just 1 point was. Safety car ultimately really blocked off their rhythm and momentum. Race control doing a good decision to make sure that all the cars and drivers are safe, watching every single angle to make sure that they have a complete idea and complete control about the circuit. And once, after a very long time, the safety car went out into the pit lane, Arya Singh had to fight once again. The grid really got jumbled up at that point. We saw this big fight between Mehul Agarwal and Ruhan Alva. They were going side by side. Their history of racing in the past really coming to the fore. After the restart, Arya Singh, who normally tends to get frustrated by the safety cars, was eventually able to hold on to a really smart lead, blocking everyone off and maintaining that gap really well. Look at how quick they were. A big incident then eventually unfolded. Mehul Agarwal being hit by Sarosh Hataria, who had nowhere to go after Mehul Agarwal spun in the middle of turn 3. A quick look at the replay. Mehul tried to go on the inside of Ruhan, bounced off the curb. Eventually he backed off and let Ruhan get higher up in the position. But then he eventually ended up clipping the back end of Ruhan's car. A move that both drivers were really frustrated about. And then, luckily, no injuries as Sarosh Hataria clipped into Mehul Agarwal. Eventually the safety car was called into action once again, this time for Arya Singh's favour. He's always been disadvantaged by the safety car. He says that his rhythm gets broken down, but not this time, because on the final lap, the safety car pulled in, the checkered flag was out, and Arya Singh could enjoy yet another dominant victory. 2 in a row for the man for Dark Dawn Racing, with Diljit TS in second. Eventually, it was M Sports' Ruhan Alva who managed to get P3. A big result for him, owing to the circumstances that would take him high up in the championship standings. But in P1, for Dark Dawn Racing, Arya Singh. In P2, Diljit TS. And in third, Ruhan Alva. Even the wildlife enjoyed watching.
Finally, a safety car works out in your favor. I think that's what the smile is all about, right?
Exactly. I mean, 3 years I've been racing, and the first time it has ever happened that it came on the last lap and I was leading, and I was happy. I mean, Diljit was, he was up there. Before the safety car, it was pretty close, and we were almost, on a similar pace, and any one of us could have won. But I think after the safety car, I think 1 or 2 laps after it, he dropped off a little, and the race ended like that. So I'm pretty happy with today. 2 wins, nice sunset. It's time to relax now.
It is a nice sunset out here. But I want to talk to you about one thing. You've literally gone into Super Saiyan mode now. You've won 2 races in a row on Saturday. That it's quite an achievement to have championship leader, 2 races in a row. But you talked about this race as a game of chess. Why was it like that?
Yeah, I mean, when I was racing with Diljit, it was pretty, it was like, how do I say, it's like a rhythm-based thing because, at certain places he was much faster and when he passed me, I felt like I was faster, so it didn't really quite make sense, but I think on the end, we both were on a very similar pace and when you're that quick, you have to be very smart with what you do and he is a very experienced driver, of course, so yeah, it's always fun. And you said Evan Super Saiyan, but as Goku says, it's time to go even further beyond.
Absolutely. Congratulations on the win, Arya.
It's time to break free. Break away from the routine. To the greens. And get lost in the world within. To steer through. To stop. Start again. Go forth. Shed your inhibitions and just let it all go. With JK Tyre's Ranger 80, made of tough, made for adventure. For the ones who are wild at heart. JK Tyre, total control.
डर की बैंड बजाओ तुम अपने रंग दिखाओ डर की बैंड बजाओ तुम अपने रंग दिखाओ just don't hold back keep dancing down the track ooh la 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 leo pump up the volume ooh la 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 leo pump up the cheer
डर की बैंड बजा तू अपने रंग दिखा just don't hold back keep dancing down the track
ooh la 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 pump up the volume ooh la 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 pump up the cheer ooh la 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 leo pump up the volume ooh la 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 leo spread the cheer
Kingfisher, the king of good times.
मैडम जी वो सारे पैसे लेके भाग गए और मेरा वड़ा पाव भी ले गए।
दिखाते हैं इनको।
मोटे वड़ा पाव हीलर निकाल दे इसके बाद
पंक्चर के बाद भी इससे हवा नहीं निकलेगी क्योंकि ये है जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर जो कील लगने के बाद भी होता है ही
क्यों निकल गई हवा?
जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर अब हवा नहीं निकलेगी
डर की बैंड बजाओ तुम अपने रंग दिखाओ just don't hold back keep dancing down the track ooh la 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 leo pump up the volume ooh la 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 leo pump up the cheer ooh la 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 leo spread the cheer
Kingfisher, the king of good times.
They've come from the future to change the way we drive.
JK Smart Tire, buddy.
JK Smart Tire. The tire with a brain. The future of driving is here. JK Smart Tire.
For the Raw Royal Enfield Continental GT 650 Cup. And you might be thinking, Royal Enfield goes racing? Yes, they do. These bikes are incredible. The amount of power that they've got and also the weight management, that is a skill. 185 kilos of pure retro beauty. And that is exactly what we're going to get to see here. Little bit of word about the championship. It's all one make, so every single one of these riders has to compete with the same bike. So at the end of the day, it's not about the bike or what it feels like. It's all about how much you can get out of that resource. And let's very quickly chat to a man who's done just that yesterday. Our pole sitter for today is Mohammad Samrul Zubair from Hyderabad, a man who defeated not just the professionals, but also the amateurs as well to take an overall win. But Zubair, firstly, buddy, that win yesterday, how do you describe it? Because I have run out of words, honestly.
I don't know as well, but I think I had a pace last race. So when I was in fourth, when I started from the fourth, it was I did not start very good, and then I came up to maybe 6 or 7. Then I started pushing. I was very frustrated because of in front of riders because I missed my place because of them. So I got very frustrated and I pushed for my 100%. Then I got everyone.
But Zubair, one last question before the race begins. How do you as an amateur beat all the professionals? How are you so fast, man?
Don't know. Maybe just a pace. I have that space. That's it.
Well, it's amazing to watch. All the best for the race. Guys and girls, watch out for Mohammad Samrul Zubair. Red bike, he's an amateur. Only in name though. Incredibly quick. But this guy, Jagdish Nagarajan, will be a tough competitor. Back to the comms box now.
Right then, we are moments away from the start of this race. That's the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. This is race number 4 of the day, race number 8 of the weekend. And we've got a Pro and Am series going on. Professionals along with amateurs, 10 professionals and 15 amateurs taking part. Let's quickly talk you through the starting grid. Mohammad Samrul Zubair, an amateur, starting at P1. Jagdish Nagarajan at P2. Abhishek Vasudev at P3. Surya PM at P4. Ullas Nanda at P5 as the bikes go away for the formation lap. Vignesh Gaur at P6. Kalyan Zubin Patel at P7. Ashish Rungta at P8. Rajkumar at P9. Pradeep at P10. Bharat Balan at P11. Rohan at P12. Sisadri at P13, and then we got Uday Prakash at P14. Followed by Kaushik Ganesh, Saeed Muzammil Ali, Rajeshwaran Sriram, Akhil Krishna and Revadhar in the mid-pack. And right at the back will be Anand R, Prabhu, Varun Patil, Deepak Kumar and Anand N. Both Anands were involved in incidents yesterday. It was not an Anandful ride for them, but hopefully they can make it today. The formation lap, very, very important. We had Jagdish Nagarajan amongst the winners yesterday. And we talk about the championship. As far as the amateurs are concerned, it is 100% in the bag of none other than the pole sitter, and that is Mohammad Samrul Zubair. He's dominated proceedings as Mohammad Samrul Zubair as far as the pros are concerned, as far as the amateurs are concerned. While for the pros, it's Abhishek Vasudev with 24 points leading the pack. Jagdish Nagarajan with 15 points second, and Ullas Nanda also with 15 points in third, while we've got Anand R with 10 points in fourth. Surya PM, who was a champion in the amateur category last season, is tied for 5th and 6th with Rajkumar. Both of them, in fact, with Rohan R as well. All three of them have 5 points each. And that's the pros category. While as far as the amateurs are concerned, we've got Mohammad Samrul Zubair leading the pack with 36 points. Bharat Balan with 17 in second. And then you've got Vignesh Gaur and Kalyan Zubin Patel with 16 points each, coming in tied third. So now with the formation lap done, we will be moments away from the start of this race. You can see the one of the marshals waving the flag at the back end. That means the grid is set, and we are ready for 10 laps in this race. That is the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup 2023. 23. Second race of the weekend, and off they go. It's a very good start for Jagdish Nagarajan. Remember, he started at P1, right in the middle of the pack, bike number 1. That's what is Jagdish Nagarajan riding. Not a good, decent start for Mohammad Samrul Zubair, who started at P1, drops down to second position. But although he's fighting for the overall finish, he certainly is well ahead as far as the amateurs are concerned. Now then, joining me after his track duties in the comm box, Somil, welcome back.
Thank you very much, Karthikeya. And this seems to be a bit of a horror start for Mohammad Samrul Zubair, losing momentum once again, just like he did yesterday. So the man from Hyderabad having to fight from Ullas Nanda, who goes around the outside trying to make a move for P2 in the overall category. We will get an update on exactly what's happened over there. But Ullas, one of our top competitors, P3 in the championship, has made a big one. That's a blow. Surya PM has had an engine issue. The man who just recovered from a broken foot to take a wonderful podium yesterday has had to retire from this race with some sort of technical trouble. Heartbreak, absolute heartbreak for last year's amateur champion Surya PM. And he'll be wondering, I had all the pace in the world, what went wrong? At the moment in time though, it is Ullas Nanda with a flying start, able to get past up ahead of Jagdish Nagaraj and also Mohammad Samrul Zubair. This was interesting. Zubair once again having a bit of a peculiar start at the beginning, and now people like Jagdish were there to capitalize on it. Now in the comms box though, we have a special guest, Karthikeya. We folks have Mr. Aspi Batena. So, can you tell the world, how many championships do you have? I've actually lost count. I don't have as many fingers as well.
Myself, no, not many championships, but during our time we hardly had any organized championships, so we basically raced once or twice in the year and raced with international riders, so that was where we were doing well.
And correct me if I'm wrong, you've raced in the Isle of Man TT as well previously.
Yes.
Suddenly that makes you my favorite person in the entire paddock. That's more like it. But I'd like to get your take on these riders at this moment in time, because Ullas Nanda didn't quite have the best qualifying, sir. But what he's doing at this moment in time is actually expected, isn't it? Because he is quite that calm rider, isn't he?
See, when we had the rider selection, most of the riders, the selection was very tight, from number 1 to number 25, not more than 2.5, 3 seconds. So we were expecting close racing in any case, and that's what we are getting now.
Right, very quickly, sir, I just want to pick your brains on the fact that Surya PM, as an amateur, dominated proceedings last season.
Yeah.
But this hasn't turned out to be as good as a season for him so far. Is there something that you can see that's going wrong
No,
with
there's him? Nothing going wrong. Basically, he's been quite unlucky. He had a crash in race 1, second race. He got knocked out. So he broke an ankle. So I don't think he's fully recovered from that. So you can't really point a finger at him that he's not doing as well as he should have been. But I think he'll get back for the last round when we have 4 races. I think you will see him right at the top, fighting for the...
Quite like what Mohammad Samrul Zubair, Jagdish Nagaraj and Ullas Nanda are doing at this moment in time. We've got 8 more laps to go, and what you're currently seeing is a bit of an exhibition from Ullas Nanda of managing the pressure. There are so many top riders in fact, who have had great runs in the season so far, with one of them in fact taking a win yesterday in Mohammad Samrul Zubair, but he's lost out of position once again. Abhishek Vasudev, the experienced veteran, the mad rabbit as they call him, getting a position on Mohammad Samrul Zubair at the final corner. He likes that place. He got past there yesterday. He's made a big bold move here today. But Zubair will fight back. Going down on the inside line, Vasudev realizes that there's no point fighting at this corner. Maybe we can get back at the Mickey Mouse. This sort of racing, Mr. Batena, is exactly what we're here to watch, right? The sort of composure and the battle between amateurs and the pros as well.
That was the whole idea. We ran the championship as for everybody as common, amateurs and professionals in the first year. And we wanted to make a change for the next year, and we wanted to see that how we can improve the amateurs riding as well as so they can share the grid with the pros, but they run a separate race and a separate podium for them. So I think it's worked out really well. Last year also it really worked out well. This year also it's working out well. So I think it's been quite a success, and I really want to say one thing. is thanks to JK Tyres for hosting the championship, and we are racing on tire made by JK.
That's wonderful.
That is some achievement from JK.
That's absolutely tremendous. Coming to the end of lap number 4, it is still Ullas Nanda who leads. Jagdish Nagarajan coming in second. Abhishek Vasudev not very far behind. And sir, once again, I'd like to pick your brains. In fact, it's Mohammad Samrul Zubair who's moved into third. You can see bike number 21 with the red numbers. That signifies that he's an amateur, while the blacks signify that it's the pros. In fact, one of the amateurs has put in the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 17.161. That is tremendous from Mohammad Samrul Zubair. And this it's just a young series. Had the first one last season. This is the second season. But still, we see every season, both these seasons, what we've seen is one young amateur comes up and gives all these pros a run for their money, and as just what we've seen as Mohammad Samrul Zubair overtakes Jagdish Nagarajan, moves into second place. So this season it's Mohammad Samrul Zubair. Last season it was Surya PM. I think the future of motorbike racing is, I think, in good hands as far as India is concerned.
Yeah, it's in good hands, but we need to take it forward. This is not the answer to it. We need to go better and better and better. So we can't sit back and say, okay, this is great. We need to improve our racing further. Because being with 13 billion population and we don't have one MotoGP rider, we don't speak too well about our standard of racing in India.
Soon we might though. Soon we might also get to see a change for the lead.
It will change because all these guys were hanging on behind. They were sitting behind number 10.
Ullas, yeah.
So I think Ullas, and so the space is not really hot. It's only 117. These guys are capable of going faster. So I'm sure that very soon we'll see the pace dropping further in lap times.
And we might also see a big contact there. Mohammad Samrul Zubair running in the back of Ullas Nanda. Both of them fighting for the race lead. And somehow, this doesn't make sense. Somehow, both of them, touch wood, have come across safe and okay. But have they maintained position? Mr. Batena, what's your take on this accident?
I think he's overcooked it. His pace was better than Ullas's, so he ran into the back of Ullas. I think they both lost the position. I'm sure Abhishek and Abhishek has gone and Jagdishan have both gone ahead.
That is fantastic. If you're someone like Abhishek Vasudev, I remember speaking to him yesterday. He said, you've got to let the race come to you. And that is precisely what he's done right here today as well. Jagdish Nagaraj, his big fight is going to be, can I do something similar to what I did yesterday? Maybe a block pass on the final lap. But it's Abhishek's consistency, Mr. Badina, isn't it, that really stands out. The fact that he went back to P8 yesterday and bit by bit, he was able to clock better lap times and got into second in the overall championship.
I think, yes, yesterday he was the quickest rider in the race, though he didn't win the race overall. He finished third overall, but second in his class. But he had the better pace. And maybe what has happened is, I think he's made a mistake now, and he's lost out. So you can see Ullas has gone in front of him again. So I think he's dropped back to, and somebody else has got down. Who's that? No, that's
well,
not
at the moment, it seems that Jagdish Nagarajan moves ahead. Ullas comes in second, and Abhishek Vasudev has come down to third. This is what happened.
Oh, he's made a mistake on his own. He's overcooked the corner.
He's overcooked the corner, making a
He's
mistake.
lost the front
and
end.
that's Varun Patil, the young lad from Bangalore. That's what happens. The margin of error is so little. There's no room for error here. And as we saw with Abhishek Vasudev as well, with Samrul Zubair as well, that, the slightest of errors can cost you a lot here. But at the meantime, coming to the end of lap number 7, we're into lap number 8. Jagdish Nagarajan leads. Ullas Nanda close behind in second. And Abhishek Vasudev has in fact moved up to third and very close behind Ullas. Coming in through towards Mickey Mouse and then onto the final corners here. Mohammad Samrul Zubair maintaining his fourth position. Kalyan Zubin Patel, another amateur in fifth. And so is Vignesh Gaur, yet another amateur in sixth. So it's great to see the top 6 having 3 amateurs and 3 pros. And what this does, I think, for the confidence of these amateurs to, giving the pros a good run for their money.
Of course, that's the whole idea, that they get confident also that they can run with the pros. And that's what's happening exactly right now. And you can see they're closing in on, there's one more who's gone down, I think number 22 has gone down, that's Pradeep.
Another major crash. Luckily, good to see that the rider is okay, but let's focus for a second on this battle for P2 in the professional category. Oh yes, this is going to be fun. Ullas Nanda on the inside line of Abhishek Vasudev. Both these professional riders, years and years and years and years of experience in their bag. Can they make it work out? Ullas previously leading this race, but then eventually benefiting from that one error that Abhishek Vasudev made, and now he's up that position into P2. All this while, Jagdish Nagaraj will be sitting there and chilling. But in terms of the championship, this is brilliant for him. Finally, he gets one up on Abhishek, Jagdish, that is. Heading now into the last couple of laps of the race. Mr. Matin, I want to talk to you about these bikes, because when you look at these riders move it around so seamlessly, it feels easy, but it's not, right? It's what, 185 kilos the bike?
Yeah,
how do you chuck it around in such heat?
The bikes are heavy, but they really handle well and they are very stable. So it's only that under braking and times like that you clip each other, or you brake too late, and when you're trying to hit the apex, you lose the front end. So these are the only places where you are basically losing out. And it's very important that you get the right line coming out of the last corner, and you can see Abhishek has got a better line and a better drive, and he will challenge Ullas at the end of the straight. He's nearly there, I think. So they're running a tight line, a defensive line, so that's where the issue is, and they're running quite close, and you can see the two amateurs have caught up to them from the back. So it's been a good race. There have been quite a few fallers, but I think still most of them have stayed upright.
Well, that's part and parcel of racing, isn't it? But coming to the end of this race, we're in the final lap. It is Jagdish Nagaraj who leads. There's a tough battle going on for second and third between Ullas Nanda and Abhishek Vasudev. Well, we've got Mohammad Samrul Zubair leading the amateurs category. And in fact, we might just have another twist in the tail as we come through towards the final few corners. That's the bird's eye view.
Definitely there'll be an attempt to make, I'm sure there'll be a fight for the second place, 100% in the last two corners.
There you go. As Mr. Badera said, it is Abhishek Vasudev
It will be a
who's trying
block
to make
pass,
his
or it'll
move.
be a wider line and coming and trying to get a better wicket, but I don't think it's worked. They're both on the same line, so I don't think there's going to be much of a change in the lead.
Ullas Nanda has done ever so well to defend it, but it is Jagdish Nagaraj who takes the checkered flag. Ullas Nanda comes in second. Abhishek Vasudev comes in third. Mohammad Samrul Zubair takes the win in the amateur category, followed by Kalyan Patel and Vignesh Gaur. What a race we've had. We did have a couple of falls, but in the end of the day, as I say, it's part and parcel of the game. But what a race. Your final comments on this race?
I think it's been a good, clean race. There's been no pushing and barging, excepting for that one incident where Mohammad Zubair clipped the rear of Ullas Nanda. Otherwise, I don't think there's been any issues. So it's okay. It's all racing. I don't think there's been any untoward incident. So I think I'm really happy with the race.
Excellent. So celebrations begin for Jagdish Nagaraj and Mr. Maria. Thank you so much for joining us in the commentary box. All your experience comes in here very, very handy for us lot sitting here in the broadcast center. So that's the final word. Jagdish Nagaraj takes the checkered flag. Ullas Nanda second. Abhishek Vasudev first. That's the pro category. In the amateurs, Mohammad Samrul Zubair wins the race. Kayan Zubin Patel second. And Vignesh Gaur comes in third. What a race. What a race, Somil.
Incredible. And if you were wondering, can Jagdish Nagaraj do this? Oh yes, he can. A former TVS RR 310 champion as well. He can do it on the light bikes. He can also do it on the classic retro heavy bikes as well. Proving exactly why he's in the thick of the championship battle. Jagdish Nagaraj getting one up. And this is going to get spicy, because after this win, Jagdish Nagaraj is going to have a total of 25 points. Abhishek Vasudev is going to lead the championship, but Ullas Nanda is also not going to be far off. Guys and girls, things are getting spicy right here. but your winner, Jagdish Nagaraj.
So terrific race coming to an end. That's race number 4 of the day. Race number 8 of the day just concluded, and what a race we have just witnessed. Tremendous stuff from Ullas Nanda, tremendous from Jagdish Nagaraj as well, and a brilliant race from Abhishek Vasudev. So that's the winners on your screen, and that's the winners of the professional category, with Jagdish Nagaraj winning, Ullas coming in second, and Abhishek Vasudev coming in third. Competitor number 3 finishing third. Well, not a coincidence, is it? As far as the amateurs are concerned, once again a brilliant and a dominant performance from Mohammad Samrul Zubair. Then you got Kayan Zubin Patel in second, and Vignesh Gaur also amongst points and also amongst the podium finishes here. Terrific. These are the highlights. It was a very good start for Jagdish Nagaraj, who started at P1 and straight away moved in to take the race lead. And Mohammad Samrul Zubair, bike number 21, who started at P1, dropped down to third. There was one of the bikes, that was Surya PM. Bike number 2 had an engine failure, engine issue, and that was the end of the race for him very early on, and his disappointing and rather unlucky season continues. But as Mr. Badina says, he's been unlucky. He's still nursing an injury, an ankle injury, but by the time we come around for round number 3, he should be fully healed, and he should be able to challenge for the top spot with 4 races in the grand finale. That's the third and final round in a month's time or so. In the meantime, it was Ullas Nanda who was leading, and Jagdish Nagaraj was second. Mohammad Samrul Zubair, one of the amateurs, in the top 3, and that's very heartening to see as someone as young and as an amateur giving the pros a good run for their money. In the meantime, Abhishek Vasudev had made his move to come up to third, but Mohammad Samrul Zubair was having none of it, pushing him back once again to fourth and regaining his position overall in third. But this is the battle. This is where something went wrong for both of these. That's Ullas Nanda and Mohammad Samrul Zubair. There's a contact from behind from Mohammad Samrul, and that allowed the likes of Abhishek Vasudev, Jagdish Nagaraj and Ullas Nanda to move ahead, and they lost a few places there. And then that was, just going in too hard on that corner was Varun Patil, the lad from Bangalore. That was the end of the race for him. But in the meantime, the battle here for the top was going on between Abhishek Vasudev and Ullas Nanda. Ullas once again coming in on the inside. We had Jagdish Nagarajan leading, and now on that straight, Ullas Nanda taking the inside line and getting that lead away and moving into second. Once again, these front 3 were fighting tire to tire till the very end. Although by the end of the final lap, we'd seen that Jagdish Nagaraj had peeled away a little, but the battle for second and third was intense and immense till the very last moment. He tried very hard, did Abhishek Vasudev, to take that second place away from Ullas Nanda, but that wasn't going to happen. So it was Jagdish Nagarajan taking the celebrations away and the checkered flag, with Ullas second and Abhishek third. That's the contingent from the Royal Enfield camp right before the start of the presentation ceremony. Remember, the awards will be given in 2 categories, although they race together in Pro and Am. It will be 2 different podiums, one for professionals and one for amateur.
It's time to break free. Break away from the routine. To the greens. And get lost in the world within. To steer through. To stop. Start again. Go forth. Shed your inhibitions and just let it all go. With JK Tyre's Ranger 80, made of tough, made for adventure. For the ones who are wild at heart. JK Tyre, total control.
दिखा डर की बैंड बजाओ तुम अपने रंग दिखाओ just don't hold back keep dancing down the track ooh la 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 leo pump up the volume ooh la 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 leo pump up the cheer
hey डर की बैंड बजा तू अपने रंग दिखा just don't hold back keep dancing down the track
ooh la 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 pump up the volume ooh la 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 pump up the cheer ooh la 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 leo pump up the volume ooh la 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 leo spread the cheer
Kingfisher, the king of good times.
मैडम जी वो सारे पैसे लेके भाग गए और मेरा वड़ा पाव भी ले गए।
दिखाते हैं इनको।
मोटे वड़ा पाव किलर निकाल दे इसके बाद
पंक्चर के बाद भी इससे हवा नहीं निकलेगी क्योंकि ये है जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर जो कील लगने के बाद भी होता है ही।
क्यों निकल गई हवा?
जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर अब हवा नहीं निकलेगी।
Right then, back with live pictures from the Karimoto Speedway as we run away with the prize distribution ceremony going on. First of all, it is the amateurs category that's being given the trophies away. In the amateurs, Mohammad Samrul Zubair once again finishing at the top. Then you have Kayan Zubin Patel in second and Vignesh Gaur coming in third. Those are your winners in the amateurs category. Vignesh Gaur getting his trophy now for the second runners-up. Kayan Zubin Patel, first runner-up trophy. And the biggest of them all, once again, for Mohammad Samrul Zubair, the winner once again in this category. These are your winners in the amateurs category of the JK Tyre presents Royal Enfield Continental GT Cup. Mohammad Samrul Zubair, Kayan Zubin Patel and Vignesh Gaur. It's very good because they race together, the pros and amateurs, but they're awarded separately, and that gives a bit of exposure to the amateurs to rub shoulders with the pros and learn from the best as far as this circuit, this track and this category is concerned, this race is concerned. We'll now move on to the prize distribution for the professional category. Very, very entertaining race that we've just witnessed. Tremendous effort coming in from all these guys.
Number 2, ladies and gentlemen, let's call on stage who had the whole shot earlier.
Now on to the prize distribution for the pro category. That's Abhishek Vasudev who takes third place on the podium. Then you've got Ullas Nanda coming in second. It's a wonderful race. Leads being exchanged all the time. But in the end it was Jagdish Nagaraj who finished and who came in third, in fact first, and went on to win yet another place on the podium. Jagdish Nagaraj started P2, mind you, very quickly. Took the race lead. During the time he did lose it a couple of times, but kept his composure until the very end. He went on to take the checkered flag, and as they say, what matters is,
ladies and gentlemen,
where you finish as far as the checkered flag is concerned, not during the race.
Love the celebration, love the race. That's how we race here. The Royal Enfield Continental Cup. This is how we race here.
Celebrations for Jagdish Nagaraj, celebrations
Very
for
honored once again to have Sherry Vatina.
Ullas Nanda, and also for Abhishek Vasudev.
Well, it's now time for the cars. We're done with the Royal Enfield Continental GT 650 Cup. This is the moment where we now need to get ready on the grid for the Novice Cup. They're just novices in name. When you watch them drive, you will tell that they are not novices or amateurs in any way whatsoever. Especially the man starting in pole position at this moment in time, Aman Nagdev. Hasn't quite had the best weekend in terms of the technicalities of the car, but when you watch him drive, you can tell that this guy has got so much experience matched in with all the passion and aggression. Let's understand what's on his mind before the race, and let's see if we can have a word with him very, very quickly. Good to see him on pole once again after a while, because this weekend so far on Saturday was really, really bad. But let's understand. Aman, Saturday didn't seem to go out very well, but it's so great to see you on the pole position. What is it feeling like before the race?
It feels good to be back here, first of all. And just looking forward to it. We'll do what we can, send it, and as usual, what I say, we'll just have fun.
And for all the viewers watching at home, a couple of weeks ago, you were studying and preparing for an exam. This is the coolest double life in the world, right? You study IB on the weekdays and then have racing on the weekends.
Yeah, balancing it is difficult, but don't remind me of the exams right now, because what matters is that I'm here and I'm ready to race.
But what's trickier, the exams or fighting with someone like Joel Joseph or Arjun Shamnar, because they have been really good this year?
Anything but exams, honestly.
And final question, mate. How does the car feel like? Because if it's working well, we know for a fact that you're going to be up there, right?
Feels better, and only time will tell now.
Fingers crossed. Hopefully you have a really good one. Aman Nagdev, folks, for Team M Sport. Last weekend, you should have seen his fights with Sai Shivasankaran and also Arjun Sham Nair. Pitch perfect. That is exactly what you want out of your motorsport. But let's also very quickly have a word with the man in P2. For DTS Racing, of course, you all know of Diljit TS, the man who dominates and has such a good drive for Dark Dawn Racing in the LGBF4. One of his students, his team, is right here. We've got Adit Parashar on P2 of the grid. Adit, good time for a chat? Firstly, mate, love the helmet. What's the story? Because it looks like a mixture of Hamilton and Russell's helmet, but also yours in a very unique way.
So it's basically George Russell's Abu Dhabi helmet from 2019 with Hamilton's colors and the Indian flag on the chin.
It's a pretty one.
Yeah, I mean, there's also my logo somewhere, I forget. But I think it's right here.
Yeah, I think slap bang in the middle as well. There we are. But Adit, this weekend, what's it been like for you? You've had some fun battles. Has it gone according to your way, do you think?
It hasn't exactly gone my way. First race, I had some overheating issues and power cut. But other than that, the car performs really well. The handling's amazing. The brakes are amazing. Yeah, and the power is now, for today, the power is also perfect. I'm just gonna focus on this race now. Let's see.
Hopefully it's a really good one. All the very best. Adit Parashar for DTS Racing. He is fast. He is aggressive when he gets on the track. So watch that battle between him and Aman Nagdev. I can tell you, first couple of corners, it's going to be really spicy. Can we have a word with Nathan McPherson? I think we can. But before that, let's have a word with the coach of Adit Parashar, Diljit TS as well. Diljit, look at how handsome the guy looks firstly today. He's also got at a podium a couple of minutes ago. So many congratulations on that. But what's Adit like? What's it like coaching him firstly?
He sometimes loses his patience, but then once he is ahead and if he has a clear track ahead, then he's straight. He's okay to lead the race. So let's see how he does. And back we have Joel coming up, charging the whole pack. So I hope Joel, even Arjun is also there. So they'll all catch up.
Should be exciting.
Yes.
Hopefully one of your students has a really good one. No, all the best, Diljit, and all the best for your main race as well. That's going to come up in a very, very short time. Diljit TS, the coach of Adit Parashar. Let's very quickly see if we can grab a word with Nathan McPherson, because at the end of the last race, he was fantastic. Nathan, is it a good time for a chat very quickly? Mate, on the track, you are absolutely amazing to watch. So much of entertainment, so much of drama, but somehow you feel very calm sitting in the car. Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole key of racing, right? So just stay calm, make use of every opportunity that you have.
And it's amazing to see your brothers out here to support you. What did they tell you before such an important race like this one?
So they just try to help me keep calm, give water before the race, and tell me what to go ahead, make use of every opportunity, that's all.
And all the best for this one, man. You've got two really fun drivers up ahead, so hopefully it goes well. Fun to see Nathan McPherson in P3. Normally he's somewhere in the back charging up the order. It'll be exciting to see what he can do from a grid position as high as this one. Who have we got in the back here? We've got Abhay M, who's also improving quite a lot. Watch for this four. But Arjun Sham Nair is in the back. Sai Sivasankaran is in the back. Watch for those two guys. They will be charging all the way through. But now, let's head to the comms box.
Right then, getting ready for the JK Tyre Novice Cup race. That's race number 9 of the weekend, race number 5 of the day. This is the 26th edition of the JK Tyre-FMSCI National Racing Championship. And we have none other than one of the legends of Indian motorsports joining us in the commentary box. We got Mr. Sunandan Rajan, who's driven the Formula Maruti since 2005. He's also been part of the Formula Swift and Formula Hyundai since 2006 to 2015, along with being a champion in the Formula Hyundai series in 2008. Has also driven saloons for 4 years in 2016 till 2019. We will have him throughout the race. We'll pick his brains. We'll chat about how things work out in the world of racing, in Novice Cup racing as well, as we are moments away from the start of this race. Remember, this will be a 10-lap race. This is race number 9, as I said, and we have Aman Nagdev starting at P1 and Adit Parashar at P2. And we will see Arjun Sham Nair, who's the championship leader, starting way back at P8. So this will be very interesting to see how things work out. And this is going to be a challenge for Arjun Sham Nair. Right then, they're off for the formation lap, are these young racers. So then it's a big opportunity for the likes of Aman Nagdev, who's starting at P1. He hasn't had a great round, great weekend. And also it'll be a test for the likes of Arjun Sham Nair, who now starts back at P8.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. I mean, that's the fun about having a single make series, and it's always a mix of drivers. All it takes is just a bit of bad luck to mix a couple of drivers together, and then you have a safety car period, and then you're going to see all the guys bounced up again, and then it's anybody's race after that. So at the end of the day, what matters the most, in my opinion, is pace. And if you got pace, you just need a window of opportunity like a safety car period or a couple of guys bunching up, and then it's back to square one again.
Well, that gap that they have in the championship as far as the Novice Cup is concerned, it's a 16-point gap that Arjun Sham Nair has already built up. He will start at P8, but knowing the way he's driven throughout the season, the kind of form that he is in, won't count him out to get another podium finish. But also, he's got the likes of Joel Joseph, Nathan McPherson, Sai Sivasankar, Aman Nagdev as well to deal with. And then, obviously, you have Jamie Shaw and the likes of Jigar Muni. So, expecting a very tight race, a very competitive race?
I'm sure. Look, I mean, for me, I've come after a couple of months. I'm visiting the racetrack, but it's like I'm back home. It's like back when I was on the grid once again. I guess I'm living vicariously through these youngsters. And well, I'm balding, white hair, but the spirit's still the same. And well, I've been following a couple of these youngsters. I can recognize a few names from karting. So it's lovely to see some of these guys up there on top, and a shout out to my friend Jigar Muni, who I raced with I think back in 2004 or 5, and then again in 2013 where we were fighting for the championship, and he got the better of me there. So it's brilliant to see another old fella back there on the grid.
Off the go, it's a very good start for Aman Nagdev, straight away right off the blocks there. Car number 94, Aman Nagdev. Also a decent start for Adit Parashar, but a very good start for Nathan McPherson. Nathan McPherson is straight away moved into second position, and he's going to challenge now Aman Nagdev, and that is a brilliant start. One of the very good starts for M Sport. Joining us now in the com box once again with his track duties done and dusted. Somil, welcome back.
Thank you so much, Karthikeya. Watch out for Sai Sivashankaran in the background. He hasn't quite had the best of starts, and he's caught up in that mid-pack. The guy in the white helmet, that's him. What's this, though? Nathan McPherson on the grass, squirming and sliding around. Somehow, he's managed to keep his car on the track. A chaotic first lap. Somehow, it's Aman Nagdev in P1, Nathan McPherson in P2. But, Sunandan, this doesn't make sense. How can a car stay on the track after that?
Well, these, I mean, just take a couple of mad teens and a couple of young 20-year-olds with a whole lot of testosterone and adrenaline. And that's all it takes for the survival instincts to kick in. And I guess we see two cars are out of the race. So Priyanka and I don't know what the other driver's name is, but like I said at the beginning of the race, we can expect a lot of action. We can expect the safety car possibly to come out. I'm not sure, but let's see how it goes from here.
Yeah, I think it has. Drivers are waving their hands up in the air. The safety car is out, which means that we have a minute to breathe once again. And it means that we have a minute for Nathan McPherson to take one deep breath and calm himself down. Because Karthikeya, it seems like that guy, he's always on the edge, which is what makes him such a fun driver to watch. That karting spirit, where he's always on 100% of the limit of the car.
I think he's one of those youngsters who just wants to go hammer and tongs. There you can see the confirmation, the safety car will be deployed. And as Sudan said, Priyanka Vijay's race has come to an end. Along with her is Sivesh Selvaratnam of Delta Speed. Both Bangaloreans and both probably on the same flight back home. I don't think it's going to be a very cordial flight back, that's for sure. Both of them. That's Priyanka's car number 23. There in the background on the right, you can see Sivesh Selvaratnam is popping out of his car. That's car number 26. Well, you expect these kind of incidents in a novice cup category, obviously, because you say you need a couple of 20-year-olds having a go at it. But that's the beauty as well, isn't it, of the sport?
Indeed, I mean, it's just brilliant. Look how close these cars are in terms of times. I mean, barely a second and a half, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember seeing the time, but that's pretty much how the gap that I saw in the qualifying times. And of course, you can expect a lot of this to happen. But then I'll also take this opportunity to remind my good friend Saumil here that you can't speak too soon. He asked how do these guys keep it together on the track? Well, that's not exactly what transpired at the end of one lap. So so just the way they tell actors or actresses to break a leg rather than good luck before a theatre performance. I guess the last thing you ever tell before a race starts is how do these guys keep it together on the track?
Well, the safety car is now back in the pits and the race has straight away gone into action with Nathan McPherson chasing down Aman Nagdev. Then you've got also Jigar Muni in the mix of things on the inside. Joel Joseph as well. They're coming in and well, it is still Aman Nagdev who continues to lead. He's held on that pressure and that effort from Nathan McPherson. There you see once again going slightly wide. You can see the puff of dust, or more than a puff of dust, coming from there in the background. And this is once again, these two are going to go crazy, and we are in for one hell of a race.
Here he comes though, Nathan McPherson trying once again at his preferred corner, the Mickey Mouse. This time, Aman Nagdev smartly blocking off all the lines. His car hasn't quite been feeling 100%, he says, Aman. Now, it does not matter. It seems like he's on the absolute limit, and so is Nathan. A move at a corner where you least expected. Down the inside he goes. Nathan wants it badly. So does Jigar Muni, who moves to the outside line. Can he get two birds in one stone? That's at least what the attempt is. Jigar Muni now coming in on the inside line of the final corner. He's touching the back of Aman Nagdev's car. He's gone to the inside of Nathan McPherson. Intra-fighting between Momentum Motorsport. It's not helping them out. If anything, Aman Nagdev is running away with it.
Well, if that's one lesson I learned right now, it's that it's time for me to get back into one of these cars. I mean, look at Jigar. I mean, we both have been buddies and racing buddies since a long time. Oh man, he just, well, that was close. Who is that now?
Aman Nagdev, the former race leader, being pushed out wide by one of the Momentum Motorsport cars. That's his momentum gone 100%. And guess who's at the lead? Nathan McPherson. Quick look at the replay, Karthikeya. And it seems like he bumped in with the back of Jigar Muni's car.
Well, I think Jigar had no idea about what's going on. It was, in fact, Aman Nagdev coming in on the outside and the front right tire banging into the left rear tire of Jigar's car, and then obviously he got into the gravel, but luckily for him could continue the race. He's gotten back, but At the moment, it is. It's a Momentum Motorsports 1, 2, 3 as it was earlier in the day. And my word, Arjun Shamna, I remember starting at P18. He's moved up to third position now. He's just behind Jigar Muni and the race leader Nathan McPherson. He has clear sight ahead of him, and that doesn't sound good for the others because he will straight away have a right go. Now, Arjun Shamnair moves into second position onto that straight, but coming into corner one, it will be Jigar Muni who will have the inside line. Can he now hold on to that second position? At the moment, it does look like he may be able to, and yes, he does. Arjun Shamnair will have to stay content with third at the moment, and he will probably get another chance or two with the car number 74. That's Jamie Shaw, also in the mix of things. So it's in Momentum Motorsports 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment. And now you can see there's a gap between Nathan McPherson and Arjun Shamnair, or whoever second is at the moment. He's starting to go little and grow and grow. He's put in the fastest lap with the clear sight ahead of him. 1 minute 18.373 for Nathan McPherson. He's a speed demon, and when you give him a clear track, he will have a right go.
I wouldn't go by the lap times so much at this point of time, because they're all talking for position, getting into each and getting in and out of each of the slipstreams. So while the lap times aren't really indicative of who's the quickest driver at the moment, there's really not much to choose from. I'd bet that there's barely a tenth of a second between these drivers in terms of outright pace, and it's just anyone's guess who's going to get the better by the end of the race. Now, when you're so close in terms of position, strategy does come into play, and how you place yourself, because position gained in a corner is easily lost in a slipstream on the straight.
Yeah. Good point that. Nathan McPherson currently under attack. Arjun Shamnair going for a big bold move at turn number 1. On the outside of Jigar Muni he goes. You can't pass this. Very simply is the message from Jigar Muni. But Arjun Nair going deep at turn 4. You don't do that normally. Getting a brilliant exit is Jigar Muni now heading towards the Mickey Mouse corner. You can sense the urgency, can't you, Sudanan? You can see that Arjun can't wait for even one corner now.
So I guess that's where the difference would be between a more experienced driver and a less. It's just a matter of being a bird of prey and biding your time before you get a good chance to get in, probably on preferably on the straight. Because once you get him on the straight, then the race is yours, because you just got two long main straights. Because you may get him again a position in a corner, but what's the point if you're going to get him on you're going to be gotten on the main straight after that?
Exactly, which is exactly what's happening between Arjun Shamnair and Jigar Muni at the moment in time. You spoke about lap times not telling anything about who's the fastest man on track. Well, Jigar Muni would say, I'm sorry, but no, because he's gone in and put in a 1 minute 17.9. First person on the entire grid to do that in this race, which is incredible. But he's going to be under attack. Arjun Shamnair picking the inside line as his line of choice. It's going to be a tricky one with his nose slightly bent, and Jigar lets him past. What?
I guess I got to eat my words now, because 79. That's a fair bit quicker than the closest driver in terms of pace.
Yeah, but that's strange. I think that's a strange call to see Jigar Muni let Arjun Shamnair go past. Perhaps championship coming in the order. Maybe the team reminding him that hey, he's fighting for a championship, you're not, so you might as well let him get as many points as possible. That could be the message running around the Momentum Motorsport camp. But I wonder, Sudanan, will Nathan McPherson do the same? Because Nathan is also somewhat in that fight for the championship. Jigar might let him pass, but I get a feeling Nathan won't.
Well, I've just got the championship sheet in front of me, and I think I have to agree with you on this.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, because Nathan McPherson heading into this race, 35 points, third in the championship. Arjun Shamnair, P1, 54 points. And Jigar Muni, for context, is 7th with only 13 points. So there's a lot of difference. No point for him to fight for the championship. Instead, we're going to see a repeat of what we saw yesterday. Jigar Muni versus Jamie Shaw. We saw a photo finish. They're blocking each other off, hitting it on the wall. That's dangerous racing. That is really on the edge.
That's definitely on the edge, but dangerous, that's subjective. I mean, any guy that pulls out the most batshit crazy maneuver, and if he pulls it out safely, he's going to say, well, I mean, if there's a door open and you're not going to take it, you're not a racing driver anymore.
Yeah.
So, well, I'll leave it to that.
But that sounded a lot like Schumacher and Barrichello from 2010, didn't it? Where Jigger closed the wall, Jamie almost went there and had to back off a little bit.
You're talking about something that happened years ago. I can't remember what he did this morning. But jokes aside, yeah, I mean, I'll agree with you on that.
Well, you're certainly going to be able to remember this race, Sudanand, because the battles that are happening at this moment in time, they are nothing short of memorable. Arjun Shamnar, by the way, folks, recovering from dengue. Immediately after the race weekend got done last time out, diagnosed badly. His platelets were absolutely in the doldrums. He was in the peak physical condition of his life and he lost it within a week because of dengue. Incredible to see his recovery coming back in and getting that big win, not just yesterday, but also this morning. That sort of racing spirit, Sudanand, that is incredible, right? Even that you come back from illness or injury, racing drivers just never bail. They're always on the limit.
Oh yeah, indeed. I mean, we, racing drivers are a different species altogether. I mean, look, to sit in a, I don't know, 560 kilo metal machine and hurtle into corners at these speeds and dive into another drive in the most impossible of scenarios. So that requires a kind of craziness that you don't find anywhere else. So I'm not surprised when you tell me that he's just recovered from dengue only recently and he's back in the track and he's fighting for the championship at this point of time.
Well, then you can see the battle going on between first and second and third and fourth for those positions. It's Nathan McPherson and Arjun Shamnar having a right go at the top, while a couple of seconds behind them, Jigar Muni and Jamie Shaw are having a game of their own. At the moment, it is Nathan McPherson who's got the upper hand, but don't count out Arjun Shamnar. We've got another lap remaining after this one. We're into lap number 9, which is the penultimate lap. And everything can go down the right. It could be a right drag race at the final lap, although he's driving a very defensive line. There is McPherson not allowing Arjun Shamnar any room to get past him. But as we speak, coming through that final corner of the penultimate lap, onto that start-finish straight, it is still Nathan McPherson who leads. Now you can see the 4 Momentum Motorsport cars on your screen. Nathan McPherson leading going into the final lap. Arjun Shamnar coming in second. Then you've got Jigar Muni and Jamie Shaw battling it out. Half a second the gap between Jigar Muni and Jamie Shaw, and less than half a second gap between Nathan McPherson and Arjun Shamnar. The Mickey Mouse corner will become very, very interesting now as they go through corner number 3 and 4 onto that back straight. And this is where Arjun Shamnar will want to get that lead squeezed and make his move on those Mickey Mouse corner. And well, what do we have here? The safety car has been deployed, and that does, well, it does not mean that it will be deployed across or is just a safety car. Well, that's the end of the race for lead on Jaden Samuels, and might as well be the end of the race as well. We are in the final lap, and the safety car has been deployed. That means no overtaking, and that means it will finish like this. Nathan McPherson leading, Arjun Shamnar second, Jigar Muni third, Jamie Shaw coming in fourth, and Joel Joseph will be fifth. Although I don't see the safety car out there at the moment, possibly it'll be at the other end because it was the last lap. That's why, that's the checkered flag, and it is the confirmation. Nathan McPherson winning, Arjun Shamnar second, Jigar Muni third. Finally, we've seen somebody get the better of Arjun Shamnar. We've been waiting for that for a while now. So, and finally, it's Nathan McPherson who's done it.
Oh, that's a brilliant race. I mean, and that's fantastic teamwork as well. Youngsters, normally they don't think of the larger picture, but when I see these guys not only baying for each other's blood when positions are at stake, but at the same time, when they're willing to concede a position when the championship is at stake. I mean, I think that's absolutely brilliant racing. For me, the Formula LGB4 F4 is supposed to be the premier category, and the Formula Swift the second. But the kind of racing I've seen at this level, it's fantastic. And the finishers, I think, I don't even think there's been a DNF in this race. Probably one DNF, I think. Yeah, I think about 2 DNFs. But that's brilliant. I mean, such close racing. We saw someone clip Jigar Muni, and they've still almost all of them finished the race. And I think that's some brilliant racing that I've seen today.
Well, the two DNFs you're referring to, Priyanka Vijay and Shivesh Selvaratnam, that happened very early on in the race. But apart from that, I think we've had a very, very good race, a very entertaining race, and a very fruitful race if you're a Momentum Motorsports fan, because it's a Momentum Motorsports 1, 2, 3, and along with that, the fourth place finish as well for Momentum Motorsports. Valuable points as far as the Drivers' Championship and the Constructors' Championship is concerned. Now with 8 points in his kitty with the second place finish, Arjun Shamnair moves up to 62 points. Nathan McPherson with 10 with the race win moves up to 45. So things are heating up right at the top, but we still have another round to go. Everything can change, everything to race for, as they say. That's a beautiful bird's eye view through the drone camera as all these Novice Cup cars, very disciplined, we don't see that very often, following the safety car into the pits. It's like ducklings following the mother duck into the pond for a little swim. So then I don't think we've seen them so disciplined ever throughout the 10 laps that we've seen them right now following behind the safety car.
Not when I was racing back then, at least.
Well, we had Sudanand Rajan with us in the comm box. Not just he's a racer, his brother as well, Prithween, both of them products of the JK Tyre Racing family, and it has been an immense pleasure to have you here in the comm box. Wonderful to speak to you, and hopefully we'll pick your brains again very soon. We'll have you back in the comm box, and obviously, you know, we can give you what's happening, but the insights and the technical details and the experience that comes with these professionals and former champions joining us in the comm box is invaluable. So once again, thank you so much for joining us, and it's been a real pleasure.
Thank you for having me, and see you soon.
Absolutely. So that's the end of the race. Brilliant stuff coming in from Nathan McPherson, taking the checkered flag. Arjun Shamnair, for a change, will have to settle for the second position. And apart from that, we have another Momentum Motorsport finishing third, and that's Jigar Muni. That's the confirmation on the bottom left of your screen.
It's time to break free. Break away from the routine. To the greens. And get lost in the world within. To steer through, to stop. Start again. Go forth. Shed your inhibitions and just let it all go. With JK Tyre's Ranger 80, made of tough, made for adventure. For the ones who are wild at heart. JK Tyre, total control.
Right then, we're back with live images coming from the Karimura Speedway celebrations there. As you can see, the Momentum Motorsport team is joyed and delighted with a 1, 2, 3 with Nathan McPherson taking the checkered flag. Arjun Shamnair settling for a second. And then you got Jamie Shaw there as well, who finished fourth in the red suit. He's also got some valuable points in the Constructors' Championship. And the tuners and the mechanics are not letting them go. This is great to see. 4 racers on the racetrack racing against each other, but now they are well together. Now moving towards the highlights, as it was a very, very good start for Aman Nagdev, who started at P1, remember, car number 94, and then you had Adit Parashar as well. But Nathan McPherson very, very quickly said, hang on, I have other ideas, and he straight away raced into the second position and then started to trouble Aman Nagdev from the word go. Adit Parashar by that time has dropped down to third, and Arjun Shamnair, who started at 8th, was slowly and steadily making positions with every passing lap. Moments ago you saw Nathan McPherson going slightly wide, puff of dust coming out as well, but that's the kind of maverick that he is. Continued to stay on the track, goes ahead with the race, and then continues to push and push and push Aman Nagdev. Aman Nagdev of M Sport hasn't had a great weekend, but he certainly will be hoping for better results and better turnaround when we come back for round number 3. But at the moment, this is the crash that we were talking about. This is what had happened between Priyanka Vijay and Shivesh Selvaratnam. That's when the safety car was first deployed. Very quickly, just within a lap or so, the safety car went into the pits, and this is where Nathan McPherson felt that this was his chance to make that move, go on and push Aman Nagdev. You could already see Aman Nagdev's the nose or the front nose of the car already tilting down, and by the end of the race, he had lost that nose. It's already wobbly, you can see. Car number 94, the yellow car, and there is Jigar Muni as well. Car number 4 adding to spice as far as this battle right at the top was concerned. Arjun Shamnair by this point of time had moved into 4th position, having started from P8, and this is where the move was made, and Nathan McPherson took the lead. This is where Aman Nagdev hit Jigar Muni from behind, although he did rejoin the pack, but he had lost out a few valuable positions. Now the battle was between 2nd and 3rd, with Aman Nagdev out of the window. It was Momentum Motorsports all the way. Nathan McPherson, Arjun Shamnair, and also now going back to live images as we continue with the prize distribution ceremony. That's Jigar Muni coming in 3rd. Round of applause from the Momentum Motorsports team. Arjun Shamnair, not very pleased, you can see. Finishes 2nd. He's made a habit of finishing at the top, but this time he'll have to settle for a 2nd place finish. And Nathan McPherson, the lad from Pune, he's gone on and taken the checkered flag, another podium finish, and not just a podium. This time, he finds himself right at the top of the podium. Brilliant from Nathan McPherson. So it's a Momentum Motorsports 1, 2, 3. That's the team principal of Momentum Motorsports joining his young boys. Absolutely proud of the performance. This is the second 1, 2, 3 that we've had. Momentum Motorsports getting it there.
Gentlemen, raise your trophies. Jigar, raise your trophy. Nice. Well done, Momentum. I leave you to able duties.
The team principal of Momentum Motorsports joining his boys at the top of the podium, giving a thumbs up to the fans as well, and what a performance this has been from the team. And once again reiterating your winners, Jigar Muni, Arjun Shamnair, and at the top of the podium, who's actually sitting down right now, is Nathan McPherson. Striking one for the photographers as well. What a race. What a tremendous race. We did have a couple of retirements, DNFs, but apart from that, it was very, very tight. And you can see in the pictures, Jigar Muni handing the trophy to his boy there. A proud moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're at the podium for the JK Tyre Novice Cup, and I said it time and again, it's Novice only in name, because when you watch a drive like what Jigar Muni has done today, you can hardly ever use that word. But Jigar, congratulations. You said it was your first podium in 10 years earlier this morning. 2 in a row now, this is getting even better. You're on a roll.
This is a better habit to have, rather than the close finishes. So yeah, very happy. Everything went according to plan for the weekend. So yeah, very thrilled.
And what does it feel like to have the family with all of you as well to celebrate this? Because your children, they're really enjoying this moment.
Yes, before today, my son was telling me that, Dada, I need a podium. And I used to tell him, okay, you know, it's not much that I can do except for the driving part. But yeah, very happy for him. And again, as I said earlier, for the family, it was very good.
Great to see you up here, Jigar. Many congratulations on that. Jigar Muni in P2 for Momentum Motorsport. You can see his son over there. He's really enjoying the moment. But so is this guy, Arjun Shamnair in P2. Arjun, your face doesn't quite have a smile, but it's still a good result. What do you feel like internally?
To be honest, I'm happy for the team, obviously. So back-to-back top threes and Jamie 4th, I guess. So that's really good, and that does a huge favor for us in the constructors. Other than that, quite happy with the weekend overall. Lots of points scored for me and the team. And other than that, yeah, just happy that I wasn't I wasn't lower than this, and I could get a decent P2. Although, yeah, such is racing sometimes. So, yeah, I will focus on the next few rounds, 3 more races to go. So, yeah, full push. And congrats to the whole of Team Momentum. Like I said, Rashid Uncle, Anand, all of the mechanics, Jason, Bob, everyone. They deserve it very, very much. And, yeah, everything that we do on track is basically for them. And, yeah, all of these podiums and stuff, it goes out to them. So.
And it's a great job that they've done with them. And you as well. Congratulations, mate. And finally, we've got the winner with the biggest trophy of them all. Nathan, we normally know you for attacking, but your defending today was chef's kiss. Beautiful stuff. What was it like out there, mate?
There was just a lot of pressure from my own teammate who's leading the championship right now. So I obviously feel quite bad, like defending from my own teammate. But yeah, it was a learning lesson for defending as well. So yeah, it worked out.
But really incredible to see you up there. Congratulations on this big, big win. And this trophy kind of will fit in well at home.
Yeah, it will.
No, great stuff. Nathan McPherson, folks, from Momentum Motorsports. Now that we've wrapped up the Novice Cup race, which was fantastic, let's go to the grid for the big one, the LGB Formula 4 cars.
They've come from the future to change the way we drive.
JK Smart Tire, buddy.
JK Smart Tire, the tire with a brain. The future of driving is here. JK Smart Tire.
डर की बैंड बजाओ तुम अपने रंग दिखाओ just don't hold back keep dancing down the track ooh la 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 leo pump up the volume ooh la 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 leo pump up the cheer ooh la 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 leo spread the cheer.
Kingfisher, the king of good times.
Final race of the weekend, and that's the LGB Formula 4. And this time we'll have 20 laps in the race. Diljit TS, he'll be looking to make the most of this race. He's always got a smile on his face, but he certainly would want to have a smile on his face when he finishes at the top of the podium. Talking about Diljit TS, starts at P7, so things are going to be very difficult for him. In the meantime, just quickly stepping away from the racetrack for a second, going on to the field of cricket, where India is up against Australia in the World Cup, where Australia have won the toss. They've elected to bat first, and after 12 overs, Australia are 54 for 1. Bumrah picking up the early wicket for India, but still a slight restoration job being done by the Aussies. Hopefully we'll have a few quick wickets for the Indians, and India will be back on top. Now back to the racetrack, 20 laps, as you can see, with the beautiful ladies confirming. We are 5 minutes away from the start of this race. We have Bala Prasad starting at P1. That is tremendous. And then we got Meera Erda as well in P2. Meera Erda and Bala Prasad at... Hey, what do we have here? We're a new debutant here in Tollywood, I guess. I think Ramcharan and company will have to work and watch out. Now that we're 5 minutes away, we have Somil on the racetrack, ready for a quick chat with some of the racers who are lined up. A big opportunity here for Meera Erda to go on and make a mark. Somil, over to you.
Guys and girls, we're here at the grid. 3 minutes to go until the start of the LGB Formula 4 race. It is going to be chaotic for sure. But let's speak to the man in the moment. Tijil Rao for Dark Dawn Racing. Tijil, you're one of the main championship competitors. And luckily for you, no Arya Singh, no Diljit, nobody's nearby. This must be a good one, no?
Yeah, it's great to be starting third, but let's see how the race goes. It's going to be a tough race. I'm pretty sure my teammates are going to catch up in a few laps. And then hopefully we can have a good fight from there. But yeah, I'm aiming to get P1 ASAP and try to run away with this. Let's see how it goes.
Hopefully you do that. But one final question, Tijil. When you're racing at this time of the day, the sun tends to come quite a lot in your eye. How do you manage that at some corners? It must be distracting, right?
Luckily, I have a tinted visor, so that helps quite a lot. But yeah, I mean, I think we've been driving here quite a lot now, so we already have a reference. And yeah, I think the muscle memory is helping us, stay on track and then keep doing what we do.
Who are you most excited to fight? Is it Saran, is it Vishwas, or is it Meera or Bala at the top?
I'm just going to do my thing. Whoever comes to fight, let's have a battle. Let's go.
Love the attitude. All the very best, Tijil. Tijil Rao for Dark Dawn Racing, currently in P3. Let's very quickly go to the comms box because it's a bit of a rush here and the race is going to be exactly that as well.
Right then, moments away from the start of this race, and this is going to be very interesting. Just under a minute before we get underway. Very quickly, we'll talk you through the grid. It's Bala Prasad, who starts at P1. Meera Erda, big opportunity for her, who starts at P2. Ruhan Alva at P3, big opportunity for him as well. Tijil Rao will be looking to make the most of it, starting at P4. Saran Vikram is in and about there in the top 5. He starts at P5. Vishwas Vijayaraj hasn't had a good weekend. He certainly will want to make this count. He starts at P6. And then we've got Diljit TS at P8. Arya Singh there in P9. And now moving on to the back of the grid as well. We've got Anushya Gulati starting right at the back because she was awarded a 5-place grid penalty under Act 24.1C of the FMSCI Grand Prix. Very big opportunity here for Meera Erda, who starts at P2. We know she has the talent. She can go, and if she can go on and get off to a very good start, then certainly she can give these boys a good run for their money. Tijil Rao certainly will have his work cut out, starting at P3. He will be eyeing a good start. Diljit TS starts at P7, while we've got Arya Singh starting at P8. So we've got a few big names up there in the top 8. It's going to be a test for Arya Singh because the reverse grid has kicked in, and he is starting at P8 is Arya Singh. The formation lap is underway, and as soon as this is done, we'll have 20 laps of racing. Generally, it's a 15-lap race, but the final race of the weekend in the LGB Formula 4 category is always a 20-lap race. Extended entertainment and excitement coming your way that we will be broadcasting live here. Now, Bala Prasad, can he go on and make a mark? Remember, Bala Prasad, who starts at P4, the lad from Coimbatore, is a local boy. Quite a few fans will be rooting and cheering for him as the race starts very, very soon. Now I've got Somil back in the comm box with me after he's done with his little date in the sun on the track. And very quickly, if you look at the points table, Arya Singh sits pretty comfortably at the top, but there's a decent battle now for second with Tijil and Diljit TS involved.
Yeah, he sits comfortably in the looks of things on the table. In the car, he'll be really really uncomfortable and on the edge because he has to pass so many other vehicles to get past up ahead. P8 rather, is where Arya Singh currently starts from. And look at the quality of the drivers up ahead of him. Bala Prasad, Meera Erda, Tijil Rao, Vishwas Vijayaraj. That's not an easy grid. And just to throw it all up over there as well, we've also got Saran Vikram to pass as well. And Saran Vikram is no slouch whatsoever. You find him on a straight, great. You find him on a corner, you just put your head in your hand and say, oh no, what have I encountered? Because he's such a fun driver to challenge. But this, ladies and gentlemen, is the main event for today. LGB Formula 4, 20 laps of reverse grid action. Things are about to get spicy. In P1 for M Sport, we've got Bala Prasad, Meera Erda in second, and finally, Tijil Rao for Dark Dawn Racing, hunting for more points today in P3.
Right then, we're moments away from the start of this race. We've got racers in this event from across the country. waiting for that 5 reds to go off. Off they go. It's a good start for Bala Prasad. In fact, it's a decent start for Meera Erda as well. Now, after corner 1, let's see what happens. Meera Erda is in second at the moment, going slightly wide. Car number 2, Dhruv Goswami there on the inside. Decent start for Tijil as well. Well, he's caught in the traffic there as Arya Singh. Can he maneuver his way out? Remember, it's a 20-lap race. There's a lot of time there for Arya Singh to go on and make up for that. But it's a decent start for Meera Erda and for Bala Prasad as well. Both of them from M Sport. Talking about M Sport, we've got an M Sport legend here in the commentary box, a former national champion, one of my favorites, and someone who gets on the racetrack and he always meant business. We've got Raghu Rangasamy here, former car number 99 if I'm correct. He's joining us in the com box. Welcome Raghu. Good to see you on the other side of the racing track.
Yeah, actually this is the first time I'm not racing the LCD in the last 10 years. So it is pretty interesting to watch the race from outside, but of course I miss the grid. So I think it's going to be an interesting race because it's a reverse grid and it's a 20-lap race. It's going to be mentally exhausting and physically exhausting as well.
And we are getting to see that already. Saran Vikram under immense pressure from Diljit TS. Where has Tijil Rao gone? That's going to be the major question at this moment in time. Where is he gone? Outside the track. He's side by side with Ruhan Alva currently battling for P4 at the top. Bala Prasad still leading, but I don't think that's going to be the case for far too long because Meera Erda is launching a challenge in the background. Diljit TS launches a move down the inside of Saran Vikram, and guess what? He's got P3 in the bag. That is phenomenal racing, and your man Ragul, Ruhan Alva, going side by side with Tijil. I can see the smile on your face. That is phenomenal racing.
Yeah, and I think you have to keep an eye on Arya Singh as well because he is a championship leader and one of the quickest guys on the track. Right now, I think he's running somewhere in the P8, P9. I think he's going to come to the front pack really quick.
Well, I think that's the end of the race for Ishan Narayanan, one of the rookies on the grid from Uhura Racing. But I think it'll be very, very good to see the M Sport back on top after a while. We've seen Dark-Dons dominate throughout this season. And Ragul, I can see the smile from one year to another. He's seeing the M Sport up at the top. And while Diljit TS has other ideas, he's moved in between Meera Erda and Bala Prasad. He's moved into second now as Diljit TS. You've known Diljit for a very long time. We've seen the duels you've had with Diljit on the racetrack. Your comments on that, please?
Yeah, Diljit is a really quick driver and we have been racing alongside each other at least for the past 10 years in different categories. He's really smart and he has a skill set to make the moves easily. And yeah, I think he's going to give his best and get ahead. Because right now, I think in his mind, he just want to run away before Arya comes to the front pack.
That is exactly what the plan is going to be because Diljit, by the way, folks, a second faster than everyone else. 1 minute 17.879. Bala Prasad is also very quick. 1 minute 18.302. But that gap, half a second faster on the last lap, Diljit. You can see what that means in terms of pace on the track because now Diljit would go to the outside. All Bala can do is block off the inside line, which he does quite well, I'll be honest. And Diljit has to wait and watch for the right moment. He knows he's the faster car. He's now in a bit of an M Sport sandwich because Meera Erda will also be attacking hard. She sees an opportunity and there's a spin. Ashok Lal spinning at the exit of the Mickey Mouse corner. That's not ideal. But what that has done, Kartikeya, is make sure that Bala Prasad has held on to his lead. Diljit is attacking, but it's amazing. Bala is absorbing the pressure so well.
Well, you got his mentor sitting on your left. He'll tell you a thing or two about Bala Prasad.
So Bala has not been racing in the last 2 years. I think he's coming back after 2 years. And this is his first race in JK after 2 years. So yesterday it was a tough day for him. But I think today he's picked up some pace. And yeah, he's going wheel to wheel with Diljit. It's a really good thing. And I think it's going to be a really interesting race.
It's never easy to hold off that challenge from Diljit TS, but he's done so well as Bala Prasad, but he's gone slightly wide, and that's allowed Diljit TS to take the lead. And Diljit TS, once he takes the lead, he very seldom lets it go, unless there's a battle between him and Arya Singh. If you can't find seats in the stadium, might as well park your car outside and have a quick look at the proceedings. The high-octane, electrifying racing action here at the Curry Motor Speedway. I think Tijil Rao has moved into 4th, Ruhan Alva is 5th, Vishwas Vijayaraj 6th, and back in 7th is the championship leader Arya Singh. He's got his task cut out as well as Arya because remember with the reverse grid kicking in, he started way back in P8. But Diljit TS also started in P7, and very quickly he's gone on to be the race leader, and this is going to be very, very interesting. Now Tijil will attack Mira Erda, that's for sure, and you have been in these situations, being a leader, and also when Vishnu was ahead, you were behind, there was always that defense from not allowing anybody to go by. So what would Mira Erda do right now?
As of now, it looks like Mira is trying to pass Bala and catch Diljit at this point of time. But it's not going to be easy because Tijil is right on the tail of Mira, and he's clocking the fastest times as well. So I think we just have to wait for another lap and see what's going to happen.
But Rahul, 1 minute 17.4 in the pitch afternoon when the sun in your eyes, that is a really good lap time, no?
Yeah, that's a really good lap time considering the race leader is doing a 17.8, which is close to 4/10 faster. So I think Tijil is, going to make some moves and come to the front pack.
Mohit Aryan, bit of an issue for him. He spun out wide at one of the corners. I wonder where it is. Hopefully, it is safe for him to rejoin. But Tijil Rao is now fighting for the final position on the podium. He sees and can taste blood on his lips. This is that one opportunity for him to dispatch past Mira Erda and then catch Diljit and Bala. Tijil, folks, is fighting for the champion.
Arya Singh, and this is going to be very interesting. And every time all these guys fight among themselves, Diljit TS says, thank you very much. I've got a clean road ahead of myself. I'm going to go full throttle and try and make a move. Tijil Rao, in the meantime, makes his move. He's gone past Bala Prasad into second. So it's a dark dawn 1-2, followed by 3 M Sports, and then you have Arya Singh in the mix. My word. And Arya has just clocked in the fastest lap of the race. So as you said, Ragul, wait for a couple of laps and we'll see where Arya is.
Yeah. And right now, Ruan is trying to make a move on Bala. And Arya's, I think he will make a move on Mira in another 2 to 3 corners, I guess.
Something's up with Ruhan Alva though. It seems like he's living life at 3x speed. Everyone else is going fast. Ruhan Alva is going even faster. Safety car, it seems like. All the drivers are waving their hands up in the air. So clearly something's off in the circuit and they are going to be backing off. Yes, indeed, safety car is back on the track. So where have we gone wrong here? What's exactly happening? Maybe in a couple of moments' time, we should have more answers. But what this means is that Diljit TS's lead, which was a pretty decent one actually, roughly around 1 second heading into this lap, has been compromised. And so, the order, Diljit TS P1, Tijil Rao in P2, and your man Ruhan Alva in P3. But Rakul, what makes Ruhan so fast? He's been racing in Indian Racing League, Ferrari Driver Academy, World Motorsport Games. People know him as one of the finest talents, but how is he so good? What makes him so fast?
A little bit, and the thing is, those kids have been training from very young age, and they do a lot of karting, and he's been doing a lot of international testings as well. He's done the Formula 4s internationally, and it's all about the track time and the experience. And you drive like really fast cars, and you get into 1300s, F4s. It's gonna be, fun. It's a one word.
A moment ago, we saw the reason why the safety car is out. It's Mohit Aryan's car that's been towed away by the recovery team. So very soon, I think we should have the race underway. This probably should be the last lap behind the safety car. There you see in the background car number 7 being towed away by the recovery crew. Now, Ragul, as an experienced driver yourself, a former champion yourself, we know that once the safety car goes into the pit, we'll have a restart. That gives an opportunity for Arya Singh now to attack even further Mira Erda, Bala Prasad, in fact Ruhan Alva as well.
Correct.
Also gives an opportunity for Tijil Rao to attack Diljit TS. But with the kind of experience Diljit has, will it be easy for Tijil Rao to attack from the restart?
No, I don't think so, because my prediction is Diljit is a really experienced driver, and he's, he has enough experience in taking, safety car restarts. And my guess is Diljit is just going to pull away at least a little bit from Tijil. And it's not going to be an easy job for Arya either, because Arya is right now in 6th and he has about 4 cars in between Diljit and Arya.
Yeah.
If 2 cars are going to drop out from the... And I don't know if you have seen Arya and Bala have swapped positions a couple of times by this time now.
Very nice. It's getting exciting all the way through. We have seen that battle in the background as well. Arya and Bala side by side. But now Diljit and Tijil side by side as well for the lead. They're both locking up their tires. If you're Ruhan Alva sitting in P3, you might be smiling and laughing, knowing how much grip both of them are taking away from their pristine JK tires at the end of this race. Remember, folks, they get only one set all the way through for both qualifying and all the races. We saw Tijil go slightly wide. 11 more laps to go. Chaos is going to be coming all the way through. But Ragul, you were driving in this championship, same round, same cars, just a month ago. By this time, do you feel the grip on the tires really fade away by the fourth race?
It does fade away. Yeah, it does fade away during the last race, and especially when it's a 20-lap race, after 8-9 laps, your tires are going to be overheated. And you can't brake at the same place with the same pressure. Like I said, Diljit is known for braking hard for every corner because he does brake a little bit late, and he keeps the car under control now also. And it's not going to help him towards the end of the race, since I don't think Arya still haven't started pushing completely, because you still have 10 more laps to go. It's just midway through the race.
Only halfway through the race, Raghu said braking hard, and that's taking a lot of rubber away from his tires. But as expected, he's gone hard at Tijil Rao, and he's regained the race lead as Diljit TS. He's got a couple of podium finishes there this weekend, but he's not been able to get on the top of the podium. Now that's something. I met him during lunch, and he said, I think I will do it this time, with a smile on his face, the cheeky smile he always carries. And now there's that battle. Tijil Rao, obviously, he's hungry for points. He wants to close that gap between himself and Arya Singh as much as possible in the Drivers' Championship. And I think Ruhan Alva himself has done a tremendous job. He's kept up with the race leaders. Slightest of mistakes, and I think Ruhan Alva will be there to capitalize. Now coming through towards the end of lap number 11. And it is Diljit TS who leads down the straight. Tijil Rao second, Ruhan Alva coming in third. Arya Singh has moved into fourth, with Bala Prasad dropping down to fifth, and Meera Erda in sixth. And oh, there's that incident coming in on the inside. Was Tijil Rao, but very, very well done. I think he lets him go as well, does Tijil, because of that little cut-in that he had on corner 2. But they might be teammates. Doesn't look like they are they?
No, I think last round also Tijil had a similar incident where he made a move, and he lost the win because of that. And right now he just remembered it. And if I'm not wrong, Rohan I think he started pushing, because it's a long way. I think from next lap, when Arya joins the pack, it's going to be an interesting race to watch for everybody.
Yeah, it's going to be a four-way fight. Arya Singh only a second away in the background, as we all can see. So things are really, it's like throwing hot oil into a frying pan. You're going to see fire all the way through. That is exactly what to expect with 9 laps left to go. Ruhan Alva now can also sense that things are about to go his way, because Diljit TS at the start, you can all see him going all the way through, locking up at very, very few corners. He's really pushing those tires to those limits. And as Ragul mentioned only a few minutes ago, by this stage of the weekend, you might just be running off with all the grip on the tires. So could that be playing into his factor? We could see that out in a second. Arya Singh, first man to drop in the 1:16s. Tijil Rao attacks once again. Attacks, but not good enough this time out. In fact, it seems like Ruhan Alva is going to get another opportunity, which he will pounce upon. But he waits. He waits until the turn 4, which is where he gets the door open, which is where Ruhan Alva gets the better exit. Finally, it seems like we have an M Sport car in P2, and we do. Ruhan Alva, from P4 all the way up to P2, this is turning out to be a phenomenal drive for him, Ragul.
Yeah, exactly. But in the last lap, Arya was 1 second faster than the top 3 cars. All 3 cars did 79s, and Arya was the only car within 69s. And he's making a move on Tijil right now for P3. And I think the fight is going to start in another 2 laps maximum. That's it.
Maximum 2 laps. I think the fight is already underway. Yeah, and you can see pressure on Ruhan Alva. From the left is Arya Singh, from the right is Tijil Rao, but Ruhan Alva, the young man, is doing ever so well to defend that pressure coming in from both sides. And in fact, this fight between the 3 has allowed Diljit TS to peel away.
Yeah.
Because once you're in that attacking mode, fighting with each other, you take some pace off, and Diljit TS has taken advantage of that, and he's moved about good, just a second and a half over That's the gap that he now has over Ruhan Alva and Tijil Rao and Arya Singh. My word, what a battle we have for second, third and fourth. And they're going tire to tire. This reminds me of the good old days when you, Vishnu, along with Diljit TS, Sandeep Kumar used to fight.
Yeah, it was one of those really good days, and we have had 4 cars, going wheel to wheel under braking, and but the good thing is we always make sure there is no contact, and as of now there is no contacts within the top 3, top 4. But
Well, it seems Ruhan Alva is learning from the best, isn't he?
but yeah, we just have to wait and watch, because as of now Diljit is running away, and if I'm not wrong, the one thing which will be in his mind is no safety car, which can take the lead away.
Yeah, precisely that. Ruhan Alva now having to fend off Arya Singh, who's going across these really weird and wonky lines. He's trying to go on the outside there, which is quite a bold thing to do. Can he make it work? Not this time. He's got to play the waiting game. No, you don't make a move on the inside there, Arya. He's getting really, really antsy. Arya Singh knows that this is his championship fight. He knows he's gaining points with Tijil Rao, but he wants more. He's getting hungry. Maybe greedy. We'll wait and see to figure out if that's the case. On the outside he goes, heading into turn number 1. It's 3 wide, heading into turn number 1. Tijil Rao gets 2 cars in one go. He doesn't. Cuts the corner slightly. Ruhan Alva will be angry with that. He will be angry with that, because Tijil had one wheel outside the track, and the stewards will also be watching it very, very keenly. But what you predicted, Ragul, has come true. Arya Singh is now in P2, as we have Saran Vikram sliding in the background, as he always is.
Yeah, and like I said, see, when there is one car fighting against 2, 3 cars in the same team, one is going to make a move on the inside, one on the outside, and one of them is going to make the pass. And the fight is still not over. It's going to be another 5 laps, and it's going to be really close fight. Yeah.
I think Ruhan Alva still has a lot of time to recover. He's only 4th, and he's not very far behind Arya Singh or Tijil Rao. In fact, now he's trying to make that move on the inside. This is brilliant from Ruhan Alva. He's moved back into a podium position. He's in 3rd. There's Ruhan Alva now, pushing Arya Singh back down to 4th. This is tremendous from this young lad. And my word, how proud is the team principal sitting right next to us. Ruhan Alva, you beauty. But the fight there now between all these guys has allowed Diljit TS to move way ahead. He's now about a good 4.5 seconds ahead of Tijil Rao. So now he can try and preserve a bit of his tires, can Diljit TS?
Exactly, but in his mind, I think he's going to keep the pace up, because in LGBs, you never back off. You have to keep pushing until the checkered flag. And as you can see, the fight for the second, third is allowed a long time to catch up, and you can see Vishwas has joined the fight also.
Ruhan Alva, Arya Singh on the absolute limit. Ruhan really got the edge over there very, very quickly. Bala Prasad coming up with a dummy move over there. Can he get the inside line? Arya Singh has blocked it off so smartly. Years and years of experience coming in handy. Bala clips the back of Arya Singh. Somehow both of them are okay. Vishwas Vijayaraj also now heading to the inside line to get Bala's position, but nothing happening over there. Importantly though, Ruhan Alva has managed to stay away and stay ahead of Arya Singh, and Vishwas Vijayaraj now in the background getting past Bala Prasad for P5 with 5 laps left to go. In fact, 4 at the end of this one. Really, this is the time where the racing gets to a world-class level. Arya Singh to the outside line now versus Ruhan Alva. You can tell his car is much faster on the straight line. But can Ruhan Alva recuperate something on the corners? That's the storyline we want to follow. At this moment in time, even though Tijil Rao is drifting all the way through, he is still closing up a little bit on Arya Singh in the major points table. That is something that will really be eating Arya Singh out, because a couple of laps ago, he passed Tijil Rao and he lost that position. Now, Ragul, even Vishwas is in this fight, so things are going to get even more interesting.
Yeah, exactly. But as of now, Diljit is in a 4.8 second lead from Tijil, and Arya is 1.2 second behind Tijil. So I think Diljit is safe at this point of time, and yeah, and Arya is picking up some pace. If he's going to catch on Tijil, it's not going to be easy for Ruhan to cope up with Arya, because throughout the weekend, Arya had a really good straight lane pace, which is going to be tremendous fighting in the straights. Yeah.
There you see Ruhan Alva now chasing Arya Singh. It's not very far the gap, but still enough. 1.5 car lengths. That's the gap between the two. But again, because it's such a pressure situation, the slightest of mistakes can lead to a position loss, or in fact the end of the race for a driver. That is something the Tijal, Arya and Ruhan, in fact also Vishwas Vijayaraj will have to keep in mind, although Vishwas Vijayaraj is way behind in 5th, about a good 2.5 seconds behind Ruhan Alva. But Dilji TS is doing ever so well, 4.687 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack. And that's, I think that all those heartbreaking current players helped him a bit now. But we are into lap number 18. Another couple of laps after this. Can Dilji TS and his tyres hold on? And not the tyres that he hides in that suit, but the tyres on the racetrack. And now that's the move from Arya Singh on Tijal Rao. But Tijal does ever so well. Arya going slightly wide, goes off the line. Does Arya Singh for a moment, and that's allowed Ruhan Alva to move into second. This is what we were talking about. Slightest of mistakes can lead to a drop of position, leaving the end of the race. And I think Ruhan Alva, he's saying, I'm fine, you go fight amongst yourself, you lose your points, and I'm going to go and take the position. But Arya Singh is not having that. Coming in on the inside and taking that third position back from Ruhan Alva. This is tremendous from Arya Singh, the kind of form that he's in. And again, it's Ruhan Alva now. He's saying, hang on, you're not going to get away with this. But again, on the straight, it's going to be very difficult for Ruhan Alva to stay up and catch up with Arya Singh.
Yeah, exactly. But like I said, it's a long race and it's going to be mentally exhausting for all the drivers. So one small error is going to take your position away.
Rahul, what exactly happened at that corner? Why do you think Arya slid so much? Was it too much break the car sliding or?
So basically Arya and Tijal went deep. And when you are going deeply into a corner, it's about breaking that 1 meter later and other trying to make the move. And that corner, especially it's a camber corner, so Arya lost his rear. That's it.
And a tricky mistake that he had to fight really hard for. And look at the damage that it has done. Arya Singh is now roughly 2 odd seconds behind Tijal Rao, and at this point last lap he was almost up ahead. That is going to be big things for the championship. At this moment in time, Arya might have a 10-13 point lead in the championship, but when it comes to round 4, when it comes to the last race over there, when all the drivers are separated by 1 or 2 points, then this move will really come in handy, and Arya might remember this. But still, so far, you don't know, last season as well, yeah, he lost the championship by 1 point. Hopefully for his sake, this year is not a repeat of that, because he's really upped his game, he's really improved his driving. It'll be incredible to see him fight and win the championship as well. But there are so many other capable contenders for the same, including that school bus in the back. Not really though. Ruhan Alva fighting once again, heading into turn 1. The braking might not be his strong point. This might be the middle of the corner, the handling that he carries all the way through. You can see that heading into a corner, Ruhan Alva really has an advantage. But when you open the acceleration, Arya Singh, he is like a flying eagle, speeds past and you can't even see him.
And we are in the last lap of the race.
Now this is the final lap.
Yeah.
Dilji TS is hoping, now he can hope for a safety car. That won't hurt him. But Arya Singh must be saying, every time I'm in the lead, there's a safety car and all my lead is taken away. For a change, I'm not, and the safety car doesn't come out. Well, what are you going to do? That's life, isn't it?
Yeah, and at this point, even Tijal, he should be happy because yesterday he had both the races, he had a very, mechanical failures, all that and this. And the fight for third is still going on. And we are in the last corner for the third. I think Arya is keeping the lead.
Well, coming through that final corner of the final lap, that's your race leader. And now your race winner, Dilji TS, finally gets the top of the podium this weekend. And then you've got Tijal Rao coming in second, Arya Singh coming in third, and a brilliant effort from Ruhan Alva. He comes in fourth. What a fight from young Ruhan Alva. I, for one, will join the list of his new fans. The way he took the fight to Arya Singh, Tijal Rao, Dilji TS initially, and what a race from him. Although misses out on the podium by 0.402 seconds, does Ruhan Alva. But I'm sure you must be a proud mentor.
Yeah, we have been, working on the cars from the past one round, and we have upped the pace compared to the last round. And the final weekend is going to be really interesting.
Well, now that the race is done, we can have a quick chat. Ragul, when do we expect to see you back on the racetrack?
hopefully next round if there is a street race.
Wonderful, wonderful. Always great to catch up with Raghu Rangasamy. Your character that he is always brings that funny side, and also we all remember the fights that you've had on the racetrack with your competitors, and not just with your rivals. In fact, you've had some great fights with Vishnu Prasad as well on the racetrack. So, just absolutely lovely. There's not a dull moment around when Raghu Rangasamy is there. Raghu, thank you so much for your time, and thank you for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you here.
Thank you so much. Yeah, see you guys.
Right then, that's the confirmation on the bottom left of your screen. Once again, it's a dark dawn 1, 2, 3 with Diljit TS notching up the race win. Tijil Rao coming in second, and Arya Singh, the championship leader, having to settle for third. What a race for Diljit TS. Wonderful, wonderful race. And then obviously we have, my heart goes out for the effort that's been put in by Raghu, in fact by Raghu's young student, if we can call him, Ruhan Alva. What an effort from the young boy. He was up against the big guns in Arya Singh, up against the big guns in the Tijil Rao, and obviously Diljit TS, but that he was never ever faced by all of that. He went on till the very end. Very quickly now, we'll bring you the highlights. It was a very good start for Bala Prasad. Remember, Bala Prasad and Meera Eda started at P1. Straight away, Bala Prasad going into that corner, taking the lead. You can see the two yellow cars of M Sport having a very good start. But it was a very good start for Diljit TS as well. Remember, Diljit TS started at P7 and very quickly it moved into the top 4. Can't say the same about Arya Singh, who started at P8. It took him a long time, possibly about half a race, to get into the mix of things. And there you see Diljit TS very quickly moving into second position, pushing Meera Eda behind. And now by the end of this lap, by the end of this corner, he was pushing pressure on Bala Prasad to take the race lead. Tremendous from Diljit TS. And there, Bala Prasad going wide, allowing Diljit TS that corridor to move ahead. And Diljit TS says, "Thank you very much, don't mind if I do." And he very quickly goes on to take the race lead, and from there on, there was no stopping. The safety car was deployed for a while, but that did not make much of a difference as far as Diljit TS's race and lead was concerned. The safety car was out there for just a solitary lap. This is where Anushya Gulati's car had spun on that corner. Very quickly was removed, and there was no need for the safety car there. And then there was that battle, Tijil Rao joining in the front pack, and that battle between him along with Ruhan Alva and Arya Singh. These three were engaged in each other for that second position, and that allowed Diljit TS to just peel away from the rest of the crew. This is when Arya Singh had moved into second, but again making the slightest of mistake, and that allowed Tijil Rao to move to second, Ruhan Alva to third, and Arya Singh dropping down to fourth. But Arya Singh, knowing the competitor he is, the kind of form that he's in, and the kind of brilliant weekend that he's already had, he was never going to give up. Vishwas Vijayaraj also coming in the mix of things, involved with Meera Eda along with Bala Prasad. Just behind, there you can see the three M Sport cars. This is where Arya Singh on the straight was ever so powerful. He took that lead away and went into third, with Ruhan Alva coming in fourth. He was so quick, so quick on those straights was Arya Singh. He was causing troubles for his own teammates, but in the end, Diljit TS had raced away about good 4.5-5 seconds away from the rest of the crew, with Tijil Rao in second and Arya Singh there coming in third. Through that final corner, Diljit TS coming onto that start-finish line to take the checkered flag, and finally a race win for Diljit TS in round 2 of the 26th JK Tyre-FMSCI National Racing Championship.
वो सारे पैसे लेके भाग गए और मेरा वड़ा पाव भी ले गए।
दिखाते हैं इनको।
मोटे वड़ा पाव? किलर, निकाल दे इसके बाद।
पंक्चर के बाद भी इससे हवा नहीं निकलेगी, क्योंकि ये है जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर, जो कील लगने के बाद भी होता है ही।
क्यों, निकल गई हवा?
जेके पंक्चर का टायर, अब हवा नहीं निकलेगी।
They've come from the future to change the way we drive.
JK Smart Tire, buddy.
JK Smart Tire.
Right then, we are back live now for the presentation ceremony. There you got Arya Singh in third, Tijil Rao in second, and finally, after a lot of toil and hard work, Diljit TS gets to the top of the podium. Arya Singh there had a very, very fruitful weekend. Couple of race wins, in fact, 3 race wins, and now a third place finish. Finding himself on the podium throughout the weekend every time he raced. Mr. Hari Singh handing out the trophies. That's young Tijil Rao, only 20 years old, probably be going back to college soon for his studies. He is handed the second prize trophy. And finally, he gets, look at that, look at the joy and delight. And he will be a relieved man, will be Diljit TS. Finally gets his hands on the winner's trophy for the final time in this weekend. Diljit TS, your race winner. And once again, it's a Dark Dawn 1, 2, 3. For the tuners of the Constructors Trophy, it's none other than the team principal, Afzal Riaz, joining his boys at the top of the podium. Afzal Riaz has done a lot of work on these cars for the last couple of seasons, and they've clearly dominated of Dark Dawn. Proud man, a proud team principal, Afzal Riaz, and what a moment this is for Dark Dawn. It's a Dark Dawn 1, 2, 3. They're all trying to fit in on the top of the podium. Will they be able to manage it? Oh, yes, they've pulled it off. They have pulled it off. Brilliant scenes from the prize distribution ceremony. Afzal Riaz with the Constructors Trophy. Diljit TS, the race win. Tijil Rao, second. And Arya Singh has to settle for third this time, despite of 3 race wins in this weekend. Wonderful, wonderful from Dark Dawn. They have continued to dominate the Formula LGB4 this season as well.
And I get a free podium as well at the end of the day. No, just kidding. It's all courtesy of Arya Singh of Dark Dawn Racing, who yet again has managed to get a podium. Well, you've had 4 races so far this weekend. All 4 of them you've been here. You should make this podium your home, man. What's this thing?
Yeah, I mean, podium is not the big thing. I had 3 wins this round. And the last race, you know, as I said before the race, you should not be thinking of the championship. But, you know, with where I am, I think it's best not to be too greedy. And, you know, just keep scoring points from now on. And the podium is good enough. Had some off moments in the race, not my best drive. But, you know, in the end of the day, it was a nice fight with Ruhan. And, yeah, congrats to my teammates for getting the 1-2. But, yeah, you know, awesome weekend overall.
Hey, you said something about being not greedy. There was one moment in time where you were fighting Tijil, and realistically, you didn't have to pass him because you have such a good championship lead, but you went for it. And that is what really makes you the driver who you are. That sort of battling. How do you maintain calmness? Because this guy will always be on the back of your heels. He'll constantly be trying and attacking heavy lines. How can you maintain composure? Because this one was a longer race as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. And, as I said, wasn't my best showing. After all, I had a couple of off moments in Mickey Mouse, fighting with Tejal, of course. But, it could have gone a lot worse, let's just say. So I'm happy with her. Yeah, and, it was a long race, a good fight. Got slowed down in the middle a little bit, but overall good race.
Congratulations, mate. You head back home as the leader of the championship. What a great result for this guy, RSing for Dark Dawn Racing. 4 races we had, 3 of them he won. Now let's speak to the man with the big one though. Diljit, finally, many congratulations. I'll have to ask you to move a little bit so that I can have a seat, because frame is an important thing, and for all of you folks watching, keep that in mind. But I think you look best, Diljit, with the big trophy. This looks amazing on you. What's it feel like?
It feels good. It was a tough fight between me, Tejal, and Bala, and even Mira, including. They started ahead because I had a reverse grid, so I started 7th on the grid. Yeah. So it was. I was enjoying each and every moment. The only thing which I was lacking is a little bit of power that I couldn't keep up with Tejal. So I was just trying hard enough. Then I think it just showed the results, like what you can see.
What do you mean fight? You won by 7-8 seconds. I don't think I've ever seen a gap quite like that. In the end, when everyone was fighting, what were you thinking? You just had clear air, clean surfaces. Must have been a good, easy, fun drive at the end, right?
Yeah, but then it's a 20-lap race, that the more the car drives, then the engine heats up, then the power started dropping. It's not just for me, for everyone. But I was just trying to keep my head straight and just focus on what I'm doing and not to make any mistakes and just keep run away and, just take as lead as possible. And but in the meanwhile, I was just looking at the mirror just to making sure that is it Dark Dawn 1, 2, 3. And so for a while it was Ruhan and Arya kept changing the positions, and even in the beginning it was Ruhan and Tejal kept changing the position. Then I was literally watching my mirrors every time, that because I just want to make sure that it's 1, 2, 3 Dark Dawn, because I just want to see my mechanic smile, Afsar's happiness. So, I want to. We work as a team, so we want the results also as a team. So.
And a great one. And finally, mate, Diljit, what do you do with all these trophies? How big of a storeroom do you have back at home? Seriously.
I have a room where in the living, so where it's full of trophies. So I think I have I think 150 plus. Yeah.
Not bad. And another big one to add to that as well. Congratulations, mate. Great drive at the very end. Winning by God knows how many seconds, because that was incredible. But Diljit, great to have a word with you as well. Let's also now get to your teammate, Tejal Rao, who scored a very, very well-deserved P2. Tejal, many congratulations. At the end of this weekend, mate, this must really feel like redemption, because Saturday was, what's the right word for it?
I think Saturday could be described as disastrous, but I wouldn't go that far. It was just a very tough weekend, and I think that's what racing is about. You all have challenging days, so we took it as a challenge, and then so glad to be finishing second and then second again in both the races today. Had insane fights with both of my teammates, and I think all of us were driving 110%, and it was just really, really good battling. And yeah, this is exactly why we come to JK Tyres and race over here. But yeah, I think it's just overall redemption on Sunday compared to Saturday, and I think that's what I'm really happy about.
Tejal, in moments like that, when you have someone like Arya Singh next to you and he's constantly sliding, slipping around, both of you are on the edge of the car, how do you concentrate? Because your mind must be also on the car A, grip B, track temperature C, then the competitor, what they're doing, their strategy. It's like a million things to focus on at one given point in time.
Yeah, I think it's just about, it's all about just staying extremely calm and focusing on what you're supposed to do. Especially when you're racing along with your teammates, we have a certain respect towards each other to never have contact between ourselves and never get a DNF for both the drivers. And I think that is the main aim. So especially when you're racing with a teammate, you have to give them that extra space. You have to respect what everybody is doing, and I think this is the toughest challenge, but it's always better to race between the team. And it's great to watch, all of us come up together, and I think we have finished first in every single race this weekend, and I'm very happy. And I think out of the 8 races, I think we won all 7 out of 8. Yeah. So yeah, I think hopefully we can keep that consistency up.
And one final question, Tejil. You're a 20-year-old. How are you so calm? How are you so focused, determined? Because this sort of mentality I only see in racing drivers who are 27, 28. How is it all here with you? A 20-year-old is much more notorious, much more party going. You seem to be so... And that's more like it. I see that's how you get all the calm and chillness. No, that helps for sure.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of foolery is not going to help. But yeah, I think been racing for quite a while now. So we've learned the hard way, we've learned the right way. So I think, yeah, that's what is helping us with everything. And yeah, I think it's just going to get better from here.
Congratulations on a great finish for P2. Tejil Rao, ladies and gentlemen, for Dark Dawn Racing. And with that, we seem to be at the end of another incredible race weekend at the JK Tyre National Racing Championship. You saw all the action here with the Royal Enfield GT650 Cup. Madness, absolute craziness in the racing, where the amateurs are competing with the pros as well and fighting for the win. Then in the Novice Cup as well, so many chopping and changing. A 1, 2, 3, 4 for Momentum Motorsports. And similar to what they've done, Dark Dawn Racing has also achieved something similar in the LGB Formula 4 Championship. 1, 2, 3 in this final race, and Arya Singh, 3 out of 4 races, he has dominated them. So heading into the next weekend, the pressure is going to be on Ruan Alva, Diljit TS and Tejil Rao. Can they catch up and can they make it a really interesting championship fight? When does that happen? 18th of November. Join us on the JK Tyre Motorsport YouTube and Facebook channels, because that is where all the racing will be back on. Folks, my name is Somal Arora, and on behalf of every single person at JK Tyre Motorsport, from the race control, the stewards, the marshals, the broadcast crew, and also my co-commentator Karthik here, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you on the 18th of November. Bye-bye.